Damn. The Doc, what's up? Max $15 bets. Yeah. I think it's a good idea. So, Anubis, Mirage, and Nuke.
Techno, hello. Welcome to the Spodek.
Was that what we said for the Vito? I think it was.
Good.
Yes.
You got
Wait,
to already
I
do a
tweeted it
test,
earlier,
I know,
so
yesterday, but now you're about to
we don't
walk
have to
on.
guess.
What does it mean to you to be able to play here?
It said, oh, Anubis
Yeah,
Inferno, it said, is a final one. Fair enough.
Here, and it's honored to be played together. Yeah, that's it.
Gonna make the fans proud. And what about Eternal Fire as an opponent?
They're really good in performance right now. We will do our best.
Good luck.
Can we get a prediction? Yes, we should. Mods, summon the mods. Can we do a prediction for the first map? You don't enjoy the HLTV fantasy? I feel like I should do it just for the, you know, interactions alone. But yeah, I mean, I always forget to do it anyway because I'm like, ugh, you know. And you know, rank.
Hi there. Whether you're here the first time or your 10th time, welcome. And welcome to the Roaring Bears. Thank you for coming. I have a little story for you today. It's about Donk, this guy you might have heard of. He came here last year. He is barely older than the trophy.
Why are they booing him?
Let me finish, guys, please. Let me finish. It's barely older than the trophy. The trophy's 18 years old, just a little bit older, younger, sorry, than the kid. And it's seen many, many champions come and appear on stage, but we haven't ever seen anything like him. Showed up last year, looking like a middle schooler. He made some amazing players, superstars, look very, very average. He won the whole thing. He put his hands in his pockets and went home without a care in the world. And his story is a story that it doesn't have failure or strife in it. It's a fairy tale. It's a fascinating fairy tale. And it was amazing to watch at the time for many people. But it's totally not what life is for the rest of us. Because life's hard. Life is sometimes humiliating. We face doubt and difficulty. And on the way to our dreams, we get punched, we get kicked, and we fall down. But if we want it bad enough, if we have the heart and hunger, if our dreams are worth it, we get up and we go again and again and again and again, as many times as it takes. So for some players that come here, it only takes one time. For others, it takes over a decade, or in some cases, 11 years. But what matters is that at the end of the day, you've done enough of it and you got to the goal. And we've seen it here in Katowice when a big player fails again and again, but comes back and eventually wins. We've seen it here a couple of times. Right here in this arena, it hits different. Because this arena understands how to work. Because this is a mining town. So, ultimately, however the trophy is won on Sunday, whether it's the easy way or the hard way, whether it's skill and guile or blood and guts and hard work, the trophy doesn't care. And most of us will go home inspired to look at our dreams again and in our lives go again. But that's Monday. For the next 3 days, it's about the dreams of the guys that we will see on stage here. So let's be fascinated by them. Let's enjoy this. This is the Intel Extreme Masters. Thank you.
Well, well.
Hello, hello.
Look who it is. Michael. If that is in fact your real name.
I believe it is. I believe it is. I've been told all my life by trustworthy sources that is in fact my name.
Nice. Well,
Nico,
how are you doing,
really
Mike?
good upcoming player.
You good?
So young.
I'm ready for
He's
these
got a crazy
games,
career ahead
man.
of him.
Ready for these
Oldmeister,
games.
probably one of the best
Well,
up-and-coming players in all of Europe.
me too. I just want to watch some Counter-Strike. What's up, Wop Wop? And now we got Mike here too. So,
Fnatic are just god tier.
good times.
There's so many deagles on the map.
A whole off pregnant check
One
blast.
of them is held by Nico.
Nico comes up huge, double that with a deagle.
2011, I think I was 14. I was start to grind for this trophy because this trophy is insane.
They are earned.
Yo, good morning, Joe. Thank you for the resub.
Whispered.
For you, a morning croak.
Feared.
A morning croak here.
The loss of his father, no doubt he'll be smiling down on him now. Simple is synonymous with Skolnick, but today he
How old is this promo vid? I mean, I think they're doing different victories through the years, right? They're doing
Yeah,
the
yeah,
history.
yeah.
Shadow here.
Until they are more than an alias.
The team doesn't betray him this time.
Just keep working, guys. Keep believing in yourself.
Until they are immortal.
This is unprecedented, eclipsing all. A star is born. Dunk.
Individual excellence from Sykes created the opportunity.
Forrest wins the game for Fnatic. And Navi will win the Intel Extreme Masters. Leo, the machine.
It's Tosspot and Jomila.
Play from Pasha.
Crims goes wild for Fnatic.
This is all Feister's turf. The voice is unleashed. Flush shot. He's gonna clean out connector.
And the last to join the circle is Dupree.
What is his name? Number one in the game. He's done it again. Time and time and time again. But now Nico knows. Revolting from Doc.
In the bowels of one of the most iconic stadiums in all of esports, the eyes of the world fall again on 6 teams that want to emerge as champions. Champions of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025. Let's hear it, Katowice, for your teams! We begin with our semi-finalists, Apex, who has made it clear he's not retiring until he's won here. This is the deepest either he or Zaiwu have ever made it.
It's interesting.
Awaiting in
They're
our
doing
second
all the teams.
semi-final, the best
That's right.
team of
They started doing this.
2024. JL, IEM, wonderful. They've never seen the
Yeah.
inside of
I don't really mind that. I think it's you know, we don't have many left.
No, that's true.
Did you see the Seuss conversation with
Dude, holy shit.
I listened to it twice, like I was so excited.
Hobie's trying to be done with coaching, I guess.
Yeah, but maybe, I don't know, like at the same time, like I think it's real. I think it's fun, you know?
Yeah, I mean it's fascinating for us. It's amazing for us. It's amazing for the fans.
Yeah.
But it is, holy shit, he went scorched earth on that.
Seuss drama is really insane and not a commentary YouTuber slot. I mean, I think it's like, you know, I think he left enough space, for me at least, he left enough space in the conversation where he basically said, listen, obviously, you know, Twist is out there and hopefully he's gonna like take it to heart, and it's just kind of like his side of the story. Like I think you know, I think Seuss is reasonable. If Twist came out and said, hey, listen, you failed to recognize these things, I think it'd be fine, you know. But I think it was exciting.
It's super exciting. Super interesting.
The oldest and most revered trophy in all of esports. Katowice, Intel Extreme Masters 2025. Please welcome Zipex.
We got Zipex with the trophy.
Okay, that's
In a
cool.
suit?
So close, they're still on the bomb. One bullet, and that makes all the damn difference. Zip comes and does it again. What are you doing to him, Zipex? Oh my god. Oh my, Zipex. Clutch minister.
At least one Dane can lift the trophy. Yeah, true.
Goddamn.
Danish Counter-Strike getting wrecked. Catching strays in the chat.
Well done, Zipex, holding it up that long. That is a heavy fucking trophy.
Good timing, yeah.
Here we got the trophy. We've got a man who's lifted it twice. What is it like lifting this trophy?
It's fucking amazing.
You heard it! You heard the word, so let's get this underway. We have got a stacked server. The Spodek is stacked. Who's winning our first quarterfinal? Is it the Mongols?
OJ's got the jacket with the outline of this Cologne skyline on it in Kato.
That was very equal. One more time.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Is it eternal fire? Let's get it on!
No, well, let's start there. It's a good place to start, you know. I will definitely have more opinions soon.
On what? What are the opinions on?
Just like editing stuff. I'm trying to still figure out how to do the content side of this more, you know.
Oh yeah.
But because I'm trying to like juggle 10 million other things at the same time, it's crazy. Is crazy.
You gotta go with your strategy. Find a young zoomer from the chat, deputize them.
Yeah. I mean that's basically what I'm doing. But I just also need time to talk to them, you know.
Yeah.
There's been too much going on all at once, basically.
Try to steal this map
But
away from
in a good way, you know.
I like that steal the map away. If this goes where each team gets their own map pick as a victory, that is going to take us to the third map. But if
Did you, Anders, did you see Zeus's clarifying tweet that he then, I think, deleted?
This is something where
I didn't read it in detail.
in their tracks. Yeah, and if you're looking
was the highlight?
It was just added. I'm trying to find it again because I think he deleted it. But he was like, he posted like a screen cap of, I guess, Zeus's wife responding in Discord to some of the things that he brought up and like clarified points. But then I think he deleted it. I don't know. It's wild, man. He is clearly not happy about how that one ended, which I think is very understandable.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's better to say those things out loud, and then even if you're corrected, or even if there's someone who's going to come by and say, hey, listen, this is, you know, whatever, like, fine, but I think it's better to, you know, better to talk and then, you know, see what happens, you know, than to say nothing and let it, you know, boil up inside or whatever, you know. Hey, maybe even for Twist, right? Like, I mean, I don't know how much of, I'm not going to say that I believe every single word that Sue said, but even if it's, you know, even if it's 50% true, maybe this would be a really cool moment for Twists to say, hey, wait a minute, like, maybe I do need to reflect on some of these things, even if I don't like hearing it, you know?
Yeah.
And then that'd be a big W for everybody, you know? Sometimes somebody need like some hard truths, right? Even if it fucking hurts, right?
Such a reasonable take. I need you to throw more gasoline on the fire and tell us why you hate either Twist and or Zeus. Pick a side, please.
I'm Team Zeus on this one, okay?
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm coming down. Fuck Russell. No,
Let's do it, shall we?
Oh, here we go. No, I think it's super normal for players to you know, to be, especially really good players, to think that, oh, I'm also going to be a really good in-game leader, and that just might not be the case. So
Idols representing the furthest their nation has come at a Katowice. And for them, this ritual of a stage match, thousands of fans.
The racist claim of South Americans is insane. I had even forgotten about that. Yes, he did say that Twist thought all South American players were lazy. I forgot about that part.
Did he say that? I don't remember.
Yeah, he did.
That's funny.
He was just going over. He's like, Twist just had all these issues with different players. He's like, South American players lazy.
Well, I mean, that might not. You say racist, but I mean, like, that might just be like, you know, like I guess like it, you know, might just be like a broad opinion about like the word, you know, like how people prep for Counter-Strike matches. I don't know if 10 minutes necessarily counts as that, you know. But yeah, I guess it could be like a bad stereotype, you know.
Let the quarterfinals
You know, I'll tell you something. This exact moment where like you're warming up as a caster to go into a match is secretly one of the hardest things to do, because depending on the audio setup in the arena, it's not at all clear if the audience can hear a fucking thing you're saying. Because very often people are clapping, it's the begin, like everyone's excited, there's a lot of noise in the arena. And so if you start talking a lot and you start saying, hey guys, are you ready? We're gonna get it. Like, they might not hear a thing. So then it just sounds like you're shouting into, like, nobody's reacting to you shouting. And it's not because they don't care. It's just because nobody has any idea, you know?
Forward for a fight are the Mongols. They want this basket control and they'll get it, but they're going to pivot.
Slow, methodical pistol. They've really put a lot of thought into this. It's about how you start, Anubis. Get that juices flow at 9-10.
Turn prediction up for 2 minutes. Do you believe someone can end Eternal Fire's Anubis
now is
viciousness?
So they didn't find what they were looking for the opening. An aggressive maneuver.
Everyone keeps giving them Anubis. But I guess it's either you play them on Anubis or you play them on Train, and they're also good at Train. Fucking pick your poison.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Starts to recede off of his angle. The util will raise his suspicions. He's going to call the cavalry over Zantares, but behind the smoke, it's only Woxic, and he's already catched a bullet to the face, down to Techno. The site is theirs. Flying the Mongolian flag plant.
Hating Glacier on the Eternal Fire side. I know we got Typo in my chat, who's a furious Mongol supporter.
But Zantares takes a heavy lick, somehow gets one, but it's good for the Mongols. A flurry of frags from the Glock of Techno, and they have taken the A site. They have taken the pistol.
Imagine to see if he can find anything on the way out the door, but that one will be confirmed.
Wasn't it for the edging? Yeah, we predicted the first two maps. I think we thought it was going to be Inferno instead of Nuke deciding. That was like the only thing that the veto simulation got wrong, I think.
But instead,
so
to enjoy the moment
it's a start.
together.
We spent some time looking at Mongols on Mirage just for the fun of it.
Be able to handle the nerves. That's the question.
I like the commitment.
Reflecting again on Anubis.
Why not?
Last time these two teams faced on this very map was back in IEM Rio last year, and the Mongols destroyed them 13-2.
Who's the best player on the server? I think you're hard pressed to pick against Zantares.
This is home turf.
You would have to be a little bit crazy, basically.
This year.
Yeah.
So we don't know.
Did any of the none of the Mongols players made top 20 this year, right?
Any additions?
I don't know actually. That's a question for chat. But yeah, I mean, like,
yeah,
coming into 2025.
Not ideal for one of the sharpest aimers of Mongolia.
No, and not when you miss Blast Bounty. So you have to come on in. Your first officials being played in Katowice.
But what's your grand prediction for this game, Mike? Do you think who's winning this one?
Kind of, trip wire for the Mongols campaign.
I think it's Eternal Fire still.
You lose this second round.
I think it's Eternal Fire. I think Mongols need more seasoning on stage. I think that like Eternal Fire don't have a ton of stage experience, but they just have so much more veterancy still. And I think the Mongols kind of shit the bed a little bit. I just think they need more time. I just think they need a little bit more time. Could be wrong.
Yeah, but it's also the like Sensu's injury, right? There's still probably something that could be pretty impactful, right?
And to be outmaneuvered.
Yeah. I think this one is one of the bigger coin flips, though. Like, I think Spirit VP is going to be pretty straightforward with a Mir stand-in. I think this matchup's pretty straightforward. Or this matchup's the least straightforward, rather.
They're gambling incorrectly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to. It's somewhat hard to predict. I kind of agree.
Keeping it simple.
That's what makes it fun, though, you know.
I think this one should be the eater. You almost wish the order of them was swapped. I think this would be better as the later game.
And for Jota, I'm just recapping how his quarterfinals started. You get to long-range Glock to the face.
But you never know. I mean,
this one. I
was watching some of the content, some of the podcast interviews they did, and there were people who were actually saying that they expect VP to Spirit to be a little bit more of a heater, just because it's, even with the stand-in, it's still a domestic matchup. And I guess the VP guys were saying they pug with Mir all the time, and Mir's a pug demon. Don't know how much that's going to translate to Kato stage, but at least there's some innate chemistry there. And obviously, you know, they played with him, but... What do you think of Mir these days?
On Mir? I mean, I used to be such a big fan of his. It's been a while since I've actually seen him play for real. So, like, I really think he had a lot more promise. So I guess
But for Jota,
Maybe if anything, maybe I was wrong about him in the past, since he, like, you know. But I think he's a solid player. Like, I mean, I've said that for like a really long time, but I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing now, you know.
During stage 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, the wrist seems to be healing nicely.
People are upset about the bomb timer.
30.
It's not from the horses
I guess the
we'll find ourselves
graphic itself is a little bit interesting, but I actually I appreciate that what they're trying to do with it. They're basically trying to make it so that
10, having a discussion
when exactly the bomb goes off is a little bit harder to see for like you know, from like an audience perspective. So it's not like sometimes it's almost like you just know instantly because like the graphic just almost tells you like, oh yeah, they definitely have it, you know.
Yeah, I'd like to explore hand got forced. So when I spoke to you before, Anubis felt like a guarantee, right? You expected to see Mirage.
Ona is off, so I'm here. Where's Mr. Pixel?
Yeah, where is Ona?
Which then gave the option to the Mongols, so they want to ban Nuke, they want to ban Dust 2, and EF has shown a little bit of weakness on Dust 2 in recent times. So they removed Dust to themselves, the Mongols, then that took us to Nuke as the third decider, and that's where the barn burner with
the
the
seconds. I mean, the thing about putting numbers at any sense of scale is it's all about legibility, right? You got to remember that they're basically when you're designing these HUDs, there's 3 degrees of scale you have to think about. You have to think about this being on the screen up in the stadium, which admittedly you can change the way the screen displays in the stadium, and they do on a regular basis. But you have to think about computer screens, and then you have to think about phones. And shit gets real small.
Yeah. I think the other thing is obviously something like, you know, again, like, in theory, you could put on display the instant somebody clicks defuse, you could tell the audience he's going to make it or not. Like, we have that data, right? But that would kind of like, that would break the whole idea, right? It'd be kind of like, oh, damn, you know? Like, why do we, you know, that we're giving away the suspense. So you also have to make the graphic, like, somewhat suspenseful, you know?
All of the players across the board, highly skilled individuals,
and they shoot hard.
He
had no delay. Oh, that's right, he's fucking there. He's in Kato, isn't he? He's in his Spodak.
Yeah, I can't really be live streaming the like in that sense.
Especially when you get yourself into an arena game, because making the decisions that you would within an online
doing a little cheeky beating of the ESL stream.
You're not sheepish.
Yeah.
You're willing to make the moves. You're willing to swing. When you take all of this into account, all of these beautiful faces staring directly down at you, maybe, just maybe, you'll hesitate.
Yeah, maybe we will do a little temperature check for the fans, because it seemed quite like I heard a large cheer for Eternal Fire.
What, 2023, where I stayed and just was a fan, hung out in the crowd.
Are you cheering for the Mongols?
That was a cool experience.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something that
dragons, and I see a Turkish flag in the crowd. What about Eternal Fire?
something that I haven't really kind of got to do a lot, because when you're at an event working it, you're going to see it differently than if you're just like a guest there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that was the first time I've done it as a fan. I mean, I worked the group stage, and then I asked, I was like, can I just keep my hotel room through the playoffs? And we move my flight back, and they were. I guess they have the hotels anyways, so there was no issue there.
I always wonder if the players can enjoy this moment.
And I had the time.
So much in your head, so much focused on. You talked about this game for the last couple of days.
That's the only time I've done it since.
As you're trying to catch
I think the last one I went to as a fan before I started working gigs was like ESL New York 2018 when I was a baby caster.
You can look at this and they're just having a silly, they can't talk to one another.
Yeah, then there's 2019 and then COVID.
On the game right now, you're focused on sorting out these issues. So it kind of brings the moment.
It's cool. It's cool to see that perspective.
Similar story on the other side of the stage when you talk about Mongols.
I like how Sensu's flexing the cast in his picture.
This has been a project that has taken shape over
Does it curve or is it straight? Wait, the arena?
Always poking, prodding, and an upset here.
Or are we talking about something else? Katie and Glazer. I'm going to pretend we're
talking
about the arena.
I don't think he's talking about the arena, brother. Well, based on the way Katie and Glazer is.
True.
One of the nice parts of being able to work on the networking squad is we work in shifts, so once you cover the day, you can go sit in the crowd and take it all in. That's sick.
That's the kind of information that he's reserved for when we get like deeper tiers of subs, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
you got to start the OnlyFans first.
Yeah, exactly.
He did go to Valorant for a little while. He did. He came straight back.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's kind
Ask
of
about your milk dispenser. Tell him about your mother's milk.
The Bears are here.
They are.
Maybe they're the ones who are going to be cheering for Zentaros today. But I think that it really shifted for Eternal Fire.
I was about to say a lot of weird shit there. Getting into dangerous territory.
Both can deliver in the
The self-censorship kicked in.
Yeah, for a minute I was like,
Jota just has more initiative. Alex was definitely
something
an
about
impactful individual.
And he could shoot.
Sub tiers for milking me or something like that, and I thought, you know what, this is not a good idea. Oh shit, we got the Boba.
Over!
Over!
Over! Kurva!
Okay. Yeah. Can you tell me about the Beaver?
It's just a meme.
Oh, okay.
And there's various funny videos of Polish people chasing beavers saying boba.
How has Chad never heard of the Boba Corva memes?
I don't know. He's missed out, for sure.
Yeah. And when I found out, I was like, damn.
All right, we are back underway. Thank you for bearing with us, everybody.
Let's boogie. Quick recap. Pistol comfortable, late and slow into the A site.
What are these hand warmers? I don't know.
And a similar story,
Electric hand warmers. They look cool.
round as well. They went for the force bite. Now a second bite of the cherry. Will it be sweet or
All
will it be sour for Eternal Fire?
I feel that this time round, because next
I unfortunately somehow managed to break one of them, so only one of them works right now. But they're electronic hand warmers and battery packs.
This map lends itself to some CT pro activity.
Very nice though. You can buy them. I have no idea what the price point is, but I like them. But I got them for the low price of a voucher.
Start from the T side here, isn't it? Going through their motions.
You don't want to get into a brawl early.
Just use my GPU exhaust.
Again, you mentioned the T-side start. It's very important for the Mongols to be looking for about 7 or 8 rounds on this T-half.
Are they worth it? They're super worth it for me. I don't know the price point. If you tell me the price point, I'll tell you if I think they're worth it overall. But my office is down in a basement, so I get cold as fuck when I'm down here in the winter. So they're very useful for keeping my hands warm.
Those sound cues will be noted by Techno.
For 30 pounds, I'd say they're worth.
Looking for an A split. This time the stack's in the right place. We might get a brawl.
Classic split. MP9s. A lot of MP9s.
The front of the pack with Techno as
3 MP9s on the A-bomb site.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Eternal Fire wins this.
SMGs primed
they could easily, especially because for some reason Mongols aren't throwing any of the usual utility. I guess they have the element of surprise. That's good. So that's interesting to see, though, right? Like normally you'd see Molotovs landing probably on some of these positions at the A-bomb site from outside, but they wanted the secrecy instead.
And Blitz is going to be
working a lot of houses that are in the process of being built with no heating, and I have to do a lot of fine motor work. Oh yeah, those would be sick for that then.
So the brain versus the aim. Question would be which one's on top of their game. Mancha gets away with something. His position now identified, and they just have to sweep him under the rug. They want to hold on to.
There was the first Counter-Strike LAN I ever attended of any variety, where I started casting, was Fragadelphia 10. Which is affectionately referred to as Freezadelphia, because they had gotten a deal from a warehouse down the street from their LAN center to use the warehouse for the event, right? Like a really good deal. It was either free or close to free. So they set everything up and promptly realized that the warehouse has no HVAC system, and it's January and it's snowing, and there is no heating in the venue, and it's a giant fucking warehouse. So even with all of the PCs running, there's just no way to get this place warm at all.
Jesus.
So everyone's playing their games in fucking full winter coats, scarfed up, hats on. People are putting, you know, those like little chemical hand warmers?
Yeah.
You know, little pouches that you break. People are putting them in their headphones. People are putting them in their gloves. People are stuffing their socks with them just to stay warm enough to play.
That's dedication, though. Like, the LAN must keep going, even if you are going to die of hypothermia.
Okay, it ends here for one of them.
That's an ACS right there. That's Fragadelphia.
Flavor to this assault. You can see the lineups are being held still with plenty of time for them to pivot, but the
sell them on the free place, profit on the heating stonks. If only there was heating, I'm sure they would have profited.
Replaced by an incendiary
What's up, Big D?
with the flash, but Senzu anti, no
gripping and ripping.
Pivot.
There's a lot of that happening.
Pressure B.
If you ever want to do a, shall we say, unorthodox interview, Anders, Big D's doing an interview series called Laying It Down with Big D on theme, where he lays down the entire time that he's interviewing you.
Can he block them? Yeah, that's going to be the plan. That's going to be the
plan.
Down. Can smoke on top of that. Woxic responsible for main.
It's unorthodox.
30 seconds, they're coming.
Oh,
I'm down. Sign me up. Okay.
A white screen for 3. Mongols shut out by Wikadia.
Oh, we did talk about this, yeah. I'm still down.
9-10, just need to get on out.
My life is just a mess right now, but I will do it, I promise.
Senzu grabs another shot, but with only 8 seconds left on the clock.
What was the start of this round?
9-10, are you going to hold on to this?
Oh, boy. A taken to Wikadia, insane 3K. Thought that would have confirmed it for them. And it does.
There's a bittersweet moment there.
That's a win
Hold
and
on,
a loss at the
I'm
same
just
time
gonna
for
try
EF.
and-
You should have kept so many more bodies alive. Right then, you only have one player carrying through a rifle. You lose the Woxic AWP. Investments are going to be tough. Magic can only drop one. That's frustrating. That was a great little sequence there from Wakadi, but the fact you give away so much after the fact, Mongols will be happy with that.
And Faber immediately.
Well, you can reset them, right? You win this round right now as the Mongols. The loss bonus is going to trickle down back one. It's only 2,400 into the next. Oh, that's a tough start for Eternal Fire, unless they can go consecutive rounds off the back of it. They are making this one work, so Famus in the hands of Woxic. Buff, that'll be nice. Joda into the MP9. Magic drops across one rifle. Cardia is able to buy his own thanks to this heroic three-piece. Last bullet, bang!
God tier.
Round one.
And then you lose the rifles, and it does sour the mood a little bit. Woxic's still on the goose egg.
Really
especially with how important it is on the CT side
really
to have utility
sick.
to block and try and force them elsewhere to delay the time.
I just had to go back and check
So
how
individual moment happens, sure, but
it all plays out.
How Wakadi actually gets that 3-piece.
Yeah, I just wanted to see utility at the start of the round. I was getting interested, but it's fine. It was nothing too noteworthy.
Early deploy of the block smoke from Maja.
And Zantara starting B, not over towards middle. It's a massive void right now for EF. They're taking a bit of a gamble. They might push out B main.
Yeah, a bit of a different look for them. But I guess it's...
Baskets being vied for.
Yeah, you don't have to
forced out
on
by
Woxic
the
either.
He has got that flash chat. It's just going to be a question of timing. Techno's very safe from this, doesn't get blinded, confirms that there's aggressions. You jump up on that box. Okay, he's entirely brave enough to at least get the info. Spots out Techno. Headshot is a hard one to hit on a moving target, but he's having a good go.
So smart for Techno to not engage that anymore.
Jota, good restraint, doesn't give him what he's looking for.
He's a brainy one, that
50
Techno.
seconds for the Mongols to work with.
They spent so much utility throwing at him, like if he just falls back, it's kind of all for nothing, right? So
yeah.
A reset for the Mongols, but into what is looking like a B finish. 9-10 to rotate around the world, joining the likes of Techno and Blitz.
Smoke on the A-bomb side, but Woxic is pushing in front of it, which is super smart.
Now.
So he knows that no one's really pushing up behind that
A lot of
smoke.
pressure on these two. Zentaris may very well have his first opportunity to save Eternal
Double entry, though.
Jota's under so much scrutiny, and just like that.
Yeah. Oh wait, are you that far ahead of me?
I say that
A little bit, I think. Bomb's going down right now.
Sends you an important shutdown.
Okay. I guess for like a couple of seconds. Wait, how did I speed it up again?
If you go into the gear, you just fast forward. Just go 2x. I'll just stop talking specifically about this round right now to not cue you, but then in halftime, just hit the 2x for a little while and you should catch up.
I don't have the 2x one. Oh, playback speed. There we go.
Okay, I now understand the candy cane timer. I was not paying attention to the bomb timer graphic at all before. That's interesting. It's like a fuse. It's supposed to be a fuse.
Yeah. Wait, which player are you watching now?
Senzu.
Okay. Shooting at Major.
Trying to run,
Yeah.
trying to hide, drops on down, and
I think it means we're probably roughly aligned.
Here, I'll do a countdown in the warm-up.
Okay.
The injection into the
Let's
back
go.
balance, the high
We
end
can
is
figure this out, Mike.
2.8K.
We can
This
get
is gonna
there.
have to be a partial investment
We have
from
the
Eternal Fire, some
technology.
upgrades into the pistols, Deagles, 5.7s,
That's all we
and
need.
the like. Next round will be the next round where they can get out of buy.
Yeah, those last couple of kills on the only EF round.
9,
The
10.
9-10 find onto the Woxic orbit immediately haunts
Mongols
them.
doubt us in shambles. Maybe a little bit. But it is T-side.
So,
Go on.
47, 46, 45,
Okay, I think I'm like 1 second ahead of you, but I think it'll be fine.
9-10 throws caution to the wind.
I'll hit the
throws his
2x for
orb
2
into the early
seconds.
fight. Ricardia humbled.
Here
There
we
we
go.
go. Now we should be lined up.
Yeah. Ooh, that is a Deagle shot.
A Deagle headshot punishes a walk into
That's
the
just the
angle.
kind of shit that you know is going to happen to you
What
when
he's gonna get
Zantaras
the
is on the
ball
other side of the
What's he
server.
supposed to do? A P2K.
Just accept reality.
Can you do it 3 more times though?
Has to do a whole lot more if he wants a chance at this
Short
round.
answer is no.
9-10, make sure it's not happening here. A comfortable
Slorp?
conversion of their
Glorp
fifth.
him? What the fuck?
Joda and Magi, just for Joda's sake.
Do we even want to know?
Yeah.
Could you... Oh, this isn't you. This is Grand Wobble. I was going to say, can you explain Slorp Glorpin?
Some miskiffing apparently.
To get the jump on Techno.
The miskids.
Oh, this possibility. Right now, the fact that we're talking about exit kills is the highlight for
What in
Eternal
the
Fire.
hell?
Things are starting in a pretty rough
What in the hell? Do I
situation.
have 7 TV? Yes, I do.
Just as you're saying, it's
Miz
like slow,
Kid's
calm,
Flom thing.
default-centric.
Interesting.
Hiding guns. You ain't getting anything.
Unless... Oh, there's
Ooh.
bodyguarded now by Blitz. Sure, you get that headshot. You got
But yeah, 5
what
to
you
1.
requested, Chad, from Jota. Gets himself on the board. But I'm not sure he's getting his hands on that AK. Magic could catch Blitz here, but covered by Mazinho. They'll sweep him up.
Yeah, that's very good.
Avoid
9-10 is 7-0 right now. I guess it's not even the rounds here, right? It's just the lack of intensity for Eternal Fire.
Do you now try something aggressive? Do you do an all-in? Do you get the T-stairs smoke? Do you push through middle? Do you push through dark? Push out A main? Do you try and take some fights? We've seen them go aggressive B main, sure, but that was a pretty standard response to teams taking mid control. But we are back underway, and it does just look like a default opening. This time round, Woxic's
got the
all
Flommy
head over
nuts
towards B
invading.
within the early stages.
They just don't want it enough. Need
Jeez.
Woxic to turn back
they're trying to do a
into
little pacey thing here.
championship form. Woxic.
Flash main.
Yeah,
Punishing Ricardi, or at least forcing
they don't
him
want to.
smoke and
They're just on the
block.
stage
That's
board.
nice.
They're like,
Minute 30 on the clock. The
who
fact
cares,
that you're
Dad?
already
We
applying
made it this
that
far,
pressure
you
is
know.
to continue to
Who
siphon
cares?
through this
Yeah,
U2.
we set a record. We're good. Furthest the Turkish team's ever gone. We don't need to go further. It's all
Interesting
good.
boost
It's all chill.
being set up from Eternal Fire, but I don't know how long you can hold this. There's still so much time within the round, and no clear indication where the Mongols want to finish. That's wild to me. The amount of times we've seen Blitz live forward first in mid as the in-game leader space taker with the bomb.
With the bomb.
It's kind of crazy, but it's working.
Smoke towards the B side of the middle.
9-10 tasked with the explosive device.
Wow.
58 on the clock. Still no clear finish.
Toying with the rotations.
Hang on, maybe
This
up the
could be a
canals
really
is the
sick
finish.
timing,
Matcha, what can you
Mongols.
do? They're coming for you now. The incendiary may be perfectly timed, but it
Oh,
forces
maybe
them
not.
forward into the fight. Main is a threat. There is an arrival from
Oh
Techno
boy.
as well.
Oh boy.
What's happening?
Yep. Yep.
Guys,
They're fine. Oh, Woxic can't hit a shot.
what?
Honestly,
Damn easy for the Mongols. This T
hear me
side
out.
is
Go on.
flowing.
It feels like Mongols are catching them on rotation pretty much every time,
Starting to
and
wonder
know
if
the
that
position
scoreline
that
for
Eternal
IEM
Fire are
Rio
going to
is
be
gonna
in.
be too hard for
Do
the
you think?
Mongols
I mean,
to
Eternal Fire
get
played
once
Anubis in pretty
more.
much all of their series of Kata, right?
Yeah.
You think I just put too much tape out there?
I mean, that is one of the problems when you're like considered the best, right? Is that suddenly
Yeah, just reflecting on
everyone's
that,
going to be studying.
It was a 13-2 scoreline in favor
I
of the
do, but I
Mongols
mean,
on
this
Anubis,
was
but
just
it was
even
an
like a.
11-round CT side.
I mean, in this moment, like they just
It could just happen
they
real
got
damn
3
quick.
people and they're fighting in like
mean,
the
you know,
narrowest
this is
choke
where
point on the entire map, and
Eternal
somehow
Fire will be
they
reminding themselves that it is
Yeah.
the CT
like what do
side.
they end up doing? They end up
This
like
moment, if I'm Madra, I feel like
kind
I'm
of
in a
just
bit of a
falling into the
box
fight
where
in
they
kind of
come
a
out
sad
where
way,
they're
you
not
know?
winning the initial exchange, which
Like
means
that's not
that
even
someone's
like
getting a multi-kill, and they're
they
not
had the
even
people
doing
there
that.
to stop
So
that
now
attack.
I feel that we need to go aggressive.
All right, so
Lost
Eternal
bonus is
Fire
built, sure,
played
we can only
1,
partially
2,
invest once
3,
more.
4, 5
But
Anubises.
it does feel
so
now
far
at the
this
moment
event.
things are desperate. You need to
How many
start
did they
going
play
for those,
bounty?
mid layers where you push
1.
forward and try and take the fight on a bit of a timing. But the Mongols are just starting in, well, pretty default spread, so you should be
vote
ready
to-
and set up for that.
Oh my god.
So Eternal Fire,
dear.
they're being swallowed at the moment.
vote to ban Katie and
Flames
Glazer.
snuff, they
Damn.
can still ignite it. There's plenty more time.
So rough.
But they only
Guys,
need 4 to 5
they've played
rounds.
8 Anubises
Yeah,
in
Zentaris
officials
with this
this year
saved
so far.
M4 may be a difference maker. It could be an opportunity for him to
Yeah.
give that elusive second round to Eternal Fire.
I've never really given him a heads-up duel either, right? The double mollies in mid, the pressure on the other sides, he's always having to rotate to one of the two.
This is a boost for Zentaris to be set up for success. Slips off. Mantles up on Jota. Oh, he hits the first headshot. Can't finish his meal.
Someone's
Nate
voting
does
to
do
ban Katie
significant
Glazer.
damage
See,
to
this is where you
Zentaris
need the
and
channel
Jota.
points.
Worse
I have a
from
channel point redeem. It's expensive, but for 10k you can
Magic
just time out
gifted that
another
rifle.
chatter.
That could have been the first
That is probably a good
opening
idea.
kill for Eternal Fire. Still yet to get one on the board
Direct
on the CT
action.
side, and that is really the difference maker at the moment.
Pressure applied all over the map simultaneously. There's mid utility, there's con players. He just had a shot fired off. Jota communicating that. They're everywhere.
7 rounds deep, and you're still yet to get an opening frag. Gambling A this time round.
0-6 Woxic, what are we doing? I mean, even if you look at the others, right?
Yeah.
No one's having a good time. Apart from that one Wakadia pop off 3k.
Feels like
We
a
really
fake.
haven't had any strong shooting from Eternal Fire, which is an insane
Confirmation of
sentence
2
to
bodies
say.
there. A second layer of flashbangs.
Zentaris has walked the smoke. Hold
Proactive
on.
with that low
Hold
HP,
on.
takes a risk and picks off Mazinho. They're running light on time.
Yeah,
Chad.
one more kill this way, and
They can't rotate. They can't rotate. Bomb's committed. Do they have time?
now they don't.
They don't have time. They fucked it.
Yeah, but they can still win the round on kills. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Like, oh, they're not going to check it out. They. Oh, that's it. No.
Oh, they both dropped in the cake, though.
Oh, my God. Stop. Okay.
They won it.
That is insane. I thought they were going to lose that round. I absolutely thought they were going to lose that round.
That's the first Mongols mystery.
That's insane.
I guess they had one other round where they went into the A stack and then they just dismantled it because it was just MP9s.
Sure, they've got residual cash to work with.
Like, the fact that they both dropped down is so crazy.
Dude, the drop out of yeah.
Like,
yeah. It's like the only way you could lose that round.
I'm not gonna lie, yeah, if they lost the round due to that drop, like, that's the kind of round where your, like, mental is just like, if you had any mental strength left, it's gone there, you know, you're like, come on, like.
Good timeout, Rip.
Shouldn't be too frustrated with that one. It's become pretty damn good.
But also, no one lives for Eternal Fire, right? So they have no money.
Can get out another buy. There's still residual cash on the likes of Blitz and 9-10 going forward. Senzu should be able to justify another one as well.
Well, coming into round 9, 9-10 has 10. Solid start for the Mongolian
Oh,
sniper.
hold on. Zeus is vague tweeting now. We've entered the next point. Here's the new Zeus tweet from just now. Reading some of the reactions and DMs regarding yesterday's Snake and Banter episode is low-key kind of funny. We are all just conspiracy theorists at heart. Funny part, though, is who reached out to agree and congratulate me? ... Really makes you think. Thinking emoji.
Nice. I like this version of Zeus.
Yeah, this feels like some vintage drama, you know?
At the end of the day, like,
bit quick, a bit more direct this time.
It's more fun. It's better to talk, you know. Fuck it, maybe Zeus and Twist hate each other for a bit, but then, you know, I don't know, grab a drink or have a meal together or do something fun and, you know, like, talk it out and say, hey, listen, I think maybe we misunderstood each other and maybe you said something that was true, maybe, you know, like, just whatever, you know.
Does he send them to try and strip this away from
It doesn't have to be like the end of the world is the whole point, right? So, but I like this more. I like this, like, having this conversation more than the, like, we're all friends and we just all have to keep everything private and secret and it's all like it's kind of fucking boring, isn't it? Like,
well, I mean, I agree. From our perspective, this is way juicier. But from a self-interest for Zeus perspective, there's no world if he still wants to be a coach, if he still wants, you know, jobs. There's no world we're putting all of this out there and having this very public thing is good for his prospects.
Yeah.
If he wants to do broadcast or streaming, then it's good for him.
Yeah, exactly.
But can get the AWP for Woxic to work with. We'll see if that's the decision that comes forward. Is the scoreline now 7-2, a 5-round game?
The Twitter bio, I don't know if it was before, but the Twitter bio is now, opinions are my own, I just don't care anymore, ...
A tough day at the office so far.
I like that.
I said Wakadia joining the roster, it was the real
fully in his drama arc.
Turkish Counter-Strike. Well, maybe the conversation should have been Xantares and Woxic joining forces. Something that once upon a time felt like it was never going to happen. The two of them in the server side by side. With Madra at the helm, now some young guns. But Woxic, he's been a very impactful piece in the last run from EF. At the moment, silent.
Yeah, and understandable that you're calling a second tactical timeout so early into this match.
Katie and Too Professional, you won't say anything on Rogue. I mean, it is hard when you are, you know, if you're still like vying for a job in that sense and trying to do, like, if you're trying to be a player or whatever, right?
But also, wait, hasn't he already said stuff in interviews? It was vague. He was vague. But it was like responding to a Twist interview that was definitely vague about him.
Yeah.
There's been some shadow squabbling going on between those two.
My name's Seth. Anders, how's your hammer hanging? It's great. That's all I can say, really. Happy to report.
Take too much damage from the HE.
All 5 of them are here. Going.
The flash is perfect. Turns it.
Oh. Oh no.
All right, Techno.
That was super awkward. Like, he did a great job turning for the flashbang, but then the problem was he couldn't, like, get back out of the smoke to see anybody, and then he was like, am I running away or am I trying to fight?
First Woxic kills.
True that.
3 kills.
contribution, and it's a
Here we go.
multi-kill.
How is he alive? 9-10. How is he not dead behind that? Oh.
Bro, they. Oh no. If Eternal Fire loses this round, it's done. I'm sorry. This map is done. Madra has to clutch this for the mental. Is he just gonna fucking leave?
Battle of wits between
Oh my god, if he just leaves.
and the seasoned veteran of Madja. On one of the biggest stages.
Time's the problem for Techno.
He's
Yeah, where do you go?
Can he get to B?
He's going to
If he
be.
hits the W key shortly.
17.
I'm just going to see the site clear. He might be able to cut him
Go,
off with
go,
the
brother.
pass.
Go,
Techno has
go.
to
What are
run
you
now.
doing?
Does Madja knife
Oh.
out? Still no intel.
Oh.
He's starting to move. 8.
Oh, he fucked it.
4-second plant. Needs to read 4.
No, don't plan for Temple. Don't plan for Temple. Oh no, he fucked it. What did
No,
he do?
Madra!
Oh, he's what? No, they won.
They won, yeah, but Jesus Christ, that is scary.
Another round down to the wire, slipping through the Mongols' fingers.
What is happening here?
I cannot
Techno, fuck
believe he
that.
hasn't just punched that
Oh.
one in.
Balls on this guy. What's he done that for?
If he just rocked out camera, that would have been fine.
No, they have the buffer around
Yeah.
to work with, sure, but that's a very winnable 1-on-2 for Techno.
Oh, it was right there.
Oh, I feel like both. There's a lot of mistakes being made right here.
Yeah, they're both very nerve.
Yeah.
Thank God for fucking elation name. Thank God for Walk 6 mental though that they win that round. Because imagine you're going Owen the entire map. You get a 3-piece, and then your team still fumbled the round. I feel like that would have just been crushing.
Win this, you can break
Damn,
Mongols'
we got
finances.
Freiburg
You could
subs
be the
in
ones
here.
walking away
That's
with 5
fucking
to your
awesome.
name.
Jota versus Techno, though.
Shout out to
Flash,
Freiburg.
Brilliant flash. They set him up for success. He hits the headshot.
Fucking
The
legend.
nade doesn't finish it either. Look at this. Okay, now he's a dead man. They throw the kitchen sink
Okay.
at Techno. First frag. Nice opening with no rebuttal.
Second opening so far.
King of Banania.
True.
They have to convert it. Woxic's triple. Techno's audacity has put a third on the board and a chance, as you highlighted, to give an open runway for a 7-5 half if they don't start losing boardies.
Uh-oh.
Jota down on that exchange. Rotation cut off here by the 9-10 orb hole. This could be a nasty death for Woxic. Gets the info, backs away.
Yeah, but now you got this.
Zentaros wants this fight. They
Freiburg
need some
Suns don't
space.
get loans. What the fuck?
Bukadia just pushed A. They know it's B.
Penny drop, 25 seconds, still waiting for that pick, waiting for that overextension. There's no utility
Flank.
here. It's just going to have to be the bullets.
Yeah, time's running down low as well. Ooh, 9-10. Oh, it doesn't matter. His whole team is dead. That's like, oh, this is a great hold if they get the bomb planted, but damn, this is wrecked. What's happening?
We're back.
Yeah,
5-round hop for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, the super back.
Likely. The Eternal Fire have recovered this half.
It's so crazy. For the rounds that they have to their name in this half so far, 2 of them they had nobody survive.
Of course.
That's so nuts. That's the, well, 4th round with 3 players staying alive, weapons preserved, an AK for Zentares, an orb for Woxic, and a
That's a
broken
wacky
Mongol
situation.
side
Hey,
of the server.
Fluffy,
It'll
what?
be down to
How are you?
10-9, some
How are you doing?
upgrades. Gonna be light
Good
on.
to see
This
you.
is the time you'd like to see a bit of a set piece. Something out of the back pocket. A bit more pace,
7-5
catch them off
after
guard and see
all
if you
that
go into
work.
halftime break with momentum up
Mongols
your sleeve. Both teams
was
burning
happening.
2 tactical timeouts within the first half of play.
Trying to settle into this quarterfinal.
Well, you
Why do they
walk
work
into
so hard, Mike?
the
Just to
halftime
throw it
break
away?
with
What's the
5 rounds to
purpose?
your name. The Mongols only 7. You're going to be happy with that if you're the Turkish side.
I don't know, man. These late
This has been
rounds for
salvaged. This has
Mongols,
been
it feels like they're
recovered.
trying to think 6 steps ahead, but then
Did a
they're
whole lot
forgetting
better
that
if it read 7-5,
you just have to
though, and still
be 1
a
step ahead.
threatening Mongolian purchase.
Yeah.
Rifle on 9-10. Galil's for
Chiefs or
Sensi
Philly?
Blitz.
Go Birds, baby. Go Birds. Fly, Eagles, fly.
This time the problem's going to be the Molotovs. They've been double mulling mid a lot to be able to force Zentares back. He's going to oblige and give them the space regardless. Blitz will spam through with the Galil. Sector clear. 9-10 and Techno brave the smoke. An A split again. This has been working for them.
Zentares on the prowl.
So far, my rooting interest these playoffs have not been
Wins
good.
the Angel. That was against Zentares.
It was
with
Lions or
advantage
Ravens,
for the Turk.
preferably a Lions Ravens Super Bowl. That didn't go well.
What the fuck is this
So
position
now we're all
for
on
Bacardia?
Just waltzing into that A
Bad.
site, claiming it for their own, and now a
He, like,
very
what's the
difficult
purpose?
retake.
Like,
near impossible for these three. Full belts of util, sure. But Blitz, oh,
But
he
also,
loses
like,
Jewel as well.
why is
Second
Centaurus
from their
losing the
captain.
fight to the Galil in the middle?
Unfazed by the stakes of this match. Blitz has come in and played his game. 13 frag total for him. Madger and Watson
8th round's
locked
pretty nice
out.
here, huh?
I mean, 8-4, it's good, but it's just, it could have been like a 10-2 half, right? Like, it's the, it's kind of like in the, through the lens of that. But I mean, yeah, like, it is good.
Never show me EFCT side again.
Alright.
I mean, Eternal Fire, I do love playing from behind as well.
10-2, please. Maybe we should ban Katie and Glazer. Maybe we should, okay? It wasn't drinking his godmother's milk that put me on over the edge. It was
10-2.
10-2.
When will you be appearing on the Hawk 2 podcast, Anders?
Is that even, isn't she going to jail? Is that?
Who the fuck knows?
Well, I guess actually if you commit fraud in the crypto world, you don't go to jail. It's a brand new world.
Yeah, no, I mean, especially now that the Donald's in charge. He loves meme coins.
Yeah.
Loves the rug pull.
Yeah. Makes you think, doesn't it?
All I know is it was the funniest shit to me at DreamHack Atlanta. I was backstage at the Challenger booth, right? And I hear this massive cheer go up in the hall. Loudest cheer I've heard all weekend.
Yeah.
I look at our game. It's like a random round. I know it's not from our game. I go out front. It's the start of the Haley Welsh Hawk to a Girl meet and greet.
Why? I don't know. Why does anyone give a fuck what is, like, it's just so stupid. Like, the fact that it even lasted for, like, more than a day to begin with is just obviously ridiculous, but then why does it keep going, you know? Like, why?
I love the mother of the friend of the on the right. Hold on, Katie and Glazer's in the audience.
Do you know Bonnie Blue is? No, I don't.
You know who was most excited to meet Haley Welch, Hawk to a Girl?
Who?
Cockafoo.
Really?
Yeah. Big earned themselves a day off, and Cockafoo took advantage of it to go to the Hawk to a meet and greet. Big Haley Welch fan, Cockafoo.
Oh, we're doing case openings? Let's go. My guy.
Hold on, I'm gonna grab a coffee. I'll be right back.
Alright, we're cheering for him. Oh, blues. More blues. That's too bad. X.com. Stupid URL. Pgals. Oh, rip endpoint ITB and UKCS. Yes, it's all gone. The British failed. That's a cool suit. I could appreciate that. Okay. Nork will redeem the Brits. Well, doesn't that tell you something?
On one side of the stage, Mongols 8 to boast after their attack on Anubis, a map we knew we were going to see between these two, both teams with streaks on this very map.
Alright, never mind.
And
Coffee supplies are low.
for both, but with an 8-4,
Oh no.
I think both sides feel it's workable
There will be
into our second
reinforcements.
half of play.
The 4 rounds that the Eternal Fire picked up, sure, they were
I was getting worried for a second. I was like, are we gonna send Mike out into the world?
Yeah. Be tough.
Can they extend that streak from 8 to 9?
Genghis
Let's
Khan
see
created
Manjo
an
and the
auto
T-South Power West. Blitz outmaneuvering.
You should tweet that.
A lot of
See
his
how it
calls
goes.
in that first half of play, even 4 opening kills. Something that the CT side, the Turkish side, lacked.
Yeah, an actual chess master. Moved his pawns very effectively in this quarterfinals first half. Lots of util invested.
I wonder if it's going to be an A fake.
Hoping for an A main push.
This could
Not
be
gonna
like
get that
fake,
they were
you know,
looking
pretend to
for.
go B, then try and hit the A
this is
bomb
a
side, then
position
run
where the
back
dual
to the B bomb
Berettas
side anyway.
can do an awful lot of work. 30 bullets.
Let's see. I mean, it's all going to come down to whether or not they can actually get any kills here, but like...
Hear me out. Try and do that, but Jota somehow goes in first, holding the bomb, gets dually, and then you're screwed. Oh, no, never mind.
Okay, so they are going to go through the middle with that smoke.
I mean, you got him now, right?
Yeah.
You just cleared the A site.
But they were going to do that anyway, like the smoke kind of gives it away. But it's interesting that they have so much confidence in that they still have Madja outside of the B-bomb site. That's fun.
I've seen a lot of teams run that, where you either then lurk through and towards mid, or you just keep the option open for the full bailout.
Yeah.
He's staying a little far away for my taste at this point.
It's pretty far away. No kits.
2 clean taps.
Should Eternal Fire consider playing better? I mean, I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing they're probably pretty... They're trying, you know? They're giving it like...
just saying that in the halftime. He's like, guys, all right, but let's play better.
Yeah. Let's try and get up to like 70-80% efficiency here, you know? Think they'll come back easily? Yeah, they definitely could.
I've seen a couple of swings from him that have felt desperate, and of course, he's going to be looking out of the water. This is the biggest stage he's ever played on. He's still
dude, no one has been done worse, done dirtier on these listen-ins than Taz. Because obviously, when they do the listen-ins, they never do specific strat stuff, right? They do general motivational stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
And the Taz memes, I think, have gone... Like, it took him a while to figure out coaching, and I think that's very fair. But talking to his players now, like... I think he's got a handle on it. I think we could settle down that Taz is a shit coach.
Full eco, just the start of pistols for the Mongols. But both teams on their T halves really taking
all USPs. I mean, this is pretty...
Understanding the push-pull.
Pretty straightforward. Oh.
That's a whole lot of information. Madja farms up to.
He'll take that. It's only the Mag-10 falling into enemy hands. Wakadia, a long-range dispatch of 9-10.
Money.
The SMG's farming up
Oh,
nicely.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Get paid.
Quickly dealt with, just the one casualty, but he paid for his Mag-10. Important double from Madja. Get into the guns.
That should be celebrated.
Classic memes by now.
Desk highlighted a lot of the harass utility that Eternal Fire like to use over towards B.
That really was an instant meme.
Dark Molly, Pillar Molly.
It's one of the more insane moments on our broadcast.
We'll see what the opening appears to be.
True. True that.
Man, B start for the Mongols. Zinho solo A, so under a lot of pressure, the 17-year-old.
I'm intrigued how they handle that deep con smoke thrown out. They'll actually just throw one of their own. Ooh. Spam not far off. Techno trying to return fire, but Woxic's definitely got the edge in that exchange. Not a single point of damage done to this attacking force just yet. Now
Tara's peak equal close to wall, swing with speed, instant headshot. Simba peak equal close to wall, swing with speed, get headshot. We're not the same. I'm a practitioner of the Simba peak personally.
Yeah, it sounds relatable.
But Jota falling as well to Senzu. He can leave with both of them here. He can secure an advantage for his team, spamming away, expecting Wakadia to have eloped.
This is so risky, but you know what?
And no reaction on the other side of the map. They're actually coming back to help. So no space has been taken from EF. They need to get this one together quite quickly.
I feared a team would come back and just punish it once he was sustained on it.
A-bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hard call for him to make if it's worth continuing that fight, right? But I mean, he was right.
Takes the first contact, removes Madja from the pack. It's Antares and Woxic though, and together with their powers combined, he can't finish.
That's a very curious repeat for from Zeno.
Yeah, especially when you have a teammate you're approaching on the flank.
Yeah. It's like if you die,
that was.
Knew that Wakadia was done like a dog's dinner after the dink. Just had to hunt him down.
Bad decision, but paid it off.
Necessity for a reload.
He'd also dealt with the support. So at that point, hey,
yeah, I mean,
I've already dealt with one of the individuals helping him hold this space.
You know,
How many more can there really be? As Zantara's frustrations are starting to show.
But that opens up like one of those rounds where you could say, oh, that could have just well gone the other way, and then, you know,
it's not great,
maybe they would be fucked.
One AK, 2 Galils, a couple of Mac-10s in the mix.
We'd be looking back saying, oh no, why?
Some change in the setup. 9-10 supporting Blitz in middle, who is the one floating back over towards B. Senzu and Techno calling for aid after the deep dark smoke. Really putting a lot of pressure on Mazinho.
One day EFL performance stage.
About a year.
Let's see.
Look flustered on some of the more important
I feel like this is obviously not a great start for them. Like, it was a bit slow, but I mean, if they win
But he's definitely starting to find
one of
his
these next
comfort
rounds,
zone.
then you never know.
Important piece of the Mongols roster. Oh, missed smoke there.
Oh, that's an invitation, is it not?
I mean, money's so tenuous on the CT side right now that if they fuck this one,
that must be to Xantares as he sees this
it's a
smoke.
tie
He
game,
knows it's not
realistically.
intentional. And so he starts to investigate. Sensor caught off. What? The aim on this kid.
Why do we have a milk emote? Jesus Christ.
I didn't realize Katie plays an emote.
Forced to respect the flames as blitz.
Yeah, and yet here we are.
On the clock. 9-10 has a kit.
In the absence of Xantares, eyes on Jota, Wakadia and Woxic. Double con setup. Jota on main. Smokes will not last forever. Kit is present for the Mongols. They are going to give this a good shake.
They have no molly, they have no flag.
Into the
molly
side
out,
now,
actually, never
Mazinho
mind.
leading the way.
There's only one kit as well on 9-10 just to make it more interesting. Oh, well, never mind.
Oh, all right. Fuck yeah.
That is a retake.
Immense
Broken
round.
hand, no worry. Senzu just breaking some faces out here. Massive round from him. Gets himself up to 9 kills. It's been blitz leading by
He's got a broken mouse arm and he can't even out-8 him.
Leader 16 for 9-10.
Yeah, you guys are going hard
That
at
has
Eternal
just
Fire.
forced the third tactical timeout for Eternal Fire. The bomb goes down, but the cash isn't great. A 4-round difference as the score reads.
Bomb timer on the UI is so goofy. I feel like legitimately it might be one of those where you should do that as a bomb timer for in arena and just use the old bomb timer for the stream.
Does not get out of control.
Yeah.
Broadcast.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, fans.
Looks like a wrist brace for RSI. No, he apparently, the Mongols players talked about it. He apparently slipped on ice in Ulaanbaatar over Christmas and like shattered one of the bones in his wrist.
That's fucking brutal.
Now looking to demonstrate
So it is like full broken.
Eternal Fire's run on Anubis is under threat, Chad.
Yeah, they were saying it was like minus 30 over the winter in Mongolia, and he hit, I guess, probably hit a patch of black ice and just ate it.
Yeah, but I mean, especially like some of the, like that wrist area, or whatever. Like there's so many small bones in there, right? That
yeah,
this is when the
it's not a good time.
It's that classic human instinct to break your fall with your arm, which is the worst thing to do. Hold on. Oh, ah.
Toying with it.
I mean, at least if you want to be a Counter-Strike player, it could be.
A quick flick from 9-10's orb.
Bro, 9-10 is insane right now.
Yeah. 18-6. Woxic dead.
Good find back. Claws us into a 2v2. 9-10 worse for wear.
Still mid player this late though.
Matchup. Okay, he's gonna cook up trouble if Xantares requires him. 9-10's out of there. That's gonna be an eternal.
Again, could have been risky, but it's okay.
Entering into the site, Xantares.
7-10. The thing is, if I joined this broadcast late and I was like, oh, I've just tuned in, it's 7-10 in favor of Mongols, but Eternal Fire on the T side, I'd say it's probably a pretty good chance they still win this, you know?
Yeah.
The
worst thing is to hit your head. I mean, that is correct.
Yeah, do you need
go
your head?
ass first.
Do you need your head to aim with though? Not really.
True.
Likely to see the force bite.
Just remember, slide, fall on the ass. No, I ate it crossing the street the other day here in Philly, where I was walking the dog and he was excited to get across the street to the dog park, and he just pulled a little too much, and I hit a patch of ice that just went down. Full wobbly knee, ate it, thought I had torn my ACL. You know the knee did that thing where it goes side to side in the direction it's not supposed to bend? I was like, well, I fucked it. That's a ligament. Totally fine. No problems. I got lucky.
I can't recommend doing the ACL thing. I tried it. It wasn't worth it.
Mara first here in 2016 with the Mongols.
Yeah, the ligament tears.
Organization changed hands for a while there, but they're back. And back
yeah, for years, mine would do this thing, like, after it, like, it technically was better, but, like, my knee would lock up every once in a while.
Yeah, ending their last year very strong.
So, like, it would, like...
Did you get it repaired? Like,
no.
replaced?
Made history in Shanghai.
You just don't have an ACL now?
Make it to a major
yeah, so, like, both the ACL and MCL, I think one of them broke and the other one is, like, I don't know, fucked. But, like, they were both damaged, to some extent, so... But if you, my knee's fine, like, now.
This is where one must.
I think it's just because I
strengthen.
Yeah, it's like as long as I keep enough muscle around the knee itself, it's gonna be okay.
Distinct advantage to Eternal Fire, but
But I was thinking I got a little bit lucky in like how I think like there's some structure still in the knee that must be working, you know.
And look at the restraint on the CT utility. We talk about this being the block map, right? You're going to block over towards dark, you're going to block over towards A main. Well, right now they haven't had to throw anything out. It's like 4 smokes to their name. This is huge. We're at 1:10. Feeling pretty happy about this if you're the Mongols.
Eternal Fire have not forced it out of them yet.
Well, they will now.
Techno quick to oblige. Ooh, Madja braves it. Disrespects the utility, maintains vision.
They keep throwing the same like combination of Molotovs, but
Techno's 5-7 going to be a good range to try something here. Madja posts up. Zentares, excuse me. It's going to try and be the spearhead of this entrance here. This is a shot he takes every day. He tames the spray.
The team molly that miss.
That's awkward. That's very, very awkward. Look at the HPs and Zentares bleeding out. 7 points of health. And Joe
that's bomb. That's bomb.
Senzu again prevails in the defensive B.
Yeah, with 30 seconds.
30 seconds T-side advancing. And Madja, he steps up. Mazinho does better. Double 5-7. It's only Woxic. This round worth 2, Chad said. Maybe Woxic can clutch up, but Mazinho refuses.
Oh boy.
The young gun steps
I don't know. If you look at this round from EF's point of view, like, what are they really doing? Like, they are volunteering, like, more or less one at a time to go and, like, take different aim fights with CTs that may or may not be swinging them.
Both teams have missed some util.
And I kind of get, like, why that ends up happening, but it just sucks that they can't put enough pressure at the front of the bomb site to be able to, like, execute beyond the obelisk itself. And it's like, at that point, like, again, you are just running him one at a time, which kind of sucks.
Light. Eyes on Zentares once more. He delivered once. Can he do it again?
Round 2, 5-7 out.
The last about to be tested at the start.
Getting eco like NA.
HE primed and ready. Opts for the incendiary. Respected. No sound cue given.
Getting ecoed like NA.
9-10.
Losing all the funding like
that.
the UK.
Significant damage as well. Reverberates.
Lives rough out here.
Operating with a limp.
I think they can finish A. They're going to have to try and change their plans here. Eternal Fire. Still, who do you turn to with Zentares dead? Woxic has the AK.
Hounds also lost their funding now.
And Blitz has the read. He's going to gamble to aid Mazinho.
Funding actually shockingly okay for NA right now. We've got 5 salary teams.
Rifle. Block smoke that might incite the push. They're edging forward.
Edging?
Mazinho can swing off of this. Blitz.
Oh.
From the heavens. And it must feel heavenly.
That's over.
On your opponent's map pick.
No faith. We should crowdfund the team. I'm down. Mike Copium. But no, but if you think about it, okay, so if we're not going to count Liquid in this one because Liquid is debatably international at this point, right? Complexity, M80, Wildcard, NRG.
In 2025,
who am I forgetting? It was Nouns, obviously. It's not Nouns anymore. TSM was rumored to be picking up a roster, but they still haven't announced that, so I'm not sure that's actually going to happen at this point.
What about Enemy?
They've taken down teams like G2, Vitality,
come on back to the Roach Motel, baby. I somehow doubt they're going to.
It is pretty expensive to be back in Counter-Strike.
We do have Marsborn. I don't know what their salaries are like, to be honest. Oh my god, Jota.
Oh, damn.
Oh, good try.
That is... It's not just that they won the map, like, that was too easy.
Yeah.
Like a couple of rounds where you said, oh shit, now you can feel like one of these EF players, but the rest of it was kind of rough out here.
I guess without Nouns, depending on how you want to count Marsborn or Might. I feel like Marsborn's paying real salaries, but I'm not actually sure yet. I haven't confirmed that. We might be down to 4 without Nouns. And not counting Liquid. I don't think Might are paying, are they? I have no clue. I have no clue. And I don't know what Marsborn are paying either.
Hey, Kite, what's up?
Hey, I just wondered if we could have a quick chat about the piece that we're going to be filming.
No, English is not good.
It's fine. We can do it in Mongolian. We can translate it. We can do it in Mongolian. There will be subtitles.
No, no English.
Well, I just think it would be really good for you guys.
Damn.
Fuck.
Denied.
Have you seen this piece? This piece is
No,
amazing.
I haven't. If he's gonna be reading Shakespeare, don't read Romeo and Juliet, for Christ's sake. Most boring Shakespeare piece ever.
When the smoke bellows in palace, the king rushes to the throne, for it takes guts to obtain glory.
Okay, seriously, guys. I just need one of you.
Sorry, no English.
Fuck.
What's your favorite Shakespeare piece, Mike?
Probably Midsummer Night's Dream.
Oh, that's a good pick.
I also enjoyed it. I mean, I like a lot of it, but I think A Midsummer Night's Dream.
Okay.
What about you?
Yeah, that's a good pick. I was gonna say Othello. I think is pretty.
Othello's a banger.
Because they got that one character Iago who's just busy lying all the time. I think he's kind of based, you know.
They, in fact, do continue to make waves in their region now, all the way over here in Katowice, Poland, which is where you can find us at the Intel Extreme Masters going through this quarterfinal.
Hamlet, everyone's an asshole.
On
True.
the side of Mongols here. Eternal Fire almost
I just like Puck in Midsummer Night's Dream.
A lot of scrappy Counter-Strike around the edges. I've got Josh.
Big Puck fan out here.
I've got Yanko Paunovic on my left.
Much Ado About Nothing's also a great one.
That was a fiery start on the side of Mongols.
Yeah, it cannot
What's
be
the one?
understated how massive
Is it As You Like?
is to beat
I think.
Eternal Fire on Anubis,
As You
right?
Like, yep.
Undefeated in
Tammy the
2025
Shrew,
with
As
this
You
roster,
Like,
which
Yeah.
we talked about it multiple times.
I
You
mean,
know,
it's always
gave
the
them
comedies
some
is the tragedies, you know?
shellacking in
Yeah.
the final game to put them into the spot deck, but we talked about the Mongols picking T side, how that might
Silly
be a
Anders.
way to
Iago's
sort of
from
get ahead
Aladdin.
in the game early.
Well, it is
Make
funny when you think about it, right? Because
Eternal
obviously
Fire play
that
under your
character
terms,
is in
and
some
that's
ways
exactly what
inspired by
happened.
like.
Mongols just conquered their
100%.
way through yet again, and we talk about
parrot.
this Eternal Fire phase game. We talked about that
Well
T
then.
side. You know, they got 11-1 against phase. Why? Because they get to abuse these sites.
Now,
to just go
I'm
and
gonna
move
be
up
right
and
back
do
one
these hits, and
second,
that's
just
exactly what Mongols
because
did.
it's my
Eternal Fire,
duty
they
for the evening is to
get
try and
a
find a
good
way to
start,
order
and
some
I think
pizza
part
or
of it
kebab
was
for the
fact
family
that, you know,
because
the first gun run they get,
you know they're busy, I'm
like a
busy,
4
so it's
versus
one of
2,
those
but
nights
only
where we
one
order
person
some
lives.
food, you
The
know.
very next round, they
Sure,
buy again.
understandable.
It's basically they get reset.
So
As
let me
long as
just
they
go
set up
check
in
what everybody
Eternal Fire,
wants
they
and
can't
when they
get
want it,
any
and then I'll
footing
be right
into the
back.
game
Okay.
here, especially someone like Walks.
Best
Yeah,
nights,
let's give a
true,
little bit of a
yes.
head-to-head look in here. 9-10 all over the place, as was most of the Mongols.
What do
but
we
for a
think?
guy like Walks,
What's the pizza
man's
order?
like
Is
Walks,
he gone?
Yeah, I mean, he was
gone.
0-7.
What do we
away
think
in
Andrew's
the
pizza
game,
order
something
is?
in the first
Is he
kills.
getting
He
some
got one
fucked
that
up
multi-kill
Danish
actually
tuna
to help
pizza?
them win the round, but
Getting some
yeah, I think
wild
that's the
shit out
problem
there.
for Eternal Fire across the board. The individuals just didn't show up, man.
Cole playing
You
in
know, the
EU
lowest
Dallas
rated
qual?
player on Mongols
Are they playing in the
outperformed
open or the
highest rated
closed?
player on Eternal Fire. We talked about their defaults and Taras.
In the
he
EU
loves these
Dallas
fights.
qual
He's
is
so
interesting
sharp.
too.
He's great.
I
Top
guess
20 last
they're
year.
at Cluj,
We
right? Or they're
didn't
going to
see
Cluj, so they
none
don't want
of
to come
that.
home
Like,
in
it was
between.
just the Mongols across the board.
It's actually
all the time.
super interesting.
910 is a guy who picked up CS during the pandemic, like in 2020, you know, and now he's playing in the spot deck and owning it on the big stage.
Yeah, you look at Eternal Fire right now, what's going on?
You'll
for
bet it
them.
all on
We
Eternal
talked about
Fire.
How Walk 6 Ops going to be a big threat to
Danish
these
pizza
guys,
sounds
but
terrible.
They don't get any economy.
They do
going
some
in.
wild
They
shit in the
won
Nordics
like
on
3
pizza. They
different
do some
rounds where
they do
had
some
1 or 0
crimes
people alive. One was off a half a buy.
against Pizza Kind.
They go and try to overplay B, putting 3 people there with Walk 6 Op, and it's, you know, what happens? Everyone just swinging into a 2x4 doorway, trying to take these fights, taking it in their own hands.
And the devil is in the details. In the first round that they win, they could have had 4 guys left alive, but you know they fumble it around a little bit. All of a sudden,
Complexity's not in
Now your
the
buy isn't ideal.
right because they invited
You're
off of
forced into
VRS
some
Europe,
plays you
so they're
don't
playing the
really
open
want to
qualifier
make.
to try and
You
get
lose
IEM
that round,
Dallas.
you're
That's
out of money. So
crazy.
just that cycle over and over again
That's
of
gonna
them
be a
getting reset.
brawl for
Yeah, and
complexity,
you
man.
can go through this matchup.
Won't
You go
bite.
through
You know
this
the
match in
rules.
particular
Won't
and
bite.
see just how scrappy they got towards the end of these rounds.
rounds. I mean, like
Deals 100% success rate on bets.
And then some.
Guys, he just got unbanned. He
some
just got
rounds where it's
unbanned.
like,
Can't
okay,
do it to
there's
him like
enough
this.
time
What do we
for,
think of the black tie
something
on
to
black
happen,
shirt?
And then it's like the clock's ticking down.
What do we
3,
think of the
2,
black
1,
tie on
0,
black
and
shirt
then
with
it's
a
like
light
the action's
jacket?
happening after the round's over. It's like, boys, we got to do this.
He's got the
while
half
the round's
Windsor.
still live.
Classic.
Why are we
Classic
not
tie
planting?
knot.
Why are we doing this rotation? Why are we doing all these things? And I think you wanted to talk about that because it's just like head
I
scratching.
feel like,
What's
I
going
mean,
on?
I know this is kind of popular, but I prefer some sort of contrast between the tie and the shirt. Like even this, you've got the pattern on it, right? So this works. Instead of it being, you know, dark on dark, you've got the pattern that lightens it up.
You know, Xantares is slowly like creeping out.
Except for the tie. Yeah, I honestly think this would look better just unbuttoned shirt, no tie.
And still can't convert on the kills. It's like those type of kills we see.
I still think it's good. I think it's good.
Stage long, and now it's not there for
Just that's my take. That's my personal take.
Those real nitty-gritty things that happen within this.
Stunna asked Steel about skins earlier, and he said me and skins have a rocky relationship. Amazing, Talborox. Amazing.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Of course, Mike knows the name of tie knots. Look, you got to tie a knot every once in a while.
That must be for that.
You know, I'm over here now, and it was a long walk,
I'm back,
but
guys.
I am here. And, you know, I wish I had something to show you for Anubis here, but I actually have a round for Mirage. Okay. And what I wanted to do is talk about, just
What's
real
up?
quick, going into Mirage.
We're
we got
rating
the
fits
Mongols there.
on the
This
desk.
is our home turf.
Specifically
We're
the
just
dark
talking about
tie on
Anubis,
dark
which should have
shirt.
been Eternal Fire's home turf. We talked
On
about
steel
how
right now.
Eternal Fire actually should
Dark
be
tie
winning
and
that,
dark
and if
shirt
they don't, then they're
is-
going to have a tough time, and I'm going to show you exactly why if we bring this up on the screen here.
Again,
You
I
can
got
see
a
this
no
is
sense
the
of fashion. I kind
standard
of fuck with it
opening
a
that
little
we're
bit, you
gonna
know?
see from the side
Do you?
of Mongols. So what do we see?
Yeah,
right
I mean,
now?
it's like,
We're gonna see a pretty standard opening. We're going to see the smoke
different,
going
you
off into
know?
top middle. We're
Yeah.
going to see another smoke going into the window, and then we're going to see a molly open up into this.
Because he's
connector
supposed to be
area.
John
This is all
Wick.
pretty standard, but what
See, John Wick goes
happening
classic. He's got the
is
white
kind
shirt,
of
dark
off
tie.
the screen. So
He's dressed. John Wick is
what we see
dressed
from
like he's
teams
going to a
is something
funeral
happening with middle.
because he's an assassin.
Mongols is going to do that.
Yeah, we had the same hoodie
wait.
with
Add
it.
another
True.
smoke for the
I
top
think
of
he actually
connector,
did go
and they're
dark
gonna
shirt, dark
refresh
tie at
this window
sometimes.
smoke. And that is basically the brunt of their T side. But what they do is the extremity plays. So sometimes they have
Yeah,
3
he
players
did.
in this A area. Sometimes they're going to actually group
Better
up and
white
do
shirt, dark
3
tie.
to 4 players up in this upper B halls area. And then they're going to take these really early timings.
If you've
And
been,
if they're not doing
you've
this
been,
pressure at middle,
you've been
then
watching
you usually
Kanye's
expect
Twitter
them to be
account
just
today.
setting up at around
Right.
I
middle
have
or
not.
doing
I
this
try and
A
avoid that
just
place.
going, sending
What's he
people
doing?
out with the right side smokes out A main.
I think you should go and
What
check
brand of
yourself.
insanity have we got?
I think it's better if you just check for yourself. Maybe you can go there and just read some of them out for us.
Usually they do the re-smokes around this
no.
like minute 10. That's when their split's going to come in through A main. So look out for that because they're starting T-side again here. And we just saw what they got to do on T-side against Eternal Fire on Anubis. They
He's
didn't
not-
have any answers for
He's
it.
not at
Yeah, Josh, come back
100%
over
right
here real
now.
quick. Let's talk a little bit about when we look at these two teams and that stylistic matchup. Yenko, what can you say about that?
I think for the side of the Mongols, right?
Maybe
when
just
they
read them
don't
to
care,
yourself.
they're
Yeah,
gonna
it's a
play
good
their
idea.
Style, like you pointed out, they're very decisive when they go for those hits, and it's going to be up to the Eternal
It's
Fire
actually
players to step up and to stop them.
It's actually a
because
crazy
right now they're
position to
not
be in
showing
that,
up at
like,
all. And that
because
can
you
play
have so
both
much
ways.
money,
Either
like,
they'll get
nobody
stomped,
can really
and this will be a
necessarily
quick
stop you
2-0, and
from
Mongols will be in the semifinals.
from
Or
being
right
a little
now,
bit
they're
crazy, you
kicking
know?
themselves in the behind, trying to get into gear because Eternal Fire has not yet showed up for this quarterfinal whatsoever.
When we talk about just like the nerves and the pressure and everything being on the stage, oh, it's cold, you're taking yourself out of it. I feel like there's 2 moments where you kind of get into that flow state zone. One is like everything's working,
It's a lot.
everything's clicking, and then you just slip
It's a
into
lot
that
to
zone
unravel, you know?
where now
A lot to
you're just
unfold.
in the zen state, you don't notice everything else happening around you. And I feel like the other moment is like you've just kind of accepted defeat to a point where you're like, man, we just lost our map pick, we're in this mode X, so much pressure. You just kind of like turn off all the other cares. That pressure kind of alleviates itself. It slips away from you, and you're like, I can do anything now. I feel like we're gonna lose it. And then suddenly you
Call
just start
me
when you're like, wait, are we
Yadolf
doing this?
Hitler,
You
and
accidentally
your
fall
bitch
into it
still
even
wants
when
to
you're
fuck.
losing. So I'm
Oh,
wondering
yeah,
to see
okay,
which
now we're
version
just
of
back on
Fire
the
we get. Are we gonna get
anti-Semitism train.
the version that they put themselves in it, or they just slip backwards into it?
Yeah, there's
on the heels of
there's
defeat?
just a lot going on, okay?
Who have to step up. We talked about Jota as well a little bit. The new addition, he seemed a little
bit
shaky
crazy.
on
Yeah, I know.
Anubis too, right? Because if
He's
Mongols are
like,
late, then you fight
you
for
know.
it. The extremity players are going
Oh
to try
boy,
their hands at
it
the
might,
fun fight.
it might be an advantage if Kanye fell on some ice and like banged his head. Like maybe he'd wake up and be like, "Holy shit, I was doing some crazy shit the last couple of years." Like, you know,
for your teammates to come
like,
in,
I'm
to be
back,
able to
you know.
get a kill or two, right? So without stepping up on an individual level,
they don't have much to look for in this matchup.
Yeah, it's all
Yeah,
about
those are quite something.
You're either hitting.
I invited Tate to my house one time when he was in town, and he would go through my fridge without asking. Every time I was baiting, he would grab a slice of cheese from the fridge, slap me with it, and yell, "Stop baiting." I'm still traumatized from that one interest. It's funny because Chris is the biggest baiter I know. What a hypocrite.
Hey guys, I don't think it's going to be
Freiburg copy
towards mid or B.
Yeah, and last time we got this
Copy
matchup, we're looking
passes
down
out
at
here.
Rio. Just real quickly, just to run it
Blaming Get
all
Right.
the bells and whistles here. It kind of looked like this across our 3-map series.
Black
Anubis.
pocket square
Inferno.
needed on the beige suit. Yeah, that's true.
That could work.
So, you know,
Black
it's
shirt,
not
black pocket
beyond the
square.
scope of
That could work.
imagination, but I think for Eternal Fire, again, just mentally, they need to have one of those talks, right? To
Look,
be
say
like,
what you want
guys,
about Yay. Okay, go on, Simba.
to this point,
What's the
playing
next
our
part of
game,
this?
and now we're not.
Yeah,
You know,
hold
let's
on.
just forget
What's the next
about
part of this
losing,
statement?
Forget about
Hold on.
anything. Let's just go out swinging.
Where are we going with it?
Oh, that's it.
That's it.
Group stage game here, you're in the Spodek, you're in the arena. It's do or die right now. And we
Beautiful.
also got to see that it was Inferno as the decider game
Beautiful.
there.
No, but you know what I mean,
Now
like-
it's gonna be Nuke. How is that going to be a little bit
Like,
different here? So
The non-celebrity
very interested
version
to
of
see
like
how this
Kanye
shapes up, and
is,
it all
you
comes
know,
down to that start again.
it's more likely
Yeah,
in
and
some
that
ways
start
to get
again
like,
brings us right to that second map
you
of the
know,
series.
I guess it's the US, so maybe I don't know, but like, in theory, there should be like, you know, his family should be like, hey, we're gonna get you some meds. We need you to feel better. It's important to keep taking these, you know. But like, you have so much money, then it just, you know, it just doesn't matter,
I'm
right?
thinking the same thing. I'm
Yeah, you're just
thinking
totally insulated.
Everything's going to be decided on these mid
Yeah,
fights.
yeah, like
early on, and
literally
there's
nobody
no
can stop
good
him, right?
sequence from Eternal
Well, and
Fire
you're
to
also,
break through
it's not
and
even that
really soften
literally
the
nobody can
tracks.
stop him. It's also that,
It's
like,
not gonna be
people in his
looking
circle
good for
have a
It's
vested
easy to point
interest
out on the
in
Eternal Fire
appeasing
side,
because
perhaps
they
some
want
sort
a piece of that,
weakness,
right?
or maybe
So you
even
get surrounded
looking at a
with yes
player
men
that
and
might be on the
whatnot.
stage right
And then if
now
you're
feeling
in a
a little bit
dangerous
colder
mental
than
state,
usual.
that's even more dangerous if you're surrounded with people who won't tell you no.
Everything's feeling
Yeah.
weak right now. You can take your pick where you want to go, right?
Yeah,
Then
it's
you're
kinda
going
like-
down this
Across the board,
wild rabbit
they need
hole,
to
and
do
everyone
better.
around
It's
you
as
is just
simple as that.
validating it.
They need to win some clean rounds and really bolster up their economy. If they're able to get that op up on Woxic more,
Including at one point,
3 times and a half,
the strange alliance of him and Nick Fuentes and Milo Yiannopoulos all in like one bid to try and win the presidency. Like, fuck guys. Like,
it's all
Oh no,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's rough.
the
You wanna start off
fucking
in the
rise
right
of modern
direction, which is
anti-Semitism has
exactly
really
what
been
the Mongols have done for us in this
just
moment.
delightful.
Now, this is
It's,
important. We do have a best of 3 on our
it is
hands, so
very
we're gonna
interesting
quickly
to
go
watch and
find
follow,
Mirage and
because
see
like
if Eternal Fire
growing
can
up
get us
from
back
when
in the other
I'm from, I was
direction.
like, well,
This
that's
is most
obviously not going to happen
certainly a
again. You know,
quarterfinals matchup.
Yeah!
It's most
I'm like,
certainly
that's
Bro,
obviously,
I did not expect to be dealing with it like
that's
this.
obviously dead and gone, like no problems. And then it's like,
In
oh,
my
oh
lifetime.
shit, like it's not.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! All right, for now, we're going to send it away.
It's time for me to do one more check to see if more coffee has arrived.
Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Oh yeah. You warned this would happen by Pretty Sharp Global. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I feel like we can give the Aussies the crowd factor. They seem to be a fun crowd, you know. You gotta sell something. They don't have as many events and everything. I feel like we should have some sympathy, you know. Let them have that. It's a hard place to get to. They've got snakes and spiders and not enough esports. And they can't even get these on the internet because they're far away from the rest of the world, you know?
We've got roll swap once more. I've got Eternal Fire here, and we're going to try and make some eternal ice. Well, it wouldn't be it's not eternal ice cream. But yeah, we're going to make some ice cream. Well, we've got this.
I had a nightmare where you were
shop,
at Andrew Tate's
hanging
house.
outside
Damn.
the Spodek. Hopefully, we can serve some customers, make their day better.
Throwing
The sun is
Sneeko in there?
shining in
Jesus.
Katowice in January, and yeah.
All
have
of the
you
best
ever
people,
worked
really.
in like an ice cream shop before?
No, but it will be the first
Sipping the
time.
Johnny
Yeah,
Walker.
hopefully we can have some clients incoming.
That's my favorite.
Grandma, who is always going on about the Bolsheviks, said the same.
All right, boys.
The same one.
I think we should sample the goods. You know, we should try before they buy.
Yes.
Yeah. Make
Well,
yourselves an ice cream.
well.
You strike me as a cone kind of guy, or are you a cup?
Corn.
Cone?
I am corn.
Okay.
Corn.
Got all the
I am
shit coming
corn.
back. Yeah, it's depressing. Man.
I prefer like this.
Okay, well then let's do 1 cup, 1 cone.
Yeah,
It is
let's see your
depressingly
skill.
cyclical.
Let me show how you can
Yeah.
do it works.
Just let's see your scooping method.
So, now we're starting.
I like my crowds like I like my rappers. Outwardly racist.
I think you're on it. You're on it.
Yeah.
The fuck? Someone's a big Kanye fan.
You want to make sure it goes
That's
down
what we
into
need. We
the
need to
cone a
get
bit, you know,
Kanye
so-
as like an opening act for like
So
one of
when
the
you're
esports
finishing
events.
down in the
Yeah, a
end,
bit of extra ice cream in
exactly.
there.
Otherwise, it's gonna be not.
He's a professional. He's a
Wait, there's
professional.
more. There's more
Well,
Zeus
money
Twitter
if you put
content.
some-
Is there? Let's go.
I mean,
That's a generous. Yeah, that's a generous.
now.
to make the clients happy.
Exactly. You gotta keep them
It's
happy.
more important than money.
Nice.
Yes, of
Nice. Okay. Do you want any sprinkles or sauce? Okay. What do we
Is
do?
it in the
We should do
replies?
it over
Reply to
something,
you.
right? Otherwise, we're just gonna get sprinkled.
Yes, yeah, that's enough. Otherwise, it's gonna make the taste bad.
I'm trying to be vague here, just trying to post more of what I really think, not apologizing for yesterday. May seem unprofessional, and I get it, but if we can't talk about shit,
It
started
looks
feeling
fantastic.
caged.
Would you like to wrap one around of the cone?
But also, I'm not trying to nuke. Yeah, I mean,
There you go.
Help me with that.
I think
Yeah.
my feeling wasn't that he was trying to nuke Twists anyway. Like,
Lovely.
Yes.
Ooh,
if he
I mean,
would have
can
said
we
that,
have
he
a
would have
taste?
said,
What do you think?
you know, I don't think Russell is a good in-game leader, and he could really never be either. Like, you know, like you sort of like try. He just said like, I don't think he currently is, and he's got like communication issues or whatever. And like, I mean, if that's what he feels, then I feel like saying it is, I don't know.
Okay.
Like,
Wafer?
you're allowed to
He
do
took it a
that, right?
step further. He said, "While Russell's leading, they will never be a top 8 arena team."
Yeah.
So he did hit the never in there. But yeah.
Well, I get, yeah, maybe. I mean, I would, maybe you're right. Like, I would interpret that as like, you know, never barring, you know, some of the changes that he essentially asked for, right? He essentially said like, he has to try and learn how to deal with like, you know, people and like say what, you know, to like take the confrontations when they're there, right? Like that was like the heart of the criticism, I feel like.
Yeah. Somebody used to scoop ice cream for work. They said them would fail. Well, they were going for the gelato, like I don't even know. It looks like a palette knife, you know, like a scraper, like a paint scraper that they use in some of the gelato scooping.
Yeah.
Are you with me?
I don't know how that tech works.
Because we're venturing into our second map of this quarterfinal. Eternal Fire.
I've been in the office for the last 3 days. I opened Twitter this morning to Kanye being a smooth brain, Zeus getting raked over the coals, and Thorn getting death threats. Like, what the fuck happened to Mal? I mean, 2 out of 3 of those are pretty standard.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Twitter.
Some of that's pretty normal.
That's just Friday for Thorn.
True. Very true.
What's getting him death threats this time?
What's he done now? Oh, we got Gamba for the second map. Let's go.
Oh, that's right. I need to do my prediction.
10,
Mongubus victory.
9, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mirage.
Mongols have played this in every series so far in the Katowice campaign.
All right, 2 minutes of
wins and a loss
predictions.
to
Going live
Navi.
now. Get your points.
You'll take that one on the chin. But history
No
shows
bingo. I've got no
EF
bingo
can
set up.
bounce
Sorry,
back on their
Sarah.
opponent's map pick. You go back to Rio. We talked about the 13.
We don't need bingo for this. These are playoff games.
Anubis. Well, EF pushed that the distance by snatching this very map away.
The desk discussed T-side starts. Well,
Did it
Mongols
do a
looked
hiccup?
fantastic on Anubis. Will their T-side have just
Full
as
shit
much
itself,
complexity
actually.
here?
Oh.
Des also touching on Jota.
Well,
Yeah.
This newer
they've
individual
already
to be
found the
tested,
smoke.
anchoring A,
Double
and he's got a
smoke.
whole lot of bodies coming his
Oh,
way.
he nearly
I have
blocked
a
it.
little angle to work
Is it
with around
enough?
that blocked smoke. He does.
It might
He can
be.
stay on his pedestal over the
No
stairs,
way.
trying to chip away at the advance.
Jota, if you make
Out of Palace, Techno has
if he
got
makes this
boots on the
work,
ground,
that's
though.
sick.
Crossing in, tip of the head, spotted
Yeah, there
ball
is a
already
big
being
gap there.
planted, and there is a flank there.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Ricardia, 12 bullets and he can't
Where
hit.
have the bullets gone?
That was a golden opportunity to cut
Oh,
down
no.
9-10 clean. Instead, the bomb site's lost, and Maja, he's not giving up without a fight. Smoke and kit, smoke and kit. If he gets another headshot, they are cooking, but Senzu, he's taken down Ricardia. It has to all be
Imagine
Maja.
trying
Is
to
there
ace
anything
clutch
left
this
from him
pistol
here?
round with a
The
smoke kit
veteran with
defuse.
just
I
enough
mean, if
bullets
you're
to
going to get
make it
into
a
the second
reality,
map,
but
that's how you
look
do
at
it,
the
but
time. He needs
they
a
are
kill.
everywhere.
Smoke towards the bomb site, still
That's
hiding out on triple.
that's not going to happen, is it?
Nope.
Listen, fair play.
Saves the Mongols.
Fair play to the lad.
Pistol.
Gotta give him a
We saw the car crash that was Ricardia. But Techno, in the meantime, in the chaos, leapt forward.
YouTube
two
back,
big
all
block
good, no
kills. We'll
problems.
catch that in the replay. Techno pushes
man.
the smoke, grabs the first, and jumping into the second is Zentaras. Imagine having to go for the ace in that situation.
Part of me, as I saw that jumping tee, I thought if he hits that headshot, gets on the bomb, there's a world. We just don't live in it.
Oh, man, just been able to find his impact throughout, even though map number 1 falling by the
Deep
wayside.
breath.
He's going to need to step up and lead by example, because that's exactly what Blitz did on Anubis. Very strong showing from the Mongolian in-game leader, and we don't get a mirror matchup in terms of the positions. Both of these in-game leaders servicing different roles. You get Maja as the B anchor, so he's going to be doing a lot of jump spotting towards Van that everybody, I'm sure, is extremely familiar
Maja
with.
plays CS like a real man. This is how you know he's not really French.
Wakati will be the short player.
Wow.
Zantara's connector, Woxic window floating around with the AWP.
Racism's back. Let's go.
When the Mongols flip over, they will have Techno anchoring the B site. Zinho having to deal with any
It's what we
pressure that
needed
comes
more
his
of,
way
you know.
towards A, just like he did on Anubis. He's stepped
All right, Londers.
up. Blitz will be the connector
Listen.
player. Senzu short.
I have found a matcha pistachio
9-10 here,
croissant
there, and
at a local
everywhere.
cafe, and I'm about to order it. Yo, do it. That sounds
Nice little pause as
fucking
we
amazing.
get the technical timeout sorted. You can see Joda with the headset off, so want to make sure
That's
he's
really
situated
elaborate.
and comfortable.
Banger.
I mean, audio.
I had when I was in Belgrade. Just the way flights worked out, I used like points to get flights, so I had to do very specific routes home. So I stayed an extra day. I flew out on Tuesday because my choice is either fly out on Monday and spend Monday night in an airport waiting for a connection, or just fly out on Tuesday and spend Monday in Belgrade. And I found this brilliant cafe that made a really good cup of coffee. Had a bunch of dogs just wandering around off leash, very friendly. So plus there. And made a banging. It was like croissant pastry, but it was a little crispier and in a circle with a raspberry jam and pistachio. It was incredible.
That's an interesting combo. Thorin owns you, JL. Okay.
The conversation will have been
Wait,
from the coach,
is it
from
another
Maja.
JL Thorin
Hey,
fight?
boys,
Is
we're
that
not
what's
playing like
happening?
our usual
I don't know, that was
selves.
a sign in the
Zantara
crowd.
is confidently looking for fights.
He did.
That one's been done.
With the AWP.
Did just get jumping.
Yeah.
I know, but this is the type of fights they were looking for. They were dictated to in that first half of play on Anubis. They were outmaneuvered. They weren't getting stuck in.
You're right.
And what that could really have effects upon is Eternal Fire overextending now, being too
Okay,
aggressive.
Thorin tweeted about his
too.
tooth.
Turn it into a brawl. But if you overstep the mark, you're going to get bit because the Mongols.
Is that? Did that
It wasn't. That was the most
default
mild.
work
There's
on
no way he's
Anubis.
gonna get
Looks like
threats
we
out of
have,
this. This is the most mild conversation.
Technical as everybody from the Mongols is running back towards spawn. So this one's just called not live. So still with some issues. But that can happen, right? You have a match of Counter-Strike. It's your map choice. It's like, okay, boys, it's fine. We're in an arena and things didn't go our way, but this is our last chance right now. We're a little bit shook. And the way that people tend to remedy that is by, like I said, getting more aggressive, thinking, oh, we weren't taking enough fights. And that can come back to haunt you.
Absolutely, and you know, respect to Jota as well.
I was part of a community theater play at one
to
point.
voice concerns. Hey, this doesn't
And
quite
as
feel
part of the
right.
BitNet,
You know, I can imagine you could get swept up by the moment.
there
You
was
don't
a
want to be that
crawler,
guy. You're hearing a little
which is,
rattling in
if
your
you're not
headphones,
familiar, I don't know if
whatever
you're
it may
familiar
be.
with crawler
But he
anglers,
has-
but
he's
there's
not
like,
called this timeout, and it does,
they're
of
kind of
course,
like
put
donuts,
Mongols
but
over
you
scrutiny as
twist
well.
the
You've got
dough
to also
instead,
his
so there's more
teammates as well.
surface area
Yes.
to be
because
fried and
still-
glazed.
Okay.
And like less filling compared to crust ratio, basically.
Okay.
It's interesting to see you take a look inside
And
the
so
arena. You see the
we
photos
had to
taken
get
immediately.
crawlers,
Senzu, he's
and
still
it had to be
cast on.
eaten
Just taped today.
every day
But,
because
has
it
no
had to be
problem
eaten in the
hitting
course of the
those
play.
heads you can see right there.
Ooh,
So they
okay.
always got fresh crawlers. Like our stage manager, part of her routine was getting a fresh set of crawlers, and they always had backup crawlers as well in case something happened to the first one, right? Because you just want
Apparently it was
redundancy.
minus 30 degrees.
And so at the end of the night,
Kinda
I always got to eat the extra crawler.
Oh, they
That's
just
fucking
plug the
great.
headset into
What
the
a
sound cards
job.
in if we can resolve any
Wait,
issues.
do you still play like community theater stuff?
No, I haven't done it in a
Gonna be
long
soon.
time.
Counter-Strike players will be
But
getting
like I was a
their,
big theater kid in high
wrists
school and
and arms
whatnot,
insured.
and I did that
Like
community
Beyonce
production. It was
did
actually
Nico
great.
does.
I had a very minor
At this
part in it,
point,
but we
like
won
Beyonce.
Apparently you made a
like
bigger
a
punt before and
regional
I missed
theater
it.
award, which was kind of
Yeah.
sick.
It was very
That's
subtle.
awesome.
There's
Like, you have to be
there's a
looking for the
really
boga
strong community
to find
theater
it.
community
I'll say
in
that,
the like
production was talking to me, and that's
greater
why.
DC area, the
Oh, it went
Delmarva
straight over
Peninsula
my head.
area. And so it was when I was living in Annapolis.
Attendance fantastic.
But it's
for a
cool.
Friday.
I would love to
Come
be
and
able to
see
do
you
it,
having a
but
good
like with the
time.
lifestyle that we live, there's no way I could ever commit to a rehearsal
Doing
schedule.
really
you
well.
know?
Some of our favourite
Yeah,
spots,
that's
you know,
fair.
send them out to ramen joints.
That
It's
is kind of
already
cool though.
packed.
Like,
A couple of cafes around the corner.
Couple of
50
cafes.
subs and I'll join a new theater company. Dude, I'd love to. I would
Good
genuinely
way to be
love
spending your Friday. A
I
menu
do
of
sometimes
fantastic
wonder
Counter-Strike.
what my life would have been like if I fully committed to the acting.
Later
yeah.
today, get seen
I mean, that's the
defending
kind of
champs.
stuff I guess you like you
Jump back in the
could
server
do
then,
later
yeah,
as well.
Service Pro.
Like, you know, who knows?
Theoretically.
Chinese fans. We're just down in Shanghai to finish off 2024.
Yeah, I mean, I like the thought of it. I'm just
Special
like
event.
way too much of an introvert to be in a theater like that, you know?
Major in Asia, and an Asian team
As the face of an
making it to the
actor?
playoffs
I'll
of it,
take
but now
that.
having
I'll take
Mongols
that.
being the first from the Asian region in a Katowice playoff. I mean, the history books are just getting new chapters written regularly as this conversation of, you know, regions and
It's funny, there's one kid
we're seeing the rise of the national
who
teams.
I did a show with in middle
Great if they
school.
could get a
We did a
victory
production
on
of
the stage
Guys
step
and
forward,
Dolls
because this
when
one
we
is
were
a
both in
bit
8th
of a free
grade.
crack for both of
And
these
he is
teams.
now
Here we go.
like a professional theater actor.
Oh, okay.
Which is one of those where you look at it and it's like, man, how differently the world could have ended up.
It's like that meme.
So
just
we
keep
all make
digging.
choices, right?
Yeah.
You never really know
But now this would be
where things end up.
The knees
massive
of a real man. Here's the knees for you.
for the Mongols
Oh, we
to
wait
take
on
a
the
step
second
into a
bar.
semi-final. They'd have an opportunity to take on Vitality. Last time they played them was back in Rio as well. Zyra went plus 40,
Can we
I
just
think, in that series.
execute every skin cell already? Dang.
But
I don't
hold
think
up
we
a
can do
second,
that.
I've just reminded myself. It's a bit of a Katowice curse as far as Apex and Vitality are concerned. So if there's ever a place, if there's ever a chance, that could be the time. So I could see the freeze time starting to tick on down. Looks like the
Unironically, you
issues
could
have
play a
been sorted.
younger Mark Proch if they could do a What We Do in the
Back to your
Shadows.
starting marks
Pretty
as we
cool.
get
I
round
don't
number
think I'm
2
going to like
underway.
which one Mark Proch
3
is.
kills from Madja on the pistol.
Oh, yep, okay.
Are we back?
You know what?
As
Shave my head,
A1S.
I could do it. We've actually got very differently shaped
Going
heads.
back into the same play, the Mongols over
But,
towards the A site for
sure.
an execute. Just Jota
The one
here,
I've
man
heard
with the
is
tech issues.
I hope he heard that. Bodies are coming. The Mongol horde arrives
Jimmy
on the side,
Simpson
and he has managed to find his one.
as a celebrity
An
lookalike
important contribution in the grand scheme.
that I
Already,
kind
the
of
bomb
get.
going down, just so comfortable, claiming A as their own. The spam nearly gets him off the bomb. He can't finish his meal, Madja. A missed
All right, here we
shot.
go, Techno.
Techno just running around with a glove.
Yeah.
Big headshot.
So rude. He's just trying to pick up a deagle, man. Oh my god, Techno. What the
Don't let him, you
hell?
know.
Okay, I know it's
Still have fun. Bully them if you can. Don't let them get into this game.
was 1 HP.
They got crushed on their own map pick. Now there's tech timeouts and they're frustrated. Like, it's actually great for Mongols.
Not hitting the necessary shots, that is going to continue those wobbles. And if you're always having to rotate into a given up site, you're never being able to dictate the fights as you'd like to. It's just going to get very tough for the Turks. As winning against the Force Spy does find them now up against the full eco, and the vibes looking sublime.
Quite the opposite for Eternal Fire. The worst start. Second round Force falls. Now what? To try your hand
I think
with
I
a
actually
Desert
have
Eagle
Techno
and a
in my
dream.
fantasy.
Yeah, losing that round is one thing, but losing it in that
I
fashion
do.
where you barely put up any traction, any
Okay.
resistance
Right.
whatsoever. So you want to get your
You might be
individuals
cooking a little bit with
online
that.
early. Have to wait
Yeah.
until the rifles come out into the next.
Dark
They have the
Fantasy
double dip
stays-
on
stays
Anuvis this
winning.
time. Just one attempt as it is the starter pistols, a couple of P250s, a 5.7, some Deagles.
And just do separate the art from the
Now Shuri have
artist.
a buy, and, well, let's see if they can hit some shots. They just need it
And
for
if
the
you do,
confidence sake.
Yeah.
at what point do you stop?
Blitz is not shy in these rounds either. He's happy to put himself in the front line. Zantara's
Yeah,
I think I've got an answer for this.
I would say yes. I think that is an important thing to be able to do.
And they're in no
But I
hurry.
mean,
I can't help
he's
but
hearing
feel
this,
guilty.
there are
It's
obviously
just got an
things someone could do
opportunity
where
here. And
you know
Techno's his
it would
first victim,
be
a second required for it to be
increasingly hard
conversation
to
in
pull it off, right? Where you're saying like,
One more to get through.
Information
you
on the
know,
bomb's location.
you sort of you end up getting colored kind of by how crazy or whatever somebody might be. Like that definitely. But I actually think it is somewhat of an important skill to be able to kind of look at like, yeah, what someone's doing and then say, okay, like, you know, we can always later discuss how crazy or how unethical or how wild this person is, but you know, I don't know. What do you think, Mike?
I think it depends on the context in which you're consuming, right? I think you can appreciate a piece of art, but I think that if someone is doing things that are to you reprehensible,
yeah,
and the form of consumption that you're doing for their art is personally enriching them or giving them greater access and profile, then I think you need to strongly consider your choices, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, you know, if someone's making a banging rap song, but also they're espousing genocide, maybe consider whether you really need to listen to that song in that way.
Yeah.
Or just, you know, pirate it.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought.
See, this is what I was saying. It's standard to go.
Yeah, I guess when I think about it, like, I usually think about it in like historical context, where I'm like, this person probably dead already, but I mean, like, yeah.
Once someone's dead, fucking by all means, rip it.
They don't have to
Yeah.
finish B.
And they're not starting to pivot immediately. 9-10 has one of his
What the
exits
fuck discussion? I come back to it. Yeah, I know it's a lot. Well, there's nothing to talk about. Counter-Strike, Eternal Fire are not even here, right? So we have to.
Yeah, you remember when I said I thought this was going to be an awesome 50-50 game?
Yeah.
Whoops.
Absolutely no chance. So it's about the same.
Apologize, Mike.
Containing that. The bomb gets
Time to
planted, 40
apologize.
seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it's my fault. I did this game. I'm
I'm
sorry.
Next, and 9-10 can remove it. Just patience. And he prevails. 9-10's form in this quarterfinal, it just feels like he's straight away into his absolute prime.
But I don't know. It's
Really
tricky,
not
right?
showing any
Because
worries on the stage, are they? Now, this
I think the
is
other
a pretty
world that we're
comfortable
falling
head-to-head
into
for the
now,
Mongols.
which is obviously one that I think
is the
most people really don't want to live in
fifth time they've
anyway,
faced
is
off in
this
best of
world
threes in the
where
last 12 months. The previous
we have to
4,
consider like the
3 of them the Mongols picked up.
political
So they
implications
have
of
a lot
like
of confidence
everything
when
that
it
we're
comes to
engaging
this
with, right?
matchup.
Like you feel like it's being forced on you. It's like every consumption choice
just
you
going through
make,
the motions right
everything you
now.
listen to, like even
bonus,
like
give
do
themselves
you,
a partial. MP9
do you go to the
plenty.
gym or not? It's like becomes like a political statement. It's
lot to
like
work with.
Jesus Christ, you know, like I
Four
just
players
can't, you
gambling.
know.
That should be the only beacon
So there is
hope
like another
towards
side to
one
it where
side
it's
of the
like,
map, and look how
yeah,
quick
it's a
Senzu's
hard
up.
balance, you know, to
no
strike. Because like obviously there is some truth to it, like in being a bit critical and saying, oh wait a minute,
Jota
like
into the Palace position.
maybe by making a bunch of
So
choices,
there is a
I
bit
am
of
kind of
territory
supporting
for
something that maybe I actually
Eternal
don't
Fire
think
to
is
work with. You've parked
right,
Senzu in a
so to
real
speak, you
powerful
know.
position to cut off
Yeah,
rotations, make things
I think
difficult for the CT side.
Simba's point of like
Bit of a
being
gamble, an
consistent,
informed decision
like
from
as
the
long as you
MP9s,
define what
this
you're
partial
comfortable with,
investment
and then I think
no
you
break, so
hold
there
to your
will be a
own
sound
internal
cue
logic.
required if the
I think that's
T's were to flank
understandable.
B.
And then, you know,
Looks
you
like
just
they're gambling
recognize that
correctly now,
to
Eternal
some
Fire.
degree,
From A
other
to
people
B.
may disagree with your
C2
internal
starts to
logic.
land.
And as long as you're like comfortable with your own justifications and understanding of things, I think that
Keeps
that's,
him in it, starting to
you know,
commit.
reasonable.
What's it? Good for one. Blitz will trade. Has the bomb on his back, but they're into the side.
Yeah.
The MP9
Oh,
shot.
it's so Jota for Eternal Fire.
Mazinho
Truly feels like it. That's a 3-man stack. I know they didn't have all the weapons here, but
5 rounds deep in a must-win map.
Blitzes look great.
Dance a lot.
If we're,
Fantastic from him.
yeah, if what
Number
we're hearing
two,
from
him
Zeus
and
is true, we should
9-10
probably be really
continue.
worried about Twist and Liquid. I don't really
Senzu
see a
getting an
reason for
entry.
Zeus to lie. I
Only
think
one
it's
opening
not
kill in the first
that
5
he's
rounds.
lying.
Play for Eternal Fire again on the CT side.
I think
Again,
it's that
the
it
same
is
story as
also
Anubis.
colored by his
The
interpretation.
individuals need to start hitting shots out the gate.
Right? And I also think that
Well, the tempo of this game has been
in
completely
particular,
taken away
Zeus
from them.
clearly
They're
came into that
chasing it down, they're
podcast
chasing ghosts.
with the
Mongols are running
intention
away with
of
this
having a
5
bone to pick
rounds
with Twist,
consecutive.
specifically. He even mentions it himself, where he's like, I had my own issues with Cadian, like there's issues there, like that wasn't all on Twists, but he doesn't bring those up because in particular he's focusing on the Twist angle of it.
On the exit, but
Yeah.
safe passage.
I mean,
So I think there's... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, in any dispute, there just always are two sides, right? And, like, if you only hear one side, like, you just have to always remember to think about that, you know? And say, like, hey, wait a minute. I only actually know one side of the story, you know? I don't think Zeus is lying either, but I'm just saying, I love Fence as a sign, what the fuck? Anyway, I think, you know, sometimes you don't have to be lying, but it could just be, you can easily have a conversation, right, where you say, oh, you know, we walked away from the conversation essentially with two different understandings of what the conversation even was about, or who was, you know, like that could easily happen. That's why, from my point of view, this was why it's interesting, because it's like, well, let's see if Twist ever says anything. If he doesn't, doesn't mean Zeus is, you know, telling us the, like, you know, throwing in the, you know, the 100% truth or anything, but it's at least interesting, you know?
I think it's, if I had to imagine the way that it's going to be handled from the Liquid side of things, I mean, you already had, what, Nazgul came out? It was Nazgul, right?
It could be
Came out and said, like, basically made some responses. I think you'll probably have some of that from the Liquid camp, but I think primarily it'll probably be something that, like, gets asked of him in an interview sometime, and he gives sort of a vague response of, like, I'm disappointed to hear that, like, here's the PR answer is, I'm disappointed to hear
you're asking questions of that con cross.
how, like, basically how much this hurt Wilton from our interactions. Like, I still value and appreciate Wilton as a mentor and a friend, and I hope that we can get back to a place where we're at. We had differing visions for the team and differing understandings of how some of these interactions played out, and obviously for that reason it couldn't keep working in a professional environment. I'm sorry for the way things worked out, but, you know, I'll take some of the lessons that he's pointed out on with me going forward. And that's like that's the boom PR answer.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I don't know, man.
Gravity, no
That's
match for
I just cursed right now, dude.
No foul. Magic can't believe it. He's been given a gift there.
That's
Can they
crazy.
defend this B hit? Wakadia and Magic have to sidle up, step up.
What
and
audio?
deliver.
Oh, is the
Sorry,
audio?
your ear.
Oh, hold on.
I think I just broke your ear.
Hold on. I'm gonna call you back. Is it better now? Trying to say something?
Forward with 25 seconds left. They have to plant. Senzu
Did that
retrieves
fix
the
it?
ball.
Is it a Discord issue?
No, it might be an OBS issue on my side. Is it better now, guys?
It's probably Discord. I've had this issue with Discord in the past.
Yeah, it's fixed.
Yeah, okay. It's Discord. Discord does this in sustained long calls. It hasn't done it in a long time, but it
thing is,
used
like,
to be an issue.
It wasn't pretty.
It's weird because I can't hear it, so I'm pretty sure it's like the
Far from beautiful.
OBS whatever
gotta
thing. I
ask
don't
what's-
know. Who is fine now?
Did
Yeah.
Zantara's step on a crack?
It
Did he
used to
break
be a big
mirror?
problem.
What happened?
You know, back in the days when I did a million online games of Counter-Strike, if you had a Scarlet audio interface,
Yeah.
for whatever reason, this was a constant issue with Discord.
Really?
Yeah, specifically with the Scarlet Solo, which was like the interface
Yeah,
that
the
everybody
one
got
that
first.
You see the speed wobbles was the
But
aim as well
it
from
wasn't
two
an
of the
issue
members
with
there from
anything
EM,
else.
So it still could have gone wrong.
So I don't know what's going on.
Standard
this
mid
time.
opener, Wakadia forward of that, so able to call out an awful lot of information. Should inform this A set at Woxic ticket. Jota over towards the balcony position.
But yeah, I don't know. Like,
Badger even in
I mean,
BRs, they
there are a
know
lot
that
of
it
ways
has
to
to
think
be
about this. Like,
Both got their best weapons.
one way to
Jota's
think
got
about it
the
is definitely that
AK,
Zeus is
Woxic's
like,
got the
it's like a
AWP.
personal thing for him, and he kind of wants to, you know, he's like unhappy, and he's like, you know, I'm gonna get back a little bit here, you know. That could be part of it, but like,
No problem. Blitz
and maybe that's part of it, but there's also like another part of it, which is like, if there is some truth to what he's saying, then somebody has to say this to Russell, right? Like,
yeah,
somebody has to step up, and this is one of the things that people universally just suck at doing, right? Like I count myself in this too. Like, how often would you guys go to your friends and say, hey, you know, we're your friends, where is like you're fucking up your life, buddy? Like, I feel like you're making the same mistake over and over again, or like, I see you not doing this, and I think it's, you know, it's gonna hurt you in the long run, you know. You need to start, you know, taking health more seriously, or what? Like people don't talk to each other like that, right?
Into an A execute again.
Normally people just say, oh yeah, it's all good, like, you know, you do you, yeah, you know, keep sitting on the couch and doing, like, you know, like, it's very rare that people will sort of try and really say something that people might need to hear, you know. And I'm not trying to cast Zeus as like, you know, this is a big piece of charity, but I'm just saying that, like, if there is some truth to it, then he's got to hear it from somewhere.
Smokes rain in. Body starting to
So maybe it could be like a positive outcome, is I guess what I'm trying to say. Hopefully.
Control the spray for one. Tags up that sandwich player. Another from
Jota.
Just collecting them.
Okay.
Alright, Eternal Fire.
I think he was hunting that last kill with one bullet now, but fair enough.
For more consecutive. 3 on the trot. A timeout.
Maybe his ego has gone unchecked. He's getting the keys to Liquid. I don't know if I don't really necessarily believe that Liquid are giving him the keys, because I think Liquid already learned this lesson with Leash. I don't think Liquid are in the business of saying, oh, we're gonna, like, you know. I think Leash was allowed to control a lot of Liquid, and I mean, again, it's hard when you've got players that are really good. Like, of course they will have some control no matter what, right? Because you don't want to lose them, right? So even just inherently they have some control, right? And it's also kind of tricky, right? Because you also want players to have a big ego, because that's what keeps them really good in the game, you know? But obviously in a leadership position, you need to also be able to take some feedback and learn some new skills, right? And being an in-game leader and a star rifler are just very much not the same thing, so. Yeah.
A bit awkward out of spawn there with the smokes.
Late window.
And late connector. So it's a different look. A third smoke added to the piece of the puzzle. And looking to be direct again.
Asking questions of Magic. He's unable to finish.
How are they allowed to do that? That's, again, way too... Oh my god, he got the dink on the last bullet! Oh my god, he almost saved the entire round.
That's actually such disgusting spray control.
Yeah. Like, he's almost backpedaling. If only he had the M4A4.
Oh. I love the patience on 910. What the fuck? What's Woxic looking at?
Sharp eye, and Jota remains forced to hold on to what he has.
Blitz is already here to cut him off with the pass. Was dealing with that lurk over towards middle. Jota aware of the possibility.
Man.
Yeah, he sees the barrel. Jota
According to Zeus, Twist vetoed Alicia's return. Vetoed the acquisition of Breezy and Cirque in 2024. Okay, no, Dancelot, he was not talking about Breezy and Cirque in 2024. That was a conversation Zeus was mentioning about his time in Liquid, like back in 2020, I think. I'm threatened to leave for Vitality, which means he probably was speaking to Vitality even after he signed with Liquid, if what Zeus is saying is true.
He has showed up when the pressure is now at the highest. For
I don't think Twist is the only one who would not have been in favor in Alicia return to Liquid. I think the odds of Alicia returning to that team are very low.
Yeah, I'd say
based
so.
on what I know of that relationship as it stands.
Not ready for that whatsoever.
That'd be my guess too.
The logic of Xantares, and hang on a second, because there's a really quick fight mid.
Woxic got legged?
Yeah,
I think the more interesting conversation is the fact that the thing that we didn't know anything about before is that apparently there was a conversation about trying to acquire Donk. And according to Zeus, Twist shut that down, which is fascinating. A, because I don't think there was any fucking world where Spirit were selling Donk at any cost.
Yeah.
But B, that they wouldn't even explore it is insane.
Info as to the setup.
Even if that guy doesn't speak English, like, fuck it, would have been worth.
Hoping to be overlooked here, Xantares slips into the palace, hoping to not be caught out by this. It's Jota that could as well. Wicardia, forward position. Hearing a lot
Wasn't
of
Leash
this.
kicked from Liquid a few times, so it was never made public? They got really close to it at least one other time.
This can still go wrong for Eternal Fire.
Where, like, it was kind of a he was out, then he was in type of situation, to my understanding.
Walkabout and removes Techno.
I'm loose.
Awkward from Blitz. First time I haven't seen him hit the first bullet.
I think it's an interesting relationship between like all of these different moving parts, right? Like there's an organization, there's like a coaching staff or some GM who's like as part of the org, and then there's like the players, and then you know who's really in control, right? Because I mean either way, even if it's not part of the contract that Twist has, where his contract might not say something like, oh yeah, by the way, you are allowed to veto players or hire other people or whatever, like, but I mean, if he knows his worth in the team, then it doesn't really matter if his job specifically says that he can do this or not. He can just say, essentially, I don't want to play with these guys, right? And it's like, you know, like, but I mean, I would always say it probably makes a lot more sense to have it clear from the start when you're making the team, you know, whose roles these are, and like I would say that should never be a player. It should be, you know, it should be some coaching plus management thing on top where you know, because it is such a it's a crazy position to be in as a player.
The rifle's out top mid to take the long range.
Katie Glazer, do everyone has surprised you sold Donk for 2 mil before Cattle last year? First, to clarify, this would have been acquiring Donk at the player break, right? Because that's when Liquid was making these changes away from the Cadian roster. So that's the discussion. So you already have Donk's Kato, you already have Donk's first season. Like, we already know that Donk is incredible. Maybe we don't know that he'll sustain incredible for a year, as we know now. But we already know that Donk's incredible at tier 1 level. So, honestly, Spirit's also in an interesting position as an org, where their success both in Dota and Counter-Strike, right, they had 2 TI wins, I think. It means that their war chest is well funded. So they don't have the same necessity to sell.
Oh, another essentially air shot coming through.
We guess bomb?
The bomb has been retrieved. Blitz finds a safe route.
So
Passage to a plant. Senzu provides the card. and Madja to come up clutch.
Basically, I don't think Spirit would ever be motivated to sell him, especially not at that time after they knew what he was. But if you had a situation where for whatever reason Donk wanted out, and another team wanted to acquire him,
Uncertainty as to this
I imagine at the beginning of the year, over 1 million probably would have done it. And then after the first half of the year, I don't know, man. They presumably have a buyout written into the contract, but if there wasn't, it'd have to be like 2-3 million to make it worth in any way, shape, or form. Which I don't think that's ever worth it for the team acquiring. Like, I think it's almost impossible to make that value back.
Really bitter and sour pill to swallow.
You saw the jump scare that happened to Woxic there. The player just coming through the window smoke late.
I think, generally speaking, most player buyouts on the higher end aren't worth it, even if the player should be worth it, just because it's so hard to actually make money as an esports org.
True.
Then the in-game leader, he just runs him down
and also like
business. Final round of the first half.
The philosophy of like buying a big player and winning is like, I don't know. Like, I just think we're seeing how much that theory is being discredited. You know.
Give the guy a scope, he can make it work. And he has a tag into
yeah, I just don't. I obviously there are some players you can buy and you would say this is just going to be an automatic upgrade.
Yeah.
But if it's the only thing you're doing, it's kind of like, damn. Like, what you'd really wish to see is, like, what would happen if you could do it with, like, a place that has, like, the right, whatever, like, mental chemistry thing going on, you know? But, like, again, I mean, if you just look at Falcons versus Gamer Legion, like, that example is so jarring, right? You're like, Jesus Christ.
And especially with the Donk conversation, right? Who knows if Donk would be that guy if he was also trying to deal with English comms, with getting more comfortable in an environment, with being away from home longer, with teammates who don't share his culture, right? Like, doing the Simple thing, right? We saw Simple on Liquid. It was not easy for him. Even when they were hitting their heights, like, there were constant interpersonal issues. There was constant conflict. There was constant discomfort.
Yeah.
But especially for a guy like Donk, he's just turned 18, dude. Like, he doesn't need more money than he already has. He already has more money than he has any clue what the fuck to do with right now.
Also, like, for Simple, at least, even in spite of all the things you said, which is all true, but, like, at least for Simple, there was, like, the friendship with Hiko and the fact that they could launch their way through a tournament and just, like, you know, Simple rolls his face across the keyboard and just kills people, right? Like, it's a funny, they're having a good time. They don't care. Like, it's like, you know, they're just having a great time. So that is obviously going to be different also. Like, if you're joining a team, not to, like, you know, just have a good time with some friends and try and play some sick Counter-Strike on your own. Like, if you're trying to win whole tournaments for a big org, it's like, it's going to be a lot more serious, you know?
Yeah.
Wow. Eternal Fire.
Dude, this is such a blowout. I don't... 8 rounds T-side Mirage for Mongols.
Yeah. It's pretty rough out there.
Techno is the entry, just ripping heads every round. Thank God we don't have buyout clauses or trades like NBA. I mean, we do. Most contracts, almost all player contracts, will have a buyout clause, which is just a number where if you pay that number, you can buy out the contract regardless of team's right of refusal. That is just good business. Every contract should have that. But it does require that the player wants to leave. Right?
Yeah.
So, like, if someone comes in and pays whatever the number is in Donk's contract, but Donk doesn't want to go, then he's just going to say no.
Oh. Bring back cash. All right. Where's the last time Madja and Centaurus played in a stadium? That's a good question.
Dude, the Donk has said no, or Falcons haven't been told the amount. I mean, it's kind of one of those things where I would guess they go to the organization and they say, hey, and then Spirit says, fuck off.
And there's also like a middleman of an agent, presumably, somewhere.
Does Donk even have an agent?
Yeah, I guess that's a good question.
He's, again, so young. He's come completely through their academy system. There aren't as many agents as I know for... I mean, I don't actually know this for sure, but I'm not... You don't hear about agents being as involved in conversations in the CIS scene.
Yeah, no, that's true.
And of the big agencies, they don't really rep people that I'm aware of. So I don't even know if Donk has an agent. Like, this is, again, right now, Donk is just this pure wants to play Counter-Strike, wants to win trophies, wants to play good games. Like, the poison of wanting money and representation, all those things, which are not bad things. Players should absolutely defend their own interests. It's literally labor versus capital. But you just have a guy who's so young that these are not concerns for him yet. And that's part of why he can just be this ultimate player.
Yeah. Yeah. Unsurprisingly, life becomes more complicated the deeper you go.
Yeah.
Maybe there's turnaround later in life. I don't know yet. But typically, yeah, there are more things, more responsibilities, more problems, more, you know, stuff you have to handle.
If Spirit is smart, what they'll just keep doing is they'll just keep giving Donk more money even if he doesn't ask for it steadily, so that he never has a point where he has that realization of like, huh, I'm underpaid. Like, you just structure his contract with its incentives where it's like, oh, you're world #1 again? Here's a raise.
Yeah.
So that you just never have to have that conversation of like, huh. And you just keep the kid happy, and so that he doesn't have to think about it at all.
Just not getting enough
to me, that's the smart play when you have this magical, you know, insane mega talent like Donk.
Playing a very strong game.
CIS teams have bullshit salaries. I think Spirit might be the only one that doesn't, comparatively, because of, again, what they've done.
Keeping up with his superstars.
And the resources that the org has. And the fact that, to my knowledge, most of those guys are based in Serbia now? I think that most of them are based in Belgrade. I know the org shifted to being based in Belgrade at one point in time, and I think still is.
An insanely sick start for Blitz to just be standing in the window frame looking both like lower dark. Oh, free kill.
Free.
But he was like looking both top mid and lower dark, like just to, you know, having a good time.
He doesn't want to give away, concede this man advantage.
Mike exclusive photo of Nazgul press conference.
Woxic working.
He's out. Undetected.
Sarah heard that. The Liquid C has named Nazgul and not cooking.
A site taken. Eternal Fire. Golden opportunity here. He broke through.
Oh, Blitz. Come on, Blitz.
Put down Blitz. Centaurus empty-handed in the pistol.
No kit for this. They'll have to get a bit of a move on.
When do they go loud? Senzu's going to be coming in through con. Flash from Blitz to set up the swing. Techno goes looking. Can Woxic handle this?
Ooh.
An important headshot from the turn. Can he hit the headshot? He
oh my god, they're going to do this.
And
oh, the mental must be crumbling.
Yeah, this is crazy. Like,
that was a 4v retake?
Yeah.
This one is going one way fast.
Shambles.
Blitz with another impactful round. 3 kills for him. 15 and 5. Dominating Eternal Fire in this series.
That's a beauty,
so far.
Sarah. That's a beauty.
Oh, what a brutal way to lose the pistol as well. Blitz again, a common theme.
No one said Simple was underpaid. Navi is a different beast. Navi is an entirely different beast. Navi is the most popular esports organization in the world.
So the gap taken, Blitz hits a great
maybe Liquid or G2 have a stake to that, but Navi is an entirely different conversation from every other CIS organization. I think Spirit is entering that conversation, which is why I don't think the Spirit players are underpaid. But when you compare like the salaries probably of like a VP to say, I don't even know who you would compare them to, Vitality, G2, any of those, I think they are probably a little lower comparatively for similarly skilled players.
Heavily damaged. And it gets worse for them. Senzu spam finds Joe to the tracer, betrays his position.
But also, like, yeah, Simple was a different beast even beyond that.
Yeah, for sure. Like, he would be able to demand an insane amount of money. Oh, man.
Already, Mongols, this is just business as usual.
Well, bomb goes down. Curious to see what the decision from Major is.
Reverend backshots. EF couldn't handle the stage. Mongols had major experience.
To try and activate the likes of Woxic and
Yeah, it's kind of, I think what's concerning is how much was like, even from the start, you know, it was like, oh, it just felt very weird, you know?
Yeah, they came out super flat. Mongols came out shooting hard. I don't know. Zantares has been missing, dude.
And second tactical timeout.
He started out slow on Anubis. He started out like 0-5, 0-6 on this map. Woxic started 0-6 on Anubis. Zantares started 0-6, I think, on this map.
A memory in the Spodek.
Like, Eternal Fire is just incapable of winning if they don't have
stage game. Still something
players
new to
showing
both
up
of
and
these
popping off.
teams. Over the last
Which is
year and a bit
reasonable.
on the rise.
They normally have them showing up and popping off.
Oh, hello.
Taking series off the bigger names, winning smaller events. But both still trying to get their stage
What's your timer say, Mike?
51, 50, 49, 48. Are we synced up?
No, not quite. Hold on.
Up against
Are you behind or am I behind?
I'm a little bit behind.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're probably good now.
Semi-final.
Mine says like 37, 6,
from becoming Mongols reality.
5, 2, 1. Hopefully we good.
It'll be a dreamy memory, the other a nightmare. Replayed on those moments of weakness before you fall asleep. Now we have a very Eternal Fire gun round.
Thank you for the 3-viewer raid.
Let's go.
They need to shift the momentum of this game. So it's
Welcome.
on you two.
Welcome to the joy. Welcome to the madness of Eternal Fire just getting on by the might of Mongolia.
Yeah.
Off 910, that's a timing he wasn't ready for. Missed flustered shot, but there's some damage. Well placed HG. Mazinho under scrutiny now reveals his position. 910 the overwatch. It sends him with one back. Centaurus, an important fight. Oh, and he's not stopping there.
Do it more.
You can have the AWP.
Centaurus, the world needs it. We can't have this much of a one-sided game. You love Mongolia?
Alright. Hijinks as usual. So is he going to be able to pull this one off?
There's a heavy investment here. Don't lose it to the Ninja Defuse. That'd be the worst way to go, I feel like.
That would be, yeah.
They must know. Techno's tried
At that point, you just DC and walk off stage.
Nah, okay.
And
Easy as.
Important
On the 3, but something is something. Hell yeah, it is. Hell yeah, very much appreciated.
Woxic will be given the gift of that
we should create a cult compound in Mongolia. How do you feel about that, Anders? Relocate the cult to Mongolia?
I've never been there. I don't know anything about it. My sense
they've got horses and falcons, I think.
Horses and falcons,
so
yeah.
kills aren't coming their way. He needs to be able to find some
I'm not a big horse guy. One of them tried to kill me once.
Really?
Yeah.
Story time?
Just yet, as the Mongols. That was a great
How
old
old was I? I must have been like 8 or something, I guess.
Can't lose rounds like this.
And I went up to like, you know, say hi to a horse, and it was like inside of like, you know, it was fenced in. And it was nice enough, and I was like, oh, cool horse. And then when I turned around, it like, bit the back of my jacket and lifted me up by the, like my, you know, essentially by my neck. Like, so I couldn't touch the ground, and I was like hanging by, and I couldn't like get my jacket off because it didn't have like a zipper. It was like one of those like, like it had like half a zipper or something.
Oh no.
So I don't know. I just also in general I just don't like that. Like to me, you know, sorry if there are any horse people out there, but to me they are just big animals who are not that smart. So like the combination of big, strong, and not that bright is kind of scary. You know? Not
yeah,
a big fan.
I mean you have to respect horses. Horses are extremely dangerous if you like never stand behind a horse. There's just good advice for everybody. Never stand behind a horse in any context. And yeah, they are big and easily spooked. And if a horse kicks you, you're gonna have a bad time.
Still over towards Palace.
Vorsh probably has some words on the topic. Stop.
Reggie,
stop.
Flowing to Joda, he's going to also hit the steps in towards the side.
That's a kind of law. Unfortunately, I understand way too well, but I feel like it's not, you know, it's going to derail the stream in a big way. That's not.
Never ride a horse unless you know how to check your saddle. That is also a good one. Or at least have somebody who knows what they're doing.
And they're boxed in. Senzu and Mazinho, good luck.
My grandfather had horses, so I did some riding when I was younger.
McCarty wants to twist the knife, make this one hurt as much as it can. Another gone. It's just Senzu trying to retain his
Lossy has
But they would always,
Not long for
they would
this
always
world
put me on
is
the big
by
sweet
Trippier.
ones. The old, the very gentle ones. I had my horse, who was a horse named Buckwheat, who would, I would get sat on Buckwheat, he'd walk me around, and then he'd wait until my grandmother wasn't paying attention, and then he would definitely take control and walk me to his favorite patch to graze. And then comfortably sit with me on his back, eating his favorite shit.
That's nice.
He's a sweet horse.
If he starts to heat up, the two of them combined can be the difference makers. So a full eco for the Mongols. 4-1 split.
Don't trust someone else.
The other
I mean,
four
I trusted my
pressing up
grandfather.
cap.
And also, I was like 8. But I think that's a reasonable take, Sarah.
A kill or two, that's going to be a bit of a boon.
As a grown adult, absolutely.
Oh, that's uncomfortable for Maja. It's actually really,
Oh
really
no.
uncomfortable.
Hello.
Zatares
Okay.
to bail them out. There's a
Don't lose
ball
to the
where that came
USPs.
from. Still
It's
got
all
ammo
For the love
and
of God,
support.
like.
They fall away, but a 3 versus
I feel
3
like
is
if you're
not
going to
how
be
that exchange is
relocating
gonna
the
play
cult,
out
though,
in
I feel
their
like
heads.
Mongolia is a tough sell, you know?
It's a tough sell for a
They haven't been able to get their
Counter-Strike
hands
based
on a
cult.
rifle.
Ping is not going to be great.
Highlighted here,
Yeah.
AK and AWP are top mid in enemy territory. If Mazinho gets
Can I
one,
fill you
it
in
would
on
still
what
be
the
a crazy
exclamation
2v2
mark
in the
sacrifice
post plan.
command means? That's distinctly an Anders
This is
chat
still
thing.
looking very good
Yeah.
for
You're going to have to
Total
ask
Fire.
Anders about
Mazinho's
that.
been quiet on the
So,
rise.
because
4
we're running a
kills to his
cult
name.
over here, and
Just one
as
here
we all
would
know,
be
cults
worth it.
eventually
Gold
do need
and now
sacrifices
spotted. He's in
to,
so much trouble.
you know, keep the community in fear and, you know, make an example out of potential heretics and, you know,
And now
it's
weapons to be
important.
recovered. You discussed that.
Anders,
AK
do you like
and
board games?
AWP. It looks like they could save both of them if there's no additional
Yeah,
friction.
I don't. I feel like I don't get to pay enough of them, but like I definitely, I think yeah, I do. I just, you know, I'm not. I know there's like a big like revived board game culture that exists, and I honestly it sounds like great fun to me. I've never really had the experience of like sitting down in a modern day to really play, but like I could totally see why it'd be fun, you know.
So high highs, low
Yeah.
lows, but
So we have a
still
convention
around.
in Philadelphia
10 to
every year,
7.
PAX Unplugged. That's a full tabletop
Okay, yeah.
gaming convention. It's like, it's board games,
Yeah,
it's like
can't allow that to sound
RPGs,
the
it's
mood,
card
although-
games, it's all that stuff.
Gonna have ramifications.
I do really want to press this
And
AWP
we
that's
find
been
good games
saved.
there, but there's a game we
Because
found this
as
last year
mentioned,
that a friend
9-10 would not
bought
have
that
had
we've
it.
played that's very fun.
200 plus
It's called
the 2500
Eschaton.
loss puts him at 46.
And it
So
is
short, for 150
about
bucks for the AWP
running a
go, but he
doomsday
could drop
cult
it to him from
in
the
competition
team.
with other
So now that
doomsday
Senzu
cults,
can
where the
be
world
nice.
is
If he finds
ending,
any impact with
and
the
you
Watson
know the
line,
world
the
is ending,
impact
the Dark
he
One is
wasn't
emerging
guaranteed.
to bring about the apocalypse.
So how
And
much
your
does that come
objective
back
is
to
to
hurt Eternal
have
Fire?
your Doomsday Cult curry the
He has
most
just earned
favor
his
with the
last
Dark
tactical
Lord,
timeout.
so
The
that
last
when
opportunity for him
he
to
arrives to
call a
reign
pause,
the
to
end of the
take a
world,
breath, to usher a
you will be a
change,
second in
and also
command
gives Mara
Nice.
on the
and
other
be
side
and
of the
avoid
circuit
eternal
opportunity
damnation.
to settle his team.
Perfect.
They still have a 3-round
Yeah,
gap.
that sounds beautiful.
The damage they've just done has
Eschaton, yes,
ramifications, but
yes,
it's gonna be a
respectable name.
flow-on
So
effect
it's
a
really
few
fun.
rounds
It's
is
like
where
an
they'll
engine
see
builder,
that, but at that point, they'll be up to 12.
Where you get different parts, and you go through.
Yeah.
So good time.
Gift from the
I thought a lot about it
misstep of
because,
Watsik. And Maja top mid against the Eco.
like, some people, I've known this for a while. I'm gonna keep talking about it for a long time, but like, I ultimately have this plan for like an RPG game that I want to make, and one of the ways to test some of the theories about how that game could play out is actually to try and make it like sort of a board game, you know, to try and test out some of the rules of, let's say, the magic system or whatever, you know, because a lot of those things can kind of be passed out by essentially saying, how would this play out if, you know,
If you don't have shiny graphics.
yeah, literally, if we're just drawing on like a, you know, on a piece of paper and rolling dice, you know, how does it actually make sense, you know?
Yeah.
So I thought a lot about that, but
that info fades. Its relevance.
but yeah, man, like,
fades if
I love the
you don't
idea
move
of it.
quickly.
There's no point just going into an AX.
Yeah, I just need like
that would remove the AWP.
just need the
anyways.
right
rifles
the
that
right
you're worried
context, you
about,
know.
So they need to take some space, and Matt is going to crawl through middle.
Someone said they're an
He wants a good
enforcer
late
for
piece to a
PAX.
connector.
Retchy
Blitz is playing
Peanuts.
forward. This is a big
Hell
fight.
yeah.
In-game leader on in-game leader.
Yeah, PAX events are really fun as conventions. I am normally not the biggest fan of conventions just because of what we do for work in my off time. You know, not necessarily looking to hit that environment. Alright, hold on. Eternal Fire, some feuds.
How did Messino die? Like, I know he burned to death, but why?
I think he got caught in the jungle molly and spammed.
He wasn't even
No,
it was
no, he didn't.
CT
He
spawn.
wasn't.
But I
That
mean,
I don't know then. Was he already tagged?
yeah, maybe he was spammed and I just didn't notice. But I mean, he must have been, right?
Yeah, they've got everything covered.
It looked weird, but
Madja pathing towards the B apartments to
he got
ensure
spammed
can't get
before
out
the
that
volley
way.
hit.
Now
All
he's
right,
hiding
yeah,
out
that
in
makes
plain
sense, Joe.
sight in the smoke. Joe to low, doesn't matter against that up no scope.
Did Wakadia toggle?
would be ridiculous.
He had some rounds like this on Anubis too. I feel like Wakadia is the only player who's had the bonkers pop off so far for Eternal Fire.
The difference now, it's certainly looking like Eternal Fire not going to let this one go quietly.
And remember how it started? It was the pistol with the conversion, but another bomb plant from Eternal Fire. Then they went into heavy
where's mine?
glows, a risky maneuver to call, but it's one where they stuck the landing. Centaurus with a multi-kill in that round. Now it's 4 in a row. The CT finances can now start to establish. It should just be a half investment right now for the Mongols with a max out 3,400 into the next.
Huge.
But really important stuff for Eternal Fire. They are working into this game. Turks aren't done yet. And the first spot
But yeah, I mean, I used to also play like D&D's type stuff, you know?
Yeah.
So, and before even that, we used to play Hero Quest, which I guess is like an early kind of same idea, you know?
Things are starting to flow now. The comms are looking better. The aim less wobbly.
Please, yeah. Well, we're having a bit of a return, you know?
What's that screen?
I don't know.
Don't make that a trend, please.
Why is it? Is your stream lagging or is it just mine?
Yeah, I'm getting stutters.
Mine is
I
like.
don't think it's all around.
Mine is actually like stopped now.
It's given Woxic.
Mine's not stopped, but it did it for like a hitch.
Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna quickly, guys. I'm just gonna really quickly.
Blitz down. The high flyer.
Oh,
all the Mongols has to sit and watch.
Does he consider the boost?
I just want to quickly change the resolution, guys. Sorry.
Against his rival.
Why is it so broken?
Has to sit and watch.
Spawn.
Does he consider the boost? It might have to be another flick at a Woxic.
Check Gloomhaven, Frosthaven. I haven't played Gloomhaven yet. I think I have the PC version of it.
What's your time reading game, mate?
33, 32, 31.
Oh shit! So we're
30.
super
Zinjo's
far
pushed
behind.
up A, has some space. Senzu rotating back. It looks like Eternal Fire will collapse into A through connected. This could be risky. As we can see, nothing for them to worry about.
Smoke is the go signal.
What's your now like down to 20 or something?
The Kevlar. That's the best that the Mongols can hope for now.
Bombs planted.
Okay.
Patch of 5 rounds.
Hopefully that works. Damn, we're getting. I don't know why my stream is getting wrecked, but it was. Thank you, YouTube.
Yeah, the bar set 8-4 half.
I'm curious what Mazinho's up to here. I think what he might do is attempt to come out of Palace late, smoke the bomb, and hope that they hang around and take
Polish players on the remaining teams? No.
The finances for Zentara is
Am I
10K,
wrong?
7
No,
for
all
Woxic.
Polish players are
It'll
out.
only be very
and
light
coaches
damage.
are out.
Is he going to give it a go?
Polish goat
It's
Messino.
not Russian. Accurate. Yeah, the Polish crowd does not like Russians.
Damn.
Right now, for reasons.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Like, oh, out of memory? What the fuck? How could that be? Okay,
On
sorry,
your
guys.
PC?
Yeah, that's what it said.
You have a full drive?
I don't think so, but it's. I don't know. I've never seen that before. But hold on, guys. Sorry. I promise we're coming back.
Are you local recording?
No. I don't know what happened.
And that's very weird.
Let's see.
How did I die? I was taking a drink.
Hopefully we are going to be back now. One sec, guys.
Honey pop break
Might
time.
give a moment to rest in the Spodek as Molly back. Gone for that B pick again.
Okay. What's your timer read, Mike?
Timer is 133, 32, 31.
Okay, so I think now I'm like
30.
1 or 2 seconds ahead of you. But
Well, 9-10
okay,
is
hold
going
on.
to be
I'll
set
hit
up
the
for
2x.
success
That
here.
will be
Ghost
synced
looking
up.
mid. Sweeping the perimeter.
oh, maybe the problem is I have like
pick
too many
and matchup.
fucking stupid
Oh,
Chrome
actually, it's
windows
Woxic's
open.
up. Catches
That'll
Senzu
do it.
going peak.
That'll do it.
Probably Chrome
Chrome,
destroying.
I think it's gotten better,
They
but Chrome
respond
used to be the
possible,
ultimate
but he misses
ram
his
hog.
chance over the shoulder of Madja.
Stupid.
It's all the
Block
spyware.
Yeah.
Thrown out to keep them contained in middle as Techno activates on the extremity. EF regrouping.
Memories RAM, not storage. Yeah. Probably if you have infinite Chrome tabs, that'll do it.
9-10 to ticket. Blitz to tuck into the triple box. Mazinho and Sandwich.
Firefox are braving me out. I'm a Firefox enjoyer.
searches B. I think Techno should get the better of it.
Yeah.
Firefox.
Yeah, unless you get a signature.
Yeah, I'm not even like a happy Chrome user. I just use it for, you know, purely out of like, I'm used to it, you know? It's just
Yeah,
stupid, which is stupid.
It's stressful. Important find. Mazinho removed by Madja, but they're running and Blitz is in
Oh my god, they're coming back.
Damn. 15 seconds.
He's already got 2 kills. He's only got 3 points of health. Zentares also low. He swaps to the Deagle, turns it. Zentares does not find him. 8 seconds.
Oh my god, okay.
Blitz doesn't run there. Oh my god, he didn't expect him to double back. That's crazy.
Real cultists use edge? Yeah, I should use edge for edging. That makes sense.
Firefox just lost all their funding. What happened to Mozilla's funding?
Well, right now, I think Mara would be pretty stressed out. Things aren't going as he would have planned. 6 in a row right now for Eternal Fire. This one has definitely shifted the longest streak of rounds we've had so far in this map. Right now, the Mongols are the ones who are showing a bit of nerves. Stepping straight into the AWP, 9-10, trying to make something of this. It was chaotic. Blitz pushing, he was trying to chase them. Knew that he could have had a timing if they had a T-spawn, but there was no time for them to go back. Starting to believe now, Eternal Fire. They know.
I'm using the Opera GX, but it's literally just a random kind of thing. Like, I just needed under the browser that wasn't Chrome, and I was like, let me just try this one. I have no idea if I like it or not. Don't really care. I just
9-10 going to do everything within his power to ensure they
I just needed to try something else, you know?
YouTube is shitting the bed right now. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Techno forward in
no,
the
YouTube. Stop doing this to me. It's a tense moment. Why are we doing this?
Yeah, that is a good question.
A quicker timing on this.
Oh, stop fucking up, please.
9-10 goes looking.
Yeah,
Zentares in the open.
Ruste didn't realize that I was doing with Anders, and I thought he was doing extremely convincing Anders impression.
That's caught me. You caught me.
Quicker tempo, caught 9-10 off guard. Wasn't expecting a default crawl.
Alright.
Okay, now Mazinho and Blitz get a bit proactive. The tips of the toes of Ricardo
Now,
could be spotted.
the real question, was it a fake comeback all along, or was it the real deal?
Can he get away from that yet? A bit of damage, but reposition. Trapped out, but hang on. Blitz onto Zentares. It's getting weird now.
There we go.
Hits the shot necessary. The bomb can plant
Be
and
back.
save the conversation. Techno, not a part of that conversation. He goes forward. Woxic exposed on the fade of the smoke
Techno.
goes down. Is that it? Is there more? Blitz repositions from Conside. They're asking questions of this post plant.
There's no kit. There's no kit.
You get the AWP and you get out. That's the plan.
Okay.
Maybe both.
Oh, why not? Something needs
Oh
to
shit!
change.
I'm just on my cam.
Eternal Fire, they break through it. Gren,
There we
that
go.
looked
My
completely
bad.
desperate the entire time there. Blitz pushing ramp, but Mazinho was already dead. Even though he got a kill, it's still not interesting because they already have the space. The rotation too far away. They can't play off the chaos. And round after round right now, opening kills are falling in the favor of Eternal Fire.
I love what you said though about this Johto Arcadia. Like the younger guns have kept it.
Mozilla generated 86% of its revenue from a deal with Google. They made Google the default search engine of Firefox. The monopoly ruling against Google are killing that deal.
Wasn't expecting that type
Rip.
of pacing. Gets caught off guard completely. Zentares has him dead to rights.
That's rough.
Rip Firefox.
So they save the double AWPs. 9-10 can wield one, send to the other. But Eternal Fire,
All
they're
right,
just going to sweep
guys.
this one under
I'm
the
just
rug.
gonna.
Just 2 more rounds.
1 second. I just need to check what the family want to eat, so I can order something.
A quick AX egg could be the perfect
I'll keep them
call.
company.
Someone needs to step up for the Mongols. You need an individual moment of brilliance, and they need it now.
Blitz is getting some answers in middle. Distinctly quiet.
I actually can't believe Eternal Fire's clawed this
And
back.
you're aware that that information could be garnered.
This is crazy. But I'm grateful.
It's full retake setup. What are you meant to do?
That this isn't just a
Mazinho can break the smoke, sure.
blowout.
Blitz can do the same. This needs to be perfect.
Yeah, 9-10's got his eyes on the prize.
Smoke up.
This round push. He really wants to try and draw blood first, and he has. He takes down a huge scalp. Zentares down. Important response. Ricardia humbles the AWP, takes the site, takes the space. Techno close by. And Spam on the stairs does good damage. Techno's getting active.
Oh, over. Oh, Techno's got it.
I'm back.
Oh my god. Oh, what a balls out play from Techno.
Oh, shit.
Holy shit. He jumped up on ticket to go over the smoke to deny the bomb plant.
And that's that signature Mongol style, the bold play. 9-10, the execute comes. He knows
That
he's
is
the
sick.
only line of defense. He plays forward, triple box, gets the opener. Trade.
All right, so what's the food order,
But that
Anders?
chaos is where Techno thrives.
some different kebab stuff. I think I might do some real cheeky stuff and order a kebab pizza.
Kebab pizza.
Yeah.
That was a 7-round run from EF. It's gonna be weird.
It's a thing.
That feeling of conceding a round, it felt foreign for them there.
Double orbs retained, brought back in. Another attempt for the Mongols to work with this.
Yeah, Senzu's gonna
I think we got to stick on the Twitch tip because YouTube is really shit in the bed today for whatever reason.
As you want
is that wrong?
An angle, you're not expecting vulnerability
I just like can't reload YouTube properly. I don't know what's going on.
Mid-control window, Con.
Blast Lisbon and IEM Dallas invites are out.
Certainly looks that way. Mid-control under progress.
Bomb up, Cat.
3 players here to receive them.
G2 Vitality, Phase, Eternal Fire, Mouse, Liquid, Furia, the Mongols. Oh man, there will only be...
Lot of uncertainty for the Mongols.
Well, you know what? If Complexity make it through the EU qualifier and we get an American team through the NA qualifier, we'll actually have legitimate NA representation. Because right now it's only Liquid and I mean Phase with the Liege.
Cardia, the late piece. Set up for success. A step now heard. Blitz goes looking. Can't finish it off on the Jota. There's Zentares just swings in. Finds the insta headshot. 9-10 proactive.
Oh no. What a time to miss. What a time to miss.
Yeah, they need to pick it up. Time.
They dropped it. Oh!
Shot hit by Senzu. An immediate response from Jota. He's found his precision. He's found his game. 1 point of
Holy shit, it's map point.
Bomb planted. 12th round. Theirs for the taking.
Where's Techno headed? He needs to hold on to this. He can't give this one a go. There's so much he has to consider if it's go for the retakes. It looks like he will just back off. Moments before disaster right there for Eternal Fire. Blitz, if he gets that first kill, then traded. It's a completely different story.
I actually can't believe Eternal Fire brought this back.
9-10, he's been sharp, but misses a key kill.
I thought it was so done.
And Maggia doubles up. 12 kills for him. In-game leader has been
And they're doing a pretty good job right now.
They are.
Yeah, I mean, this T side, he's got to be given his flowers for this performance from Eternal Fire. Resuscitating hope. An 8-4 half. The bar felt it was set extremely high. 12 in the bank. It's overtime or it's a 3rd map at the end of this round.
There's still money for the Mongols to work with because of the loss bonus. So the save door back to 9-10. Rifles should be purchased for everybody else. And that was a bit of a gamble from the Mongols. They see those smokes come in. They know the trajectory most likely from the B apartments. Telling of the B split. They rotate Mazinho over, but it's the wrong gamble.
Can Maggia call his team to a 3rd map in this quarter? Round 24.
Sick.
Oxit goes
What do we think, OT?
Invites a fight.
OT gang?
Mongols do not oblige. Laid him down. Mid-fight taken. Ooh, Blitz empty-handed this time. A rarity, but at such a crucial moment of the game, they operate now with a man advantage, Chad. 9-10 really stubborn. He really wants to fight this fight. Sandieri not wide enough to force
Man, how did they turn it around though? You know?
Just stays tucked. Look at 9-10
It's
taking
crazy.
liberties.
How did they get here?
Oh, 9-10's gonna die.
He's not going to be expecting someone so forward. Senior removing Woxic.
That was bomb spotted.
That's bomb spotted.
Bomb on ramp.
Jinx.
And now 9-10 puts Maggia in the dirt.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
For Wakadia.
OT.
OT. OT. Oh, it's going to be down to the wire, isn't it? 2v2, 40 seconds.
Mazinho has a molly. Oh, good molly.
Oh, it's a hard fight. Mazinho's too quick.
That's close.
How quick do they piece this together? Zentares is on the way.
That's way too close.
He's sprinting towards that B bomb site. Techno's starting to rotate back. Mazinho as well.
The Spodek willing a clutch, willing nuke at the end of this round. It's
They're chanting Zantares.
Man,
this is a Zantares chant.
That's sick. I mean, what a way for him to get fired up in map number 3. Imagine he clutches the 1v2 and then that's it. 3rd map.
Yeah. Bomb's not planning for apps, is it?
It could be a horrible shock.
They have a kid?
Not 100%.
He's going to hear that smoke.
Not 100%.
It sets in. This
Oh,
he's
he's
going to hold it. He has
He's
to hit it in
defusing
the smoke.
open.
He hasn't done
Oh no.
Centaurus.
Oh, brother.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Brother.
In the end, Zentares, the round-the-world
Hold on one sec.
rotation,
Well,
the 1v2 opportunity,
that'll deflate him.
and not in his classic style. He doesn't take the fight. He lets them make the first move.
Saving ammo for OT.
Well, he comes out on top.
Got to keep the finances
That
right.
smoke completely negates any of his plans. And that one, he didn't even feel like he had a chance to fight for. We're all tied up 12-12. Double orbs, a key piece of this defense. Now with the extra cash, they've invested again. Up, down, smokes, land. 2 through Palace, 3 through ramp.
Oh boy.
Here comes the second wave.
And just ordering a pizza. Kebab pizza. Does he live? Oh my god, he recommits! Holy shit.
Eternal fire. Slice their way into the side. Techno can't finish a single frag. Look at the hell. Means nothing.
Wow.
As the first round of overtime is a convincing EF.
Wow. All right. Hold on. Peter. Here we go.
Oh, we finally got a game.
Why not just do that on 12-11?
Maneuvers down one side, and this one looking
Gotta
the same.
maintain drama.
Farnsworth out the gates
Gotta
from the
maintain the
Mongols,
drama.
but drawing this
Maintain the
one
excitement
back.
for you.
As starting to brawl for this.
Keep
Just
things
wind it up
interesting.
and let him go. Zentares, when he's in a position to frag, he definitely will deliver.
Okay, now I'm back. Food order is
Now you're
done.
Warmed into the stage.
Everyone's happy.
Trying to put on a show.
We got a game. We've got a game, Chad. Madger's feeling his. He's actually going playing ahead of the utility. He'll take this duel. Techno confirms Madger's aggressions. As Zentares starts to try and work into Blitz's territory.
So,
Forward position from
in the
Marcus
annals of
here.
things that
Blitz
promise to
trying
be
bodyguard
interesting
that front door.
watches,
Yeah?
Zentares takes a
I refreshed the YouTube to try and get the YouTube stream back up.
Oh, Madger
Front and
spots an
center,
angle.
new episode of the Richard Lewis Show with
Forces the
Carlos.
smoke out of the AWPer. Is he going to be able to get out of this?
Okay.
Blind. Madger unloads 30 bullets.
That is going to be super interesting.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah.
he's in so much trouble here. Madger's well aware that it's
I'm
been
actually
audible, but
low-key kind of hyped to see that. That's going to be,
Techno strikes.
I think,
One
an
way or
interesting
another.
conversation.
Yeah,
9-10
one way or another.
in this underpass.
Gonna be a wild one.
And Makati
Oh my god,
behind
Wakati's got all of
Now
A.
they feel the pressure from multiple fronts. Oh, it's all happening at the same time. Blitz
The
found
trades
so weird.
continue.
AWPer gone thanks to
They have A.
Zentares, and
They
now
lost
we
their
need to pick
presence.
up that bomb.
Bomb's
Once again,
back in
Zentares
spawn.
back
By
to
the time they get
spawn.
this, they'll have no
40
information.
seconds. Options limited, and so is
Realistically,
their utility.
Blitz is going to be in their face. Which side do they decide to finish? Looks like
they're gonna be.
Blitz is going to have to keep
Babe.
on aggressing.
Yeah, when do you stop running, though?
Techno's just going to tuck
Okay,
in
they'll
passive
walk the whole
25
way.
seconds.
Okay, it's a choice.
Well, one feels
I feel like
necessary to
jail
give Blitz a
should get
chance
you
in a
one,
1v1. It's gonna be a
right?
huge rotation, or get the job down.
Here we go. He's going to start hearing these
He hears them now.
steps.
Yeah.
Blitz will start to make a move. Can Techno
This is
hit
such a
one?
committed
He just
position,
needs
though.
one.
Oh,
He
one,
just takes
two. Oh!
Huge. That's so huge.
Laser sharp, important kills. If Blitz is rotating in from A ramp, even in a 1v1, he'll have absolutely
Damn.
no idea where that player could
Techno
be.
2K.
That would be a miserable way to
He's
lose
all he needed.
another round. But this one was a brawl. Wakadia, he bought so much space. There were fights going on everywhere. Wakadia gets out onto A, gets a couple of kills, really causes chaos. But Techno, the difference maker this time round.
Wow, the YouTube and the Twitch streams
Conviction in
actually
his
perfectly
positioning,
synced for
Techno,
me
and he's
now. I guess I'll
rewarded
just leave
for
it on
it.
Twitch. I see no reason to swap back.
Fuck it, if it's working, then who cares, you know?
A speedier approach from
Yeah,
Zentares,
until
but
this
he's
one
not
breaks
letting
or
off the
shows
gas.
me ads.
He wants this fight. He wants it now, and he delivers an opening.
There's a crossover between the great leaders, Cult, and the Globo Homo alt-right agenda.
Instead, he
I
steps
feel like the
up,
Globo Homo was more of like a...
and makes it just a one round, or rather one
That's the
player
whole, like,
discrepancy. Madger hanging on for dear life at 9 HP.
George
This is
Soros
as
and
dry
that.
as it may have looked.
Richard's agenda? Is that what we
Especially
got?
with 9-10 holding this cross comfortably. Has support
Yeah.
on the staircase, not anymore. Mazinho
Oh boy.
removed.
Oh boy.
Strong case being made on their T
CEO of Game.
That's the secondary
Richard
orb having to
Lewis.
retake in a 1v4.
Okay. So, winning 2 out of 3 rounds on their T side. In overtime, that's pretty good.
But they couldn't buy a CT round to save their lives in the first half, right?
Like a certainty.
Yeah, but hopefully they're a lot more woken up. Whatever it was that was missing for the first 3 halves of this game, like
Discrepancy once it caught by Mazinho, but this
hopefully
round
now it's different.
So nicely,
Could be.
Wakadia, Maja, Centaurus, Jota, all hitting their shots.
Yeah, Wakadia
round on the swap of the sides.
You probably would have.
It's like a long time since we've seen the Mongols on the T side, but this is where the campaign started.
Started strong.
Pistol, the conversions, it was all there. They've won 3 out of the 4 pistols so far in this series, and really it's that Galil round early
Train
within that
Wi-Fi,
second
yeah,
half
that's
that
pretty brutal.
completely shifted the tide of battle. But props to the likes of Wakadia and Jota. 20 for Wakadia, 21 for Jota. It's allowed Centaurus, who now has 23 kills. And opening kills is something he has been delivering in buckets and spades within that T side.
Well,
7 and 4 now, has had some that haven't gone his way, but contributing some key moments to help get the
We all have our
Mongols
role
in
to
the
play,
dirt.
Haka and Joe, you know? Someone's got to be the CEO, I guess.
Well, the overtime, tactical timeout expended by Eternal Fire. Just 2 rounds required. 16 the magic number they're looking for right now. 15-15, we do it all again.
Nuke would be... have a kind of a banging map to finish on. I'd be happy with that.
Should be fun, yeah, if we get there.
The Mongols to shake off some of those frustrations that started to brew throughout. Giving up opening picks on their CT side. Well, they're on the attack now. They need to remember how things started. See if they can pick up where they left off.
I'm the CEO of having a sore tummy.
Well,
Woxic unscathed from the spam.
I was going to make a joke, but, you know, I'm gonna be an adult.
Trying to thwart this early mid-control.
Where's the fun in that?
Tried for here by the Mongolians.
I don't know. It's a good question, isn't it? I was going to say, that's when you know it's gone too deep, but...
they're in no hurry.
Poor Retchie. We're all friends here. Yeah, no one's clipping anything.
Blitz deep connector from underpass. Given the space this time around, remember, within the first half of play, all the window boosts. See if they opt for that again. It's something that I'm sure Eternal Fire haven't forgotten about.
No doubt.
Smoke up.
No vision. Break of the smoke. Chance presented itself.
Shit, that could have been huge.
And now Wakady's been spotted out on short. He could be punished for this. Trying to back away. Not playing scared though, it's Wakadia. Oh, he does well. Blind but still delivers.
Just Magia here. Centaurus is on the way.
He's got so
no, Magia.
Oh my god, Magia. He's so dead. Oh no. Rotation's in? Oh no. Techno cannot be denied on this map. Techno T-side has just been insane.
Yeah.
That
it wasn't necessary.
Presented an opportunity to put on a show. He can't hit it. Narrow
Scroll wheel jump.
But that's Mongols with their T round on the board.
It's kind of like there's got to be a way to stop that from happening. Like, I mean, obviously, just don't bind it, but
top of the table.
Just like me, for real, for real.
Definitely impactful. Poor Magia.
Oh, mate.
It's always nice to see the moments of mortality in these, you know, otherwise Counter-Strike gods.
Back out, takes the fight, braves it. Even gets the info for Woxic, and then it gets traded out by Mazinho. So, all tied up. Double orbs, the CT side. Eternal Fire.
I mean, the thing is, like, at the end of the day, right? Like, how big of a round would you have to lose for you to unbind your scroll wheel for jump? You know?
Matcha almond croissant is fire. I believe it, and I'm jealous now.
Like, if you lost the final round in a major, you know, to a scroll wheel jump, would you be like, okay, you know, it wasn't worth it?
What was the... Was it Dupree who had the silencer right click? That cost him a multi-kill on Inferno?
Yeah, but I think actually you're right, yeah.
And then they added the option to disable that afterwards?
Ooh, information. Plan
W
set in
equals
motion.
jump, everyone knows this. Yeah, that is a straight to jail comment.
No support. Jota down empty-handed. The Mongols advancing.
Dude, Techno is unreal right now on these entries.
Yeah, he's doing some
and Wakadia the
wicked shit he's got going on.
This one, a 3v3, all to play for. So much at stake. Wicardia walking through. Being held.
Oh, spotted. Spotted.
No, he's dead. Oh, hold on. No way. Okay.
Oh my god, Madra. He's an opper.
Listen, every time this team needs saving is Madra, okay? Do it again.
Yeah.
Madra. Woxic. Woxic comes
Oh my god.
Oh my god, now he knows.
Why is he out here?
Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, he's so fucked.
Did he find the bomb?
Oh god. Yeah, they got it. They got it. They got it plenty of time.
Holy shit.
Oh my god. Techno's like, bro, what more do you want me to do? I run out the site. I kill 3. What must I do?
God,
I gotta get the 4K? I gotta get the 4K in my name, bro?
That's wild.
How did they lose so many bodies on this?
Rolling back the years here a little bit.
Chad Birchall School of Counter-Strike 101 double or retakes. They're not supposed to happen.
Just started to fall apart there. The fact that they catch the player coming through the connector smoke, it causes chaos. It forces them wide.
Listen, I feel like every time this team needs saving, it starts with Madra.
Yeah.
It just does.
Only 3.5k hours. When he has 4k hours, he'll win that 1v2. Madra looking at Faber, just like, bro, I need one call. Give me one call. How do I close this? Please.
Fire take us to Nuke. Third and deciding map of this series. And the head-to-head between these two teams, Mongols come out on top more often than not.
It felt like they had the edge today.
Edge.
Right up until they didn't.
Edge mentioned.
Edging. Edging.
This is a direct call.
I think they're expecting Madra to have the AWP again, but he's gone into the rifle. Pressure the in-game leader.
Faber had a great interview with HLTV a couple days ago. I totally missed it. I'll have to go check that one out.
Madra proactive, a forward position. Could he get tucked?
I feel like there's been some really good interview content out of this event in general.
This is a
for sure.
Very aggressive.
It's not going to be cleared.
They're going to overlook
Oh no. Oh no. Okay.
Gets the info, needs help. Wicardia, can you match his output? Can you get
Oh, Techno is so close. He got the dink on him as well.
Yeah, good trades.
If Wicardia gets that one, that's it.
Huh?
Oh my
Bro,
god.
how long does it take to plant the bomb? God damn, Zinho.
Centaurus alive though in a wide swing.
Dead.
Oh,
What? Okay, okay.
Centaurus!
3 bullets left, by the way. He hasn't reloaded yet. My man, you can reload the AK. Oh, he just doesn't give a fuck.
Does he read this?
No.
Oh, Blitz!
He had no idea.
We need more rounds.
Damn.
Shit. Happy Mara.
Hello, YouTube? Oh, come on. Out of memory. How could that be?
Finish. It's a nail biter. It's back.
It's never done this before. Why is it doing it now?
And look at this from Madra. You know he
No.
should have had 2. They turned around and get the trade. Wicardia grabs 1, but it's 9-10. Once the is posted, he will deliver.
What's your task manager showing from memory?
I don't know. Guess I'll find out.
About abs hidden outwards blades. Sigh of relief, visible relief on the Mongols' faces. Pressure. Valve releases a little. As we go again.
It is showing that, like,
Different flavor. There's a massive gap. Look at this gap.
Chrome, I'm just gonna
It's a gaping chasm.
Chrome
You're dead.
and then
Free
open
frag,
it
the
again.
trigger discipline is
I think it's
ballsy
just
from
Chrome.
Senzu. Now the jump scare for Jota. He's in. And it's getting, hectic. Centaurus, that's a very important frag.
Jota going down to an invitation
Oh,
position.
hold on, I need to re-accept your thing then.
Woxic's aware of that. You can see him casting his eyes towards that walkout. They smoked the ramp, blocked that out.
Have you shredded our beautiful shared chat?
Position up short,
Yeah.
the bomb on his back.
Rip.
So plenty of time to change the tune as B pressure is felt. Spam, defensive incendiary. It's a rotation now for the Mongols.
I think it's back on now, though, so we're all good.
Doesn't want to just step out on his lines and give away a free kill, so they need to do this as a unit.
Well, hopefully that means the browser is going to stop acting up.
The biggest problem right now is smokes for the finish. It's just flashes and mollies. Woxic and Zentaras over to Wade. They can lock this down.
Turkish Stars picked apart.
Oh boy.
9-10 removes the AWP threat.
Tars is low.
Zinho now starts to edge forward, and Zentaris so low has opted for his teammates AWP. The Flames, he has to respect them. Still holding that cross though. The bomb will become a problem if they can't put on suit. No smoke. Don't forget.
I know there are any add-ons on the Opera browser.
Code punched. Wicardia cooking a flank.
Oh, Wicardia coming to Palace? Timing's everything here.
It's being held. There should be no way in.
Oh
for them
no,
here.
crowd cheating, crowd cheating, stop crowd cheating.
But in that moment, probably none of them know what's being oohed about, you know?
Yeah, there should be. It shouldn't be that obvious there.
No.
That's what happens once we get
What's weird about the
playbook goes out the window. Players looking at tendencies, gaps, things that they
the
can chop
memory
and
thing is
change
that
because
it's
the mind
never
game
happened
between
before,
the
right?
two.
Like, and I've only been streaming for like a short while now.
Are both of your? How much RAM do you normally have?
But then the round pauses again. Very stop start.
How much RAM do I normally have?
AWP retains.
What do you have? What's your
Not sure it
dedicated
would make too
WAM?
much of a difference, but still.
I don't actually know.
Is it possible one of your sticks is either unseated or fucking up?
We find ourselves with
I
two
can't
straight
imagine.
rounds from the Mongols. Maybe just
It'd
maybe
be
the
surprising.
finances could come into question, especially if they want to continue to run double AWP. So bringing that out again.
Hold on, I can kill Slack.
Poor
I'm not
Joda,
using
just
that
not
right now.
expecting that type of a timing, but that's happened to both of these teams. Zentara's quicker through his underpass crawl. Senzu now coming straight
It's
down
more
the
likely
middle.
that something's memory leaking, right?
Well, Madja was the hero last time the double orbs were out.
Yeah, I feel like the most likely.
Oh, 4 orbs in the server, and Woxic, before we could even get back in, has found Blitz. You can
More
see
likely
the X
that
on the minimap,
Chrome is
that's
just
just a
eating
quick
everything.
orb window.
Yeah, very
Picking
likely.
apart that cross.
It used to do that all the time. I thought it had been
Dream
vastly
start to an
improved.
Orpa's round. Can Mongols rectify?
Someone has to take a risk now.
Well, how's that for a risk? You crouch peek into an AWP, and Woxic racks up another.
Got
Eats the nade.
16
He knows who
gigabytes.
he's up against. He knows Mazinho
Well, I'm
loves
still
to just
way
sit
back
here.
outside of abs.
On that palace position, held
They're going to be
now.
so
Woxic
fucked
finishes
even
it
if they
off
take
with
this
the nades.
space.
All
What are they going
Woxic
to do?
right now. Single-handedly securing a round.
What's
in
the game
overtime
plan,
to
Mongols?
equalize. It's going to be Wakadia chipping in, cherry on top. And Jota the
Okay.
same. Just the cream.
Some CT rounds in the mix here for our Turkish
Zentaris
friends.
has an AK to work with, and the double ops retains to run again.
I think
don't
shared
we'll see
chat
it for the
still isn't
Mongols one
working.
more time.
Start
is it
sharing
not?
chat. All right, I
Woxic
just
has had a tough go of
chatted.
things
We're
throughout
good.
this series, and he's
All right,
starting
good.
to activate now. That 3-piece gets him
I
up to
don't know what's going
17
on with it.
kills, starting to join the rest of his teammates. This one is called by Mara. Let's see what his adjustment is. Maybe it's getting a little bit too scrimmy for his liking.
Eternal Fire
more
equal my
sensibility
asshole
back
out to
into the
chili
play, a little bit
ramen.
more team
I feel
based.
that.
9-10 yet to invest, so I'm curious to see if Mara's call will be direct, knowing it doesn't need an AWP.
I actually changed. We got Korean
Plenty of
food
cash for him
takeout
to
yesterday,
purchase
and I
it, and here's
changed
that
my
right now.
order specifically
Blitz
because I
going for
knew
a
I'd be
head-to-head
doing this
orb duel.
co-streaming, and my normal order is
And
this
Woxic staying
delicious
agile.
spicy squid noodle dish.
9-10
That's
has come in
amazing,
with the AK, so not the
but will
orb.
always result in
Might just be an
a
execute.
punishing trip to the bathroom the next day. You know?
Oh, well, the body language says otherwise.
But worth it, you know? You're like, I'll do it anyway.
Oh, it's normally worth it. But when I'm planning to sit for a co-stream,
Looking towards
maybe
the
not.
B apartments. 33 rounds.
Do I want a
deep.
meth recipe? Pass.
Damn.
You highlighted it. There's the strat book.
That's his
Most
first
pages we've
message as
seen.
well.
Things can get a little kooky
Yeah, I
when you
mean,
get
why
this
not?
deep.
Is that the next avenue of revenue generation
Joda
for the
just
cult?
cleared out A-ramp completely.
Like to keep our options open,
Powerful
okay?
angle for an orc to occupy, and Madge has been given the task of holding on to it. Intermittent uncrouching.
Stick a sour warhead up your ass and pop one in your mouth. Pucker both ends. Infinite loop jutsu. Jesus
Again, happy to oblige, happy
Christ.
to give it over.
Pressure
No.
onto that short player. If
That's
they
a
do
lot to
try
deal
and
with,
wrap the-
isn't it?
Yeah, B-split written all over it.
Yeah, well,
Dan
Daddy's
Slot's a
gonna have
chemist,
break
all
out,
right,
especially
damn.
if Madge doesn't get his.
We did in the course of doing, so we did some sour candy challenges in Mustache Masters last year. Or 2 years ago, I guess now.
He's into the side for a second. Blitz fighting shots, but so is Jota
Oh my
and
god.
Zentara
And to
still on the
enhance,
race.
oh my god,
Come on,
Techno.
Clutch, this would be
Don't lose to 1
ridiculous.
versus
Techno
3.
4K.
Disappears
He needs a Techno 4K.
under the guise of a smoke overload.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, he's doing it.
Techno is the
Oh, but he's out of the open. Oh, it's just really, really.
gets it done.
It was almost the Techno 4K.
Ooh,
It
that
was
must have been
almost the
sharp.
Techno
starting to heat up
4K.
there.
Oh, he was. When I saw Zentara's overlooking the position, that reposition
Damn, that's,
was so quick, and he's beating himself up about that. He knows he could have perhaps made that dream a
Our
reality.
myth recipe
Remember,
friend
youngest
is
team in the playoffs. First time in the
there's a lot
squad
going
for
on.
both of these teams. Pressure
There's
is
a lot
an all-time
going on.
high. Sink or swim on the stage. Looked like they were in
Oh.
lead boots on map number 1, Eternal Fire, but now they're starting to float.
But yeah, on in Mustache Masters we did packed lips of sour candies
Careful, Techno, you'll end up like
to try and
Senzu.
find the biggest sour combination. Where you
Double
literally
orbs
put
becoming
like
a mainstay for the
3 or
defensive
4
sides on either
packed
side
on the
of
lip,
server.
so that as the saliva
28
dissolves it,
frags.
all the sour would hit you at once.
And he's just thinking about that 29.
That shit was
that
painful.
wasn't.
My mouth is watering just thinking about it.
Centaurus matching his output.
It's not for me, okay?
Looking for 19.
I wouldn't recommend it, but for a charity goal, it worked. It hit.
Mid-utility for Eternal Fire.
Is oil dinosaurs? What do you guys think? Oil is American?
Takes a heavy lick.
Incredibly based answer.
Centaurus always a threat. Blitz, brave.
Just literally own all of it by default.
Senzu in that ladder room if Centaurus does overstep.
There's a way out with that smoke, so might want to back off. Bomb rotating back over towards A.
Is oil dinosaurs?
When he's been smoked up before, we've seen him push forward towards the triple box. Mazinho to help from jungle. Blitz still towards window. This A defense is looking brittle.
Vulnerable.
Oil isn't dinosaurs? Why isn't oil dinosaurs?
First, but it may be forced, but the break of the smoke is still hidden, but caught out just in time. Mazinho.
It's a myth. It's a myth I choose to propagate.
Oh, hits the shot regardless.
Oh!
Ricardia watching from the sidelines as
yeah, it's too good of a myth to
does get away from that orb shot, but still
let go off.
work ahead of them with no time.
What's the saying here? Which is never let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Yeah.
With the
Just keep letting the intent swing.
Double orbs, ring true. Successful for
take the fight, Jota. Yeah. Let's go.
I mean, he can either hide behind the box and get tapped down to death, or he can swing.
I swear this is the early days of Jota. This is why they're winning the major. You guys are like, you're not seeing it yet.
What, like, why Eternal Fire's winning the major?
Yeah.
The atmosphere, the intensity.
Right, talk me through how losing to Mongols is going to make them win the major.
Because you need these kind of losses, right? Like you experience this. And like Centaurus is gonna come back and he's gonna fix like the slow starts, and then and Jota's gonna be like 30% better than he is now. It's gonna be sick.
Of course.
Wanted to give everybody a chance to take a bit of a breath themselves.
No
so this
tech
one will be a couple
pauses.
of moments. I get Woxic back and sorted. So
not the tech pause.
As these two teams fighting for their legacy and something they've dedicated their life to, and they're making it a show. To be dead even at
so tech pause, and ironically, Eternal Fire they need a techno pause.
First to 19. Spodek, are you entertained? This is just the first game. We've got another quarterfinal to look forward to as well. But first, we have to find out if there's even a third map required. Mongols, I'm sure, at that halftime felt like it was starting to become theirs.
Again, it is like unironically so hard to figure out when to do this as a caster, you know? Like in the past, I've had games or like crowd events where like if the crowd is kind of a bit silent, you almost feel like you feel like you should do it, you know? It's like it's my job to try and like get the crowd fired up, but then the problem is sometimes if you try and they just don't, you know, you're like, oh, now I've actually now I've really wrecked the, you know.
Yeah, you're taking a risk.
Yeah, now like I'm kind of wrecking the atmosphere even more, right? Because I'm basically just highlighting that like people are a bit quiet, you know. So it's
when they hit
over 10 years.
Yeah, I mean like obviously sometimes you can do it, but like it's there are times where it's like they're just not, you know, like they're not tuned in right now, you know.
Zinho was 10 years of age. Something to consider as we have generations of Counter-Strike players.
Yeah.
On the other side of things, a man who's finding some fight for Centaurus at the moment. He has come back alive within this series, but throughout this year.
How did chat end up talking about Diddy's baby oil all of a sudden? What's going on? Where are you guys going in the chat?
I've lost track of that.
Cardi getting a little bit tired. Sorry that we're keeping you out here so late, mate.
Thought he'd be done with this by now.
Well, they would love to have a rematch against Vitality, a team they've already been successful against in 2025.
And that trophy, the one that has eluded Apex throughout his entire playing career. Vitality playing the winners of this.
Woxic is back in the server, freeze time ticking down, and we are getting this one back underway. 17-17, 8-4 at the first half.
Okay.
Eternal Fire do the same.
Let's go.
Overtime number 1.
Oil is kind of sus. You need it for anal and cooking.
First to 19, 18-18. Well,
interesting observation, Elmer. Interesting observation.
Yeah, I never really thought about that.
Faber, his time to call OT number 2.
Usually use oil-based lubes.
The bar set at 2 CT rounds.
Dangerous.
And well, Mongols, they got their first right out of the gate.
And the CT rounds is where both of these teams
I use butter for anal.
They would need to get 3 on the trot to get this done right here, right now.
Seems like
Chat
a
is getting
big ask.
unhinged
It
right
does
now.
seem like a very
There's-
large ask.
There's a lot going on.
Let's get back into
There's a
this
lot going
one.
on. Someone wants to braid your butt hairs with their eyelashes?
Will it be Mongols in two? Will Eternal Fire take us
Yeah, I
the
mean, it's quite the
distance?
offer, isn't it?
Together, Katowice.
Yeah. How are you feeling about that? You gonna take them up on it?
Well, it would be. I mean, you've got to try everything at least once, right?
Hey, there you go.
Keeping us in it.
That's an open-minded
Once he's
individual.
starting to hit some heads-up objals
Pink
now.
eye. Pink eye immediately.
Mongols have to make a move.
Yeah, Techno is activating. Jota's went ready for this. He could practically see it through the X-ray. Can he convert it as well?
Oh,
Mazinho will get the belated trade, but the damage inflicted. The discrepancy locked in.
Blitz has picked up the AWP.
He's pivoting. There's an opportunity for Senzu on the cross. A reaction speed test. He doesn't oblige.
Awareness from Wakadi, that's a possibility.
That's an interesting observation for Arcadia, though, right? Like, you see a CT with an orb that deep in, you're like, what do we do about that? Like, if we let him be there,
The fact they could have boosted window, they could be flanking him, so they
then
have to worry
we're
about
kind of
so
giving
much
them a
from
map
Mazinho.
control. I guess the
timing
fact that
on
it's
this
a
could be
3v4
absolutely
is a little bit
everything.
easier, but it's still one of those things, right?
Crowd, don't give this away. Oh, no, crowd. Yep, okay.
It's still here.
What's going on with this crowd right now? Like, there's no way there's that big of a Turkish or Mongolian population.
I think it's just an instinct thing, isn't it? It's just like, ooh, exciting things are about to happen, you know?
Give too much of an opportunity.
Yeah.
Madge's back is turned on this clear from Blitz. You can see he's investigating, well aware that it's not the commitment into A. Madge is tugged.
I mean, they should have been holding that regardless, so that probably didn't sell it.
Just Blitz trying to hold on to his AWP. These resources, valuable.
But unfortunate.
Oh, the path of least
All
resistance.
right, Eternal Fire map point again.
Still 20 seconds to
They've had a lot of these.
Now the penny drops. Senzu Blitz. What's the even point of having to look for this one? Out of position, about to be a dead man walking. That Beak sticks out, and well, Nadja fluffs his lines, but the kill is going to be confirmed in a moment's time.
Or he gets away with it.
Okay.
Flick to hit. Senzu does not hit it.
You can have your life. I'll have the round. That's 18 now secured for Eternal Fire. That's OT number 3. Locked in at a bare minimum, and now the pressure all on the
No point to
Mongols.
brawling. There's no point.
There isn't, but he's just so, he's like so confident. He's like, I don't give
Snap
a
pad is
fuck.
there.
Broken hand buff.
It's gonna be the new thing players start doing. They're like, oh.
Troublesome on the CT side.
Scatter your
That
hand
one
in the
felt rough
off-season.
for the Mongols.
It's not only the opening kill they lost, it was the secondary as well.
Yeah, Jota hit a real important trade there. Oh, frag on the ramp. That's the Woxic opener. 9-10 didn't even get to pull the trigger. Here's Jota. Removes Techno. Confirms Mazinho's position as well.
Just let this
And,
game
I mean,
end
you
so I
see
can
him
go grab
look,
my
Wakadi
lunch.
is so aware.
What kind of lunch are you?
Is this the last round of Mirage?
I've just got some leftover kimbap from the Korean order last night. I'll probably just eat that.
It's quick. Mazinho
Fair
throws
play.
out the extinguish ahead of time, gives him something to play around
What if they
with.
combine it
Also
with the Jane pre-game ritual? Yeah.
There you go.
Probably
Oh
not.
my
It's
god,
just-
we're going OT.
Why not?
Infinite overtime.
Oh, heck no.
Yeah, more overtime.
12 rounds of overtime, not enough. Not enough to separate them.
More overtime.
Oh, I can't believe Mongol called the same setup again. They have 2 players, Techno, the B anchor, he's over towards
a
A
banger.
once more. And the understanding in this pressure situation, Mazinho knows, okay, I'm going to drop a defensive smoke because this is likely mollied. I'll play first. If I get anything, that's great. If I go down, we bait Techno in, and both of them provide. So a very good round from the Mongols.
Really cool calling.
People want Mirage out. I was a Mirage hater for a while. I've come back around. I've been converted back to the true faith.
Oh, okay.
I just watched too many uncreative games of Mirage in NA.
Techno
But top
Mazinho
end
A
Mirage is a
again.
delight.
Only 1 AWP for the defense this time.
There are
round.
so many.
9-10
It
touchdown
is
beats.
one of
Senzu
those
take
maps where like
Cowboys. Have to worry
a
about
lot of
Wingo
people just end up
checked out.
playing
An awful lot
kind
he's
of,
played for the
you
Indian
know,
leader who has felt like he started
the
to
same sort of style on it.
Yeah.
But I mean, there are a lot of other options that I feel like even the good Mirage teams just sometimes don't. But the thing is, I understand why that happens too. And it's nothing because they don't know or anything. It's because they're all trying to beat each other on like, you know,
multiple fronts.
they're trying to beat each other at a different metagame, basically, right?
Damage onto
Yeah.
Like they're not doing what they're doing because they think it's like the only way to play. They're doing what they're doing because they've, yeah. How do we explain this? they've researched themselves and each other, and they know that, like, oh, most of the time when we do this kind of a, like, you know, assortment of grenades in the middle, it means we're doing an A split, so we're going to do those, and then we're going to do a B split instead, and then we're going to do the same thing the next round, but then we're going to do like a slightly different time B split, and then we're going to do the A split. You know, it's like it's sort of all of it looks sort of the same, and it's down to like super minute differences that will be very, very hard to catch. You know?
Yeah. Oh, come on, Techno.
Centaurus,
he's just not slowing down.
Hoping to be overlooked here, doesn't hit that instant
Make
headshot.
Mirage blue.
It's only Woxic to fall. Massive.
Oh, he hit the 4K. He finally got the 4K. He's been denied on the 4K so many times.
Overtime, he just multi-kills Eternal Fire back to spawn.
Yeah, starting to show some classes, Techno. He's had some really, really important and impactful rounds of multi-kills within these spree of overtimes.
I think it's like...
See that again. I mean, Mazinho the bait.
I think right now Dust 2 is like the ultimate example of it, right? Like that...
Mazinho on the end of the fishing rod, and Techno, he's the one who's
the catwalk smokes on Dust 2 and the CT spawn smoke on Dust 2, they're thrown for almost every execute. Like, it's so insane how much they're thrown. Like, it doesn't matter if you're B splitting or actually attacking the A bomb side, or like even like in theory, if you're going like 4 long or something, you can still throw that like CT spawn smoke. It's like, it's just the whole point is it's so hard to read what's happening, because it's like, what the fuck do the smokes mean if every execute has like the same setup, you know?
It's like
which is a bit sad maybe for a viewership point of view, because it's like, well then, like, how do we explain to viewers what the differences are? Because obviously there are differences, but you know, but they're hard to catch, you know.
I just put Mazinho A this time round, so not going to be bolstered with the support of Techno.
They feel like they've done enough on A to warrant.
Well, Blitz is getting aggressive.
Yeah, okay, Blitz feeling himself.
Power went out, rip. I don't know, Joe.
Which he has done.
Oh, Blitz opener.
The captain
2 CT rounds would feel like the turning point.
Oh yeah, that was something we did in the pre-game looking at Skybox. Like, we could see that Mongols really like the 3 mid opener. That's like their most, not their most, but it's like the 3rd most used opening that they've got. And they use it quite a bit more than I was expecting. So
Magic has to make a play.
It's not a bad timing.
also 9-10 is one of the orbs that actually orbs middle window on this map.
Ready for that Senzu reaction just as he turns his back.
Whereas a lot of other orbs don't.
Also big rotation, but can't be capitalized upon. Woxic and Wakandi are walking in.
Yeah, good luck.
McDeasy with the Kanye copy pastas.
Already noted.
Please don't paste the other stuff Kanye's been tweeting today. It's a bit rough.
Will find the first, but good luck, have fun.
No
fun for Woxic in this one.
He's had a bit too much sugar today, Kanye, and he needs to calm down.
I turned down 3 photos this week with a Make-A-Wish kids in wheelchairs. He tweeted that?
Yeah.
That would be the difference.
The fact that I memorized that's also a problem for my brain, but never mind that.
A 3rd could be the difference.
Finally, some initiative, right? Blitz actually dictating the tone.
That was one of his milder tweets for the day. To be honest, that's kind of not even that tweet isn't even ranked for the day.
And the double are back.
Of course they are.
What the fuck?
Senzu going to be boosted up by his teammate for that fastest possible line. You can see the timing there from Magic's POV.
Well, they're summing up. No.
The call.
Been a lot of this going through the motions, getting the space, but this right here is the difference. Techno thrust forward, has this locked down. How far does he go?
Oh, do you have to keep going? You don't have to keep going, but it works. Okay, all right.
That's one of those
all right, Mongols are done.
Expecting friction on it, and it's caught him off guard. Now Zentares caught down, just 25 points of health. He's in trouble. This 3rd CT round is starting to materialize in front of our very eyes. Leg shot, Woxic, hamstrung by the Mongolian sniper.
I've got pizza.
So damn low. Oh hell yeah! Enjoy.
Limited further. Zentares removed. The fake.
For anyone wants to know.
Jota dead. Jota dead. Oh, bomb.
Cruel. Takes the head off a Jota, bomb under his control.
Did you get the kebab pizza?
I did, yes. Ooh.
Clean.
They have to match that output now. That feels like the bar set incredibly.
What does the kebab pizza look like? Show the camera, Anders.
I'll show again. It is
They started in the dumps.
It's basically, you know, pizza, a kebab, and then like we got like salad and dressing on top. You know, it's pretty.
It's just like it's like a full-on halal cart box on top of a pizza.
Basically, yeah.
Is there tomato involved in it at all?
Yeah, it's like a tomato bottom, kind of, and there's also like, you know, fresh tomatoes on top. You know.
Interesting. I'm intrigued.
910 may have seen the flash from Sandwich.
It's good.
They might know Joda's pinned.
In which case he is in a hot water. Manager trying to spot that mid-cross. Mazzinho and Blitz, they're not coming back to the boost. This was such a problem. This was such a problem. 910.
Had some French fries as well.
Finished off by the Nate. Good start from Zentaris.
The French fries go on top of the pizza, or are they a separate thing?
I'm gonna watch Party Shoes rant after the games. Might be worth doing actually.
Oh, Techno. Commit. The commit's insane. Oh my god, they've done it. How did they fucking break out of that? Oh boy. Walks dead. Oh.
God damn.
What the hell? G fucking G. Oh. What a sick map that was. I'm glad that wasn't a blowout.
Yeah. Listen, fair play to fucking Mongols. Like they looked so hungry to win this the whole way through, right?
Yeah. And they were always like making like dicks out plays. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like every time it's like, oh, I don't know how this is gonna go. Someone from Mongols is swinging, they're double pushing something, they're taking the initiative, like constantly taking the initiative.
Yeah.
Extinguished at the hands of the youngest team on that Spodek stage.
Techno 36 and 28. 36 kills, 98 ADR. Fuck yeah, bro.
They had to brawl against the likes of 3D Max and FaZe, but they get themselves into a big stage.
Fantasy already there, the Saudis? Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you double pick Eternal Fire? Because, yeah, that'll be rough. I was going between picking Techno and Maju, and I'm glad I settled on Techno.
There are 2 zeros, and then there are 2 zeros, and then there was that. From somebody who played in it, what was that like? It seemed crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah.
It was some of the, I love a man of few words. Watching you on this stage, big arena, what has it been like so far knowing you're going through to the semi-finals?
It's very nice. I'm Spodek and going to semi-finals against Vitality. That's nice.
What were you prepared to take on Vitality in the semis? What will you do differently to take on Vitality?
No, I don't know. We just try to win. That's it.
Hey, listen, that's how you do it. That's how you go forward. Fabulous play. We love watching it. Mazzinho, put your hands together for the Mongols. Playing Vitality here tomorrow.
I'm gonna go grab my kimbap. I'll be right back.
Nice. That is very nice.
Well, if you can't imagine it, you can believe this has actually happened here to Eternal Fire. They have been shut down on map 2 of what gave us a barn burner of a series.
It wasn't until the teams were basically getting double digits each until we saw the match that we expected. The back and forth, the misplays, the big moments of just multi-kills. That was the matchup we were expecting from the get-go.
It was unfortunately a little too late from the side of Eternal Fire, right? Completely demolished on their own map pick, had to claw their way from behind. On Mirage managed to get it into OT and then had their opportunities, had a couple of map points.
Damn, didn't
on Mirage, but just the resilience.
Didn't expect Yanko to be quoting JoJo on the stream,
Let's
but
talk
fair
a little
enough.
about that pace change up too, because it feels like they threw a bit of a change.
Didn't know it was a fan.
Curveball, if you would, Josh. Tell me about
That's
how
all
they
right.
approached it. The deeper we got into overtime.
Yeah, we got into overtime. We see these stacks on that A site, for example. We see Techno 4K getting set up for that bait. One round in Shadow, another round at that sandwich area with a perfect bait. You know, Eternal Fire kept trying their luck at that A site, and they were outplayed on some of these moments.
No Reggie.
You get to that next overtime, you get that extra timeout, you get to talk about the situations going on, and honestly, that was perfectly played by Mongols to be able to set the trap.
They had some good reads in OT, right? Like in some of those rounds, they're playing 2 rifles, Shadow. That's when Eternal Fire goes for the A execute, and they sprinkle in double up, which didn't work every single time, but it's a good counter to the default. So it's all about, okay, if you think they're going to default, break it with a double up. We think they're going to execute now. Let's have some sort of a bait setup in the site where, you know, there's a guy hiding that they won't expect that's going to be able to multi-kill, and in the end, that was the difference maker for the Mongols.
Yeah, and individually speaking, Mongols had to show up today in bigger ways probably than they've had to in a long time. Again, we talked about this being an environment that they're not used to. So when it came down to it, when it came push to shove, who stuck out to you?
I would say Techno 4K, actually. He's statistically one of their worst performers.
Goddamn right he was
And
Techno
here
4K.
We see him taking the space on A, we see him taking the space on B, just taking the control of the extremities, letting his teammates know what's going on. Sometimes it works in their favor.
Yeah, he was
Sometimes
sick, wasn't he?
Fire kind of figures it out and they come back anyways. But getting set up for those baits, going for those opening kills.
Consider who he's playing against individually on the other side, and then he's going in like
yeah, I did feel like the trio
90% of the time.
Blitz and 9-10 had the most impact in some of those rounds, when 9-10 a little bit more so maybe on Anubis than on Mirage, but yeah, they came out swinging, right? I mean, they played to win from the get-go. They weren't playing scared. I think that's
VP.
what sort of put them ahead of Eternal Fire today, who just came out really
Spirit
flat.
and VP.
And there's a reason I asked you guys about who you really thought stood out in this matchup, and that's because our DHL MVP vote starts
Again,
now.
I think it could be a more fun game than people realize. Should be Spirit winning, but
Yeah, I think Spirit rolls them. I think Spirit Navi. I'm taking Navi though.
I don't know if they're gonna roll them.
You don't think Spirit's gonna roll VP?
Not necessarily. I could see it. I could see it being a little bit fun. Again, like they're probably gonna end up playing Dust 2, right? And like, in a way, people keep saying it. Why play Spirit on Dust 2? But like, the truth is, why not? Like, if you're having a great day, like,
MVP, which you can use
like I don't know, like it can be done. Like the fact that people aren't doing it is just obviously,
we do have some pretty awesome
you know,
candidates up here.
you've got Donk, but I mean he's human.
Yeah, you bring up 9-10, you bring up his Anubis.
Barely, but he is.
Also on that Mirage game, we saw him on that CT side, shifting up his
Hold on, I'm gonna
position,
get to a drink. I'll be right
getting
back.
over that A site, not being afraid of whatever executes coming, pushing in past that ticket to that triple box, going for those kills over on the, you know, Eternal Fire players coming up connector, coming up a ramp. So really big performance from him.
Alexi Bob said gonna be close to domestic matchup. I did
on
watch
both
that.
maps, really, you see some of the entries.
It's an interesting
Kieran
idea.
Anubis did
I just
good
I don't know.
work
I don't
on the
know.
CT side
I don't.
as well, but this is a guy
I think
who
VP's been enormously
seems
promising.
to
I don't
almost
know if I'm
always
putting
keep
him in
his
that
poise,
conversation
keep
right
his
now.
cool, right?
Even
Able
with
to
Flamus,
put
I think
himself
I
in some
would
of
have. I
those
mean, obviously,
forward
it's just
positions,
tough to pick against
be
Spirit
the
period in any
playmaker
matchup.
for his team.
Yeah, and what can you say about
But,
a Techno
yeah, I don't know.
4K? He was
That'd be
all over the
interesting.
place like he
That'd be
owned the
interesting.
place even.
Did he get any 4Ks though? That's the big question. But yeah, we see him doing a little bit of everything, just like Blitz. We see him getting set up for these bait kills. We see him going aggressive on B holes on that CT side as well, getting some of the entries on that T side. So really all over the place for him, but leading by example.
And make sure you get those votes in. We'll catch up with the winner of that vote tally towards the end of the grand finals. We'll get them up here on the desk. And, you know, really kind of pick their brains. Speaking of picking brains, let's go ahead and pick that of Mr. Techno 4K. Hey, congratulations, man. You're in the semis.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, tell me about this matchup right out of the gate. Tell me about how it meant to you to get up on that stage.
It was amazing beating, of course. And the stage, we're from Asia. It's the first team. We're the first team in the spot deck in the history, I think. And it was great.
I have a question. It was a close game on Mirage, multiple overtimes, right? You guys also had a close series last time you were in an arena in Shanghai, right? Did how that game went teach you something about how to approach this series today?
I think from the last time at the Shanghai, we maybe a little bit comfortable at the stage. I mean, and it was so many rounds. We lost the important rounds. I mean, then after we won the first round at the Mirage, and fourth round, and after round, which we just kind of struggled. Yeah.
Talk to me about the T sides versus the CT sides. It seemed like they came a little bit easier all the way until, I guess, the overtime rounds where you had some good CT side reads. But walk me through what was so different about T side that made it easier for you guys.
I think that's the all teams the individual skills, the players' individual skills. It was better on the T side, I think.
I think for you guys as well, going into tomorrow, you're going to face Vitality. Obviously, you're not going to be scared of them. What is it that you think is key for you to be able to beat them tomorrow?
Just play like ourselves, play our own game, then not try to be shaky, and just we will do our best.
Fans around the world, fans in the Spodek, even here for the Mongols. You want to tell them thank you or anything? Because they were definitely some fans of yours in here.
Okay, thank you.
Fucking base.
Can't make that up. Is that? And that is that. Thank you very much, Techno 4K. Put on quite a show for us today.
What a fucking legend.
Thank you. I will. Yeah. And as you can see, doesn't need many words to get the point across right there.
Man of little words.
Yeah, the Mongols are in general, straight to the point, taking care of business. That's what it's all about, Trace.
Yeah, that is what we're looking forward to, at least. And I do believe, in terms of looking forward, that's where we leave Eternal Fire, right? So this was the end of a run for Eternal Fire here, albeit they had to do it.
You think the Mongols are going to beat Vitality?
This moment. Tell me about that.
The long journey all the way through. They made it all the way into the Spodek. They get their arena game. It's been kind of a tough, difficult situation for them to be in these moments, or getting to these moments even to begin with.
They could.
So, this is a big step up for them. They have that new roster, and it's all up from here. It was a slow start.
Thank you, No 2 Extra.
Yeah, it was that. Minus the OVTs. Those took a little bit.
Yeah, quick reminder, if you are new to any of mine or Mike's stream, follow. If you have any Prime subs you haven't used, throw them our way.
Commiserations, not the way you wanted
we appreciate
this
it.
day to go, I am sure. Is there any first reaction that you have that could help us understand why you didn't feel like you were able to play your best game as a team?
Yeah, I think today was a bad day. Generally, I think Anubis on City side.
By the way, Anders, I don't know if you saw, but PGL posted the form to request co-streaming for Cluj.
Really power, the communication.
Oh, interesting.
I think the atmosphere maybe winners today.
I sent an email and did not get a response, so I guess this is the way they're handling it.
We used to play at studio or something else. To be honest, I think we made choke.
Van Horden. Horden, maybe. Thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate it.
Experience, I believe that I have.
Welcome to the cult. Say welcome, everybody.
And also first, am I at this age, but also first time at Spodek. I felt good, but to be honest, there is a lack of communication on TeamSpeak. It was not like usually, and I think we just need to learn that and be better next time. But I'm pretty sure that we'll have another chance to play another matches like that in other events in front of crowd. So it's just about experience right now. Just thinking the big pictures that everything is fine right now, and we're just learning, and the process is important to understand that. Yeah.
Absolutely. Focus
great
on the
answer.
future. Thank you.
In a way,
well, the process is most certainly important, but
in a way it seems so simplistic to say something like today was a bad day or whatever, but like
words you guys want to give in this moment?
The truth is that really can also just be part of like playing, you know, different tournaments, different times. Like sometimes you unfortunately show up and you're like, for reason you can't maybe even explain, you just get off to a bad start and you have a limited experience, you don't know how to make up for the bad start, and you just kind of you don't know how to fix it, and then hopefully you do next time.
What's going on? They're not going to talk as much. Your teammates now don't know what's going on. Your in-game leader doesn't know what to call. What is the reaction? What is the adjustment? And they were always a step behind, especially on Anubis in this series.
No, I think that was a very good answer.
Feedback.
It's also just the idea that like it does feel wild to have to remind people of this, but despite the fact that you have like Maja, Zantares, Woxic are massively experienced veterans. They just haven't had a lot of stage experience. They haven't been on teams that made deep arena runs on a regular basis, right?
That's where all the communication issues come
so
from.
it's still a level of experience that they are adjusting to.
all stems from that, and it all feeds into itself and just makes it such a hard thing. You dig a big hole and you can't get yourself back out.
Quarters
of it.
now, semis at last, finals at Dallas, win at Austin. Exactly.
Designed to function. Now,
keep
for
upgrading.
The Mongols, they are going to have Vitality coming up. We did hear them talking a little bit about that. But for us, it's Virtus Pro and Spirit in this Spodek. Anything you guys can give me on that one before we head in?
Trace, this is a signature David versus Goliath matchup, right? VP, you know, the surprise package of the whole tournament, don't even have their full lineup. Flamus isn't here. They have Mir as a standing.
And when you cut yourself bald on the stream, that's a good question. It's bound to happen.
The defending champions, I mean, an uphill struggle is going to be an understatement.
Uphill both ways, Josh.
If I added anything to that, I would just spoil it. So I'm going to leave it at that. Yeah, David and Goliath, for sure.
Yep, Goliath v. Goliath. That's what we're looking for here at the Intel Extreme Masters. But first, let's go ahead and take another quick peek backstage.
Yeah, the chopper, bald buff.
I just wanted to get a quick vibe check with you because last time you were here, you did something pretty legendary, right?
Yes.
What kind of memories does this hall make you think of?
Nothing, to be honest.
Not the insane rating you put up versus FaZe, not your first ever MVP, your first trophy?
It's great feelings, but I don't think about it.
How much have you changed over the year, right? You've now won a major. You've got multiple MVPs. You've got a major MVP as well. How different do you feel from this time last year?
I feel more confident.
Who's going to hold the trophy?
That's it, I think.
And
honestly, I think
Navi.
Navi.
You're going to take down VP today.
Will see?
Thank you.
On our
My
team
guess.
Performance.
Can't prove
We
it.
will see indeed. Thank you so much, Donk. I'll let you get going.
But that's my feeling.
Who's your guess? Who's your
Navi.
feeling? Navi?
Yeah, I think Navi will win the whole thing. I said this like almost at the start.
I think, yeah. I think it's a Navi Vitality final. Mongols would be kind of sick if they could beat Vitality, but I don't know, man. Vitality with Rops feels like a really good groove right now, and it feels like
switch it up with the POV
it's just
selector.
it's so deceptive when you've got new players and they start well because like it's so possible that when they like even though they're all experienced, like that experience doesn't necessarily translate like one-to-one as a team onto a stage. Like you just don't know. So like I mean I agree they should win, but I would say that could easily be a more interesting, you know, more interesting game. Who knows? All right. Did Kanye stop tweeting?
Please.
I think he's had a break.
Break down. Sarah, do not let Doodle eat toast food. Don't do it.
Hey. A breakdown, maybe. I'm there on seats. What are we talking about?
Bit is here already, even though Navi's match is tomorrow. But what's it like being back in the Spodek?
Yeah, very nice to play Spodek because previous year we skip it, so I enjoyed to play here.
It's always a good atmosphere. Now, of course, you're waiting for your opponent. Can I get a prediction out of you? Do you expect to be playing VP or Spirit, and why?
To be honest, I think we'll play Spirit, especially Virtus Pro playing with stand-ins, so most likely it will be Spirit.
This is the easiest
Also,
one to
about the
answer,
place,
right?
I can
Normally,
say it's a bit
people are like really
cold
like they
here,
couch the answer so much because they don't want to
tomorrow
offend
we'll
their
do not like
opponent.
this.
But this time they're like, it's fucking dunk, bro.
Yeah.
Like this?
No. Thank you.
I want to see Zaibu and Donk head to head again. That'd be kind of sick. I mean, a Vitality
Would be.
Spirit final would also be a banger.
Oh yes, the reigning champions. They
I
are in
don't know why. I
the
feel like if
building.
Spirit make the
Spirit
final,
taking on Virtus Pro, Janko
I
so
think
at the
Spirit win it,
David
but I think Navi
versus
beats
Goliath.
Spirit.
My name is Ferris, but is joined by Moses and Pimpsky guiding us through this one. This is going to be
Is that just recency bias?
for Virtus Pro, to say the least. Because what's the
no,
elephant in the room,
I don't think so.
Jason? What's the situation?
Well, the elephant in the room, obviously, is that Flemus is no longer going to be on the stage. Obviously, visa issue. So after qualifying for the playoffs of the new VP lineup, He departs, they bring in Mir, their old friend, who's been on the team before.
Look at
So a
Jason
standard
showing the
situation for
chest
VP
hair
today.
out there,
Obviously,
putting
a
the
bit of a
rug out
shame
on
after having done
display.
so well in the group stage. I think everyone was a bit
He's a beautiful
surprised by
man.
the
What
fact
can
that
you
VP made
what can
it
you
to
say?
the playoff. And
That's
then again,
true.
You know, bringing in a stand into the
Little
playoff,
Austin
that's
Powers
never gonna
coded.
be an advantage, but I
Yeah.
guess there's nothing to lose now, so you got to be a little bit careful.
I think in that sense, it's actually, I agree with you. It is kind of cool because on one sense, Virtus.pro coming to this event, like what you want to see out of VP after last year is like, just show me that you've turned the ship
That
around.
kimbap was
Just
good, but not
show me
enough.
that you're on
Let
a
me see if I
good
can grab
path.
any
And this
more
lineup
food.
accomplished that.
Bush
It's a shame
out.
we don't
Full
get to see the
bush.
First stage game. A shame they don't get that experience. But in one sense, yeah, VP, you've accomplished kind of the goal you would have come into here, into Katowice with, which is show that the changes we made in the offseason are positive.
How much of a problem is this realistically going to be for them, Jacob? Because Flamus, Famir, what's the situation, do you think, with the positioning, with the tendency, with the playstyle? Sure,
Also,
as
wait.
Jason said, you know, Mir is
I just realized.
some
Go
of
on.
the members of this VP squad, but
They-
is this the worst case scenario for them?
It's not the worst case, you know.
They
given
swapped
everything
Jason
that's
from
been going
casting
on.
to analyst for
Yeah,
this,
it's pretty close, you know, in a
which
sense.
means they
Flamus
yeeted
also, as a player, has
Kassad,
done well for himself.
Yeah.
He's a big talent.
Yep.
They signed, obviously,
So they
Virtus
had
to
4
integrate him
analysts.
into the lineup, but,
Yeah.
you know, the VP we saw in Copenhagen.
No, they had
to
more
kick off the
analysts.
season, and the VP we've seen here in
Did they only have
Katowice,
4
They
analysts?
also changed up some positions, so I think they're all really good right now. of
They only had
not
4
necessarily
analysts,
sure
right?
of how they wanna approach
Yeah.
the game and where
And they
players
just
are playing,
yeeted
so I
one
think
of
they're a
them
bit more
to
flexible
keep
and a bit
Jason
more
for the
open to
arena.
changes,
Yeah.
so it's
Interesting.
not the worst case scenario, but it's
That
certainly
is-
close to it.
I guess the question
You're
is
right,
always going to be, are they just going to
Detective
plug and
Mike.
play him into the positions, or are they going to try
That
and adapt
I was
things to
like,
make
why
them
am
a little bit
I
more comfortable
surprised
in
to
this
see Jason
situation?
here?
would
And
say
then I
they'll
thought
plug
about
and
it.
play.
It's like, wait,
The
he's not an
difficulty is
analyst. What are we
First, it's
doing?
a lot of your aggressive positions, a lot of your space
Interesting.
positions. Mir's not exactly a stranger to that.
Kassad was
Not
watching
exactly
too
that
intently
effective
from the
in
back.
past when he's been on the team,
Got
but I think
yeeted.
the bigger problem, it's going to put so much more pressure on Electronic to feel like he has to call a perfect game and probably initiate more than he currently does when Flamus is playing.
Well, perhaps we can get some answers to our burning questions. It's Fame,
Blood
courtesy of
tweeting
Shots.
Zeke Cole's run in the open qualifier. Strong move. Eat it.
Fame, let's immediately talk about the, I want to say issues, of course, the fact that Flamus is able to play, that Mir is coming in, and how you are approaching it as a team.
I don't know what to say. It's a visa problem on Flamus, so he couldn't be here for the playoffs
Time to
because
acquire
of
more
the, I don't know how to explain, visa problem. And
I know the reason. I just wanted to ask kind of, how are you going to approach it? Is Mir going to just take his positions, or is there more going on?
actually, he has maybe almost every his position, so it's not that hard for us. But yeah, we have only 1 day to train, I think, and we're just gonna see in the game. We're gonna enjoy it today, and we're gonna see how it goes in the game.
Yeah, it's I guess a bit of a mindset shift, right? Because you had such success in the group stage, and now how do you make the best out of this, knowing that Spirit is an incredibly hard team to beat, even if you would have been with your full lineup?
I think I can say that we are 100% sure we can win them today or not, but we played a lot of practice games against them, and we know each other very well, I think. And we just gonna see in the game. We just need our best individual form, our best everything clutches to win, and I hope we're gonna win today.
Good luck.
What do you make of that one, Moses? Is that the way that, you know, VP should be reacting to this?
Yeah, I think basically it didn't seem like he was putting a whole lot of pressure on himself to win, which is always great. And yeah, I think I like that he was at least honest, where he's just like, we're not winning if we don't have any kind of crazy individual performances, because you're going to need some good stuff tactically. The problem is there's just no advantages for them, so you have to have those elevated individual performances. Icy with the AWP can have a lot of impact. You need those guys to pop off if you want any chance.
Yeah, that's just the way it is going to be for VP today. You also consider the opposition, of course, in Spirit, which we'll get into, but I almost would say that had it been any other team in this playoff, I would give VP a realistic shot at making the game competitive. But fact of the matter is, you're facing Donk, you're facing these strong individuals in Spirit that arguably right now are the best team in the world, so it's tough to imagine a world where VP can win. So it's all about, you know, getting off to a good start and then hopefully make the game competitive to a point where maybe Spirit will crumble a little bit.
Well,
Jacob, you've been doing a little bit of research on the VP squad, so if you'd like to ever so gracefully waltz on over to the Telestrator, because you've got a little bit of Dust 2, obviously a map that Spirit, they absolutely love to play, but what's the takeaway from the VP side?
I mean, it's a round that is going to showcase how simple Counter-Strike can be. You know, in all its essence, it's a Dust 2 game, so it is a little bit simplified, but this is what I want to see from VP today as well. I want to see simple Counter-Strike, but effective Counter-Strike. So if we jump into the round, we may as well just fast forward a little bit to set the scene right here for you guys. As you can see, the round as it is right now, there's not a lot of money, not a lot of stuff brought into the VP scenario. It's a couple of pistols, there's a couple of grenades. But the thing is right here, as you can see on the minimap, right now Eternal Fire are playing a very passive setup, you know, a 1-1-1 setup, which is very normal on Dust 2. And that's something Electronic loves. Because that
I thought you
means
said
that
vodka. I
EF
was
is
like,
giving
Jesus.
VP a lot of space.
A little early
and
for
what
that,
EF have done so
like
far in
just
this
passing
tournament
in
has
here.
obviously been great. What VP has done even better
Yeah, I
on
was
their
gonna
T
say,
side is that they do the
almost one.
basics, but they do them to a high level. Again, around where there's just a couple of pieces of utility, just a couple of pistols, they realize they're gifting a lot of space right now on towards short, and instead of waiting and waiting and waiting, they go into a set execute and they do it from the get-go. And this is where it gets simple, right? It's just a couple of grenades, a couple of flashes, but look how effective it is against EF. Voxic being flashed out of
Do you follow
position,
any
not
sport?
comfortable taking the duel anymore.
Not
And
really.
all of a sudden
Sometimes
now
I'll
you
watch
have control over the bomb site with
UFC
the
type
Tech
stuff
Nines,
if-
with the pistols.
if I'm
You get
in a
the bomb
particular
down
mood,
and
but-
you give yourself a winning chance. Again, it's not like there's a deep strategic
Used to care about
reason into
boxing.
this.
Think it's kinda
not
boring
like
now.
It's a perfect execute or something where you dive into it and be like, that's new, that's great. It's just very simple but very proactive Counter-Strike coming in for VP, and they end up winning the round. So if they can simplify the game against Spirit today to this level, maybe, just maybe they have a chance.
Do you think that Spirit will let them get away with that?
No, that'd be my next point. Would be like, yeah, it's all correct, but the question is always: is Spirit going to? Are they going to sit that far back each and every round? Especially on a map like Dust 2, which you just broke down. We know Donk's going to like to get aggressive. They like the challenge on Catwalk. They like to be disruptive. So not a whole lot of time, I think, for VP
Damn,
to get
KD
those like,
Blazer's getting a
pure,
little broed
clean
in chat.
executes, nice and easy as they'd like them.
Well, before we do dive
Listen,
into the
he's-
Spirit side of the equation, we need to
He
head
likes taking the
down
fights,
to
you know.
the sidelines to check in with our casters. It's Harry and Nico.
We're getting ready for our second quarterfinal of the day here in the Spodek Arena. It's going to be Team Spirit versus Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and a very exciting one. You know, Team Spirit, this was the city, the place, the arena
Yeah,
that made
random
the
raccoon.
world familiar with Donk. It was here that he had his breakout performance in 2024, securing the trophy. Now looking for back-to-back titles. This guy wasn't just content with breaking records for rookie events. He broke the record for events ever, let alone in your debut year. So, yeah, it's feeling like sky's kind of the limit for Donk and Team Spirit here as they try to do something very few squads have ever done before and get their name on these steps twice over, back to back.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy run through this bracket, though. VP, can't underestimate them, and Na'Vi waiting in the semi-finals as well. That's always an exciting head-to-head.
Got a feeling Harry's fit. He's going to put on a jacket later, I'm sure.
Again, they have to take down VP. They have to take down Na'Vi.
Maybe it's
and
just
they have to
classic
run
look,
through
isn't
to a
it?
BO5
White
grand
shirt.
final on Sunday.
Pants.
Yeah, of course, it's only Fnatic back in
What do you want him,
2015,
not wear pants?
2016 that have been back-to-back champions here
Preferably,
in
yeah.
Katowice, and it's kind of crazy
Me too,
looking
but
at
I
these
mean,
images to just think about
it is
how
a
far
broadcast.
Spirit have come since that moment. It was a bit of a
Gives me
roller coaster
Firestone
throughout
rep.
2024, let's be real, but they had a statement end to it, lifting their
They're
first
just a
major as well.
Yeah, 1 year ago, Katowice, this was kind of like the
grab
welcoming party. It
You
was
know?
showing that Donk was the
Laying
real
bricks
deal. It
and
was like Shiro made the right decision in his
hitting
decision
lick
of switching
on the
over to this
microphone.
roster. It kind of was just like, okay, Spirit's here. They're going to be a tough team we have to contend with all year. Ups and
The man of
downs
the
throughout
people.
the year. But obviously that peak of winning the major and now coming into Katowice this
father
year,
now.
it's like, this can't be a welcoming party, but it can establish them as the dominant team to beat moving forward into this year. Na'Vi was the best team last year, but Spirit, they might again just put a target on their back right out of the gate.
Yeah, and I think that's what they want to do, obviously, coming into Katowice. That's what they want to do against VP today. Obviously, win the entire tournament. Another thing could be Donk as well. We spoke about him being the MVP last year, putting up a 1.70 rating. This year, he's been a little bit more, I can't say cold. A 145 is ridiculous still, but to a point where he can be talked to a point where he's not
The
straight
tuck
up
didn't look
dominating every
for that
single
shirt,
game.
isn't
And
it?
right now, Spirit, you know,
I'm
the reason
gonna
they're
be
in
honest,
the
I hate all
quarterfinals is that they
shirts.
have
I just
lost the
think
game so far in this tournament. They did
just
go
don't
down
like
to Na'Vi,
the
so it's
concept
not the same
of like a dress
spirit
shirt.
coming into this game as we perhaps saw in the final and the semifinal last year.
Well, unbeatable for Virtus Pro, probably. That's
For
be real,
VP, yeah.
I would say too, like, think about it as well. What Donk said to you in the interview earlier, where you just said, "What's the difference between you as an individual from then to now?" And he just said, "I'm more confident." And now Spirit also has the confidence of a major trophy in their cabinet. You know, they have that in their back pocket. So you come into this and you're more confident, you're more comfortable with each other, and you know what you can achieve as a team. I think this team is more dangerous this year than it was last year.
I would disagree with what I've seen so far based on the statistics in front of you, because I think there's one issue with Spirit so far in this tournament, and that it has been the dunk show. I know it always is the dunk show, but normally you'd be like Shiro, he has a game or two where he steps up, you have Sontic stepping up. Again, you can look at the stats and you can digest them, and you can always, you know, be a little bit, you know, in the sense that
I kind of like
it's just
Jacob
stats,
for
it's just
disagreeing with
numbers, look into
shit,
the
you know?
context of it, but they do rely an awful lot on Dunk. That was the overall stats for the tournament. T-side, though, Dunk is rated 165. The next on the team is around 1. Dunk is the only player right now creating anything whatsoever for Spirit on the T-side. So my question is, if Dunk is having one of those games where he's perhaps not popping off, where he's not feeling it, it doesn't happen often, what else is there to show right now for Spirit on the T-side? Because so far this tournament, there's been nothing.
Well, I would say just to touch on that, because I think maybe on the T side you might be a little bit correct. We saw the Astralis series. Astralis actually did a really good job of neutralizing him on defense, especially on Nuke. Had a game plan to keep him harassed, keep him pinned down, and they did a very, very good job.
Both teams made a lot of mistakes in the Spirit Navi game. I'd say
and
Spirit
Magix and
won't lose
Zontics then picked up.
Interesting.
So they have the pieces in the right circumstances, and everyone's playing well. I think you don't need an individual.
I still think there's an element of a major hangover.
You look at Spirit as a team, like your protocols and the way you guys shift around the map,
like
and the way you
obviously,
communicate and handle
for Spirit, they're
situations.
still
They can overcome anyone.
And part of that story also, as you said,
and we'll see if they just
so
immediately turn it back on now that they're in the arena.
70%,
but I do think that there were enough.
Should be enough. But I'm looking long term right here.
Warning signs for Spirit in the group, where it's just like it's not that they're bad. They're phenomenal still. They're incredible. But it just wasn't that like every round is terrifying against them kind of Spirit, you know?
I think there's
Yeah, I think a lot of it is going to be down
back
to
the Don conversation as well. Obviously, we talk
like
about
somebody
Spirit
like
having the
Blade
potential
or
to be only
Alexia or whatever, like,
second
or the
ever
combination
team
of the
to
two,
get
they are
back-to-back
going to put
trophies
so
here.
much
And looking at
focus
the
into how to
numbers,
stop someone like Dong,
obviously
and
being at the forefront
yeah,
of the MVP discussion, and he
like
would join Olaf
ultimately
as the
you
only
can
player
do
to
that,
it
right? Like
back-to-back as well. And this is
obviously you
only
can't
within
stop
a
him from being
year of
good,
him
but you
even
can.
entering the tier 1 scene. It's kind of insane.
I feel
I
like
mean,
he has established
it's a lot of
himself
pressure
right
on
now as
somebody,
obviously
right? So
the
like,
best player in the world. We had the conversation last year. You know, Monesi was in the conversation.
wouldn't be surprised if they find more ways.
In the conversation. I feel like
my
right
microphone
now,
should
if you
be
take a
still fine.
temperature check
Maybe I
of
was
all
being a
these
little
players
quiet while I was
where
eating
they're at right
babka.
now, Dong is undisputed the best player in the game. The
Am I
impact
still
he's
quiet,
having, as I
Sarah?
said before, I believe his rating on the T side so far in this tournament is 160
Should I
plus,
up
which
my
is
shit?
absolutely insane. So coming into this game,
Yeah,
there's
get
no
it
doubt
together,
that we
Mike.
get to see the best player in the world take on the server.
Audio is
I
the
mean,
devil,
it's
man.
Audio
Audio
is
is the
It's
devil.
kind of like, is that ever going to slow down? Like, that is kind of, I guess, the question we just have.
It always will. You know, people forget that it always will slow down. You said the same about Olaf Meister. We said the same about Cold Zero. We said the same about Astralis. Are they ever going to lose? I'm not saying it's going to happen anytime soon, but it always will. It's just a question of time.
They were always like mid-20s, though, when we had those conversations. This kid's 18, so, I mean, whatever. Yeah, I think, you know, he's obviously such a force for this team. And yeah, there is probably an element of over-reliance on him. But again, as long as it's consistent,
yeah, I mean,
like, why would you go away from
speaking
him?
of
It's not
changing
just like
people on the
relying on him
broadcast,
to get
right?
the numbers, but you're
It
also
maybe also
relying on
sucks a
him
little
because
bit for
you're putting so
Dinko
much
in that sense,
resources
right?
into
Because
making
he's
sure
like,
that he has that success, that his skill
you
can
know,
be unleashed in the server, and that's all looked
like
perfect.
he's not going to be, you know, sort of like part of the broadcast
Well,
anymore.
before we do
And
continue
that's a bit of a
Spirit
shame, you
side of
know.
the conversation, let's get a few
Yeah,
words courtesy
yeah, it
of
does suck.
Magix.
He is.
Magic's big day back
I mean, just
in
kind of the
Spodek,
reality of
up
being
in
the
your
secondary duo
quarterfinal
for
versus
ESL right now,
VP.
right?
Generally,
Yeah,
that's like
yeah, it
being
is.
That
back in
you're
Spodek
gonna
when we
have.
got
They only do four or
wonderful
two duos
success last
on
year.
their playoffs because
Well,
these
it's
6 teams
definitely
where they
great
don't do
because
more
it's
than
the
one
first
game a day.
tournament with the crowd since the beginning of the year.
And yeah, it's just like
last time we played with the crowd,
it's
was
either
the
Harry and
Shanghai
Hugo
Major,
getting yoinked
and we're
or
happy to be back.
I can imagine
Dinko
it was kind
Moses.
of the start of everything
Yeah.
for Spirit, but where do you find yourself in terms of level now? Of
you're
course,
gonna
we
get
had the
pizza. I
Navi
inspired
match,
you. That's
which
awesome.
wasn't
Let's go.
exactly how you'd want. A couple
If
of maps
you could
perhaps
press the
as
magical
well.
button that
Where's the
remove
level
Valorant
at?
face
Where
you
did the
would you press it?
improvements
No,
need to
I
come
wouldn't.
from?
Well, basically we are bad.
I actually think Val's been
you
good
know,
for CS.
The game is pretty much
Yep,
random,
I think
and every day is a different day.
I'm
so
like a
we can like do
market
anything, win anything, or lose
market
anything.
forces kind of person.
That's a nice way to look at it, but does
So I
that
think
mean
it's
that
important. I
you
think
also never look
There's
at
also
your
been an
demos?
influx of, and you can see it like just in casual games and things like that. There's an influx of people who
comments. Okay.
discover
Tell
TAC
me about
FPS
playing versus
through
VP, and of
Valorant
course, it's a totally different situation.
and
that
then make the
they
jump
have
to CS
extended. How
when
much
they
has
get
that
frustrated with
changed
some
for
aspects of
you?
Valorant.
Yeah.
They try out the OG.
Well,
Yeah. Also, you know,
they will be definitely.
if you have fun in
be hard
Valorant, then fuck it, like let them, you know.
What to expect for them.
What do I care?
There's a different
But I don't think it's
positions
like
for the players.
a zero-sum
and
game where
we,
it's
I'm
like,
not sure how they will be placing
you know,
here
if Valorant
ahead
wins
of
too much,
Thomas.
Counter-Strike's gonna get defeated or
But
something.
Overall,
Would an all-star
we should be
caster talent lineup be able to
counting
contest for
on
a CCT
the way
title?
we
No.
play and
Definitely
not
not.
No.
what
Oh,
we
I'm trying to
expect
think
from
what would
them.
be our top 5
sense. Good luck.
all-star caster lineup.
Honestly, I don't really know what to make of the no comment answer.
Steel,
But do you even
obviously.
watch your own demos? demos. Like,
Yeah.
I
Him.
don't even know what
they
he's
do.
trying to
Jason.
hide there. Of course he does.
Chad, Henry,
probably Harry.
Harry, maybe. Yeah.
I think Harry beats Henry right now, but maybe not.
Jesus,
Well, Henry plays a lot of CS.
Dangerous thing to say, Mike. We're actually stepping
I don't know.
into
We should
incredibly
1v1
dangerous
them.
territory.
1v1 them. Put them up against each other.
Yeah, you got
I feel like
to literally do that.
I don't know. Harry's more on the grind. Henry's more on the office cues. Although maybe it is Henry.
You've been a coach before, right? There's also a case sometimes
It'll be a
where
tough
you
one.
don't really want to focus too much on your opponents. That could be a scenario like today where you're playing with a stand-in. So how much are you going to read?
I don't think they win
win
a CCT though.
You can do
I'm
is psych
afraid.
yourself out if you look into a team with a stand-in.
Definitely
Exactly. It can be a bit of an issue, and especially if you're Spirit and you're that big of a favorite, sometimes just focusing on yourself, making sure that you got everything in order in terms of what you want to do on the server, what you want to achieve, then if anything, it doesn't matter what VP comes up with today.
They take some serious though in a CCT NA.
Spirit are the only one deciding whether or not they're going to win the game today. It's not about VP playing well or not.
Ability-based,
Obviously, that
yeah,
can
can't be
help
asked
to
with
make the game competitive, but if
ability-based
Spirit
shit.
wants to win,
Control for
and if
learning
Dom
every
wants to win,
character.
they
Yeah.
will.
I want to pose the same question to you, gentlemen.
To
as
me,
I did to
I think
Donk in
the
that
problem with
Bartek.
hero-based
Where
games
have you
isn't so
seen
much
as
the
biggest
base heroes,
evolution,
it's the
not
fact
just
that you
with
have
Donk
to keep
himself, but
adding
for
content
Spirit
with the
in
game's
past
as a service economy,
365
and then they
days.
power
Where do you
creep
think they've
inevitably.
grown the most?
Yeah,
Oh,
that
I
is
think they've grown a lot. I think they look
that
a
is
lot
one
more
of the big
seamless right
challenges for
now
sure.
in
Is that
terms of the
it's
way
not just a
they
game;
respond
it's
to
a business
different
model.
situations in 3v3s.
And
Like I love watching them play Navi because you can just
can
tell
do
there's
it,
such a deep sense
but
of
it's
like how you
also
react to different
it's also
situations.
a bit
And
scary.
that carries them through. But I think on an
That's on the one
individual
side, and
level,
I
Chavos
think the
had a
other
really good
side
start to the
is
year. Zontix, I think, is doing solid
is
work.
just
I
that
think people forget, like right before the Shanghai Major,
like
there was like a lot of
balancing
concern
out
around
that
Spirit
many
of, like,
abilities
is
and
this
all the
guy
rest of it
deserve
is
to be here?
like
Is he playing well enough? Is he doing good? We've kind
and
of
also
forgot
like
all of
you
that.
get into the
But
other problem,
those
which
guys
is
from
how
that
do
point,
people sort of
from the
get
point of
into it
winning
over
the major,
time,
have all maintained that level and stayed strong.
And just to pick up on Jason points, because I feel that's where they're involved the
Is
most.
Moses standing on a box?
Because you're right, we were questioning
think so.
is Zontix
No,
on his
I
way
don't
out?
think so.
Is Magic's good enough? Is Chopper the in-game leader for Spirit for the future? There were a lot of, conversations about potential roster moves, but they
But
survived
if we
the tough
Photoshop-
period, bounced back, got into
if
the
we
final
Photoshop,
in
he
Singapore,
is.
I believe,
So
went into the
we
major,
can
won
make
the
it.
entire
We
thing,
can make it happen.
won
We
in
make it
Copenhagen,
happen.
and they're still one of the favorites to win here in Katowice. So
Who cares
what
about
doesn't
truth?
kill you makes you stronger in a sense.
We
and
could
I feel like
Photoshop
that's the
Moses
same
on a
for
box
Spirit,
and
right?
then
They've
Maui
really been able
standing
to
next
pick
to
it up
him,
together
super
and
small.
survive the tough period they had.
Were you ever buying into that Zontix should be cut conversation? I felt like that was way ahead of its time.
I'll be completely honest. I think had they not done well in Singapore at the last World Finals, had they not done well at the major, I think they would have looked into
You
it.
can
You're
find
looking
out.
at Donk, you're looking at Shiro, you're looking at a team that dominated last year inside this
Train.
arena. So of
Oh,
course you're looking into a position where
I love
Let's
this. If
go.
you're the underdog, go for
Let's
a curveball. Go
go.
for that train.
Yeah, you had to. There's no other real clean way of going for it. So Dust 2 is going to be bad. I'm
That's low-key
surprised
kinda sick.
Spirit didn't pick it, but VP also like it. But yeah, that train pick is the one where it's an X factor. 3 maps played for VP,
You think
only 1 for
Mir's
Team
just been
Spirit. So
running the
looking to
train
say,
pugs?
Our experience
Just gonna
with
come
us
out
as a
being the
stand-in,
absolute
we're
goat of
kind of
train.
even here. We kind of go
That'd be
into
sick,
this,
wouldn't
and
it?
you guys don't know if everything's going to work as well.
I have seen VP play train, and Flammers was the big point
Every
of
week of the whole
conversation in
community
that regard. I
hype-mugging
think
my
he did
goat.
incredible
This is
work for
nothing.
himself. Curious to
Look,
see if Mir can
he
come in and
fucked
have an
up
impact on
by
a
putting
brand new
himself
map that
next
Brother
to
has
Vu
not
and
positions,
Banks.
never practiced with
I
the
know.
team before.
Maui
That's
was
gonna be
never going to
rough.
win that comparison.
Spirit
What a
as well,
fucking
we saw them
rookie
play
mistake.
train in Copenhagen, I believe. They had
Literally,
a relative dominant performance
like,
against Fnatic.
I look tiny
showed
next to
a big
Vu.
weakness on the CT
Yeah.
side, so maybe
There ain't
we
no
look into
way.
that. But overall, as you said, like it's a big gamble right here for VP, but you got to do something.
Spirit starting on that CT side.
He could have
of
done
things.
so many
How
things,
is
right?
train,
He could have
from
had
what you've
like
seen, obviously it's not been a huge sample size.
like the extra
compared to
thick
the old
insoles,
CS:GO
right?
Train. Is it still
Like he
mega
could
CT-sided in your opinion?
Platform shoot, the
It
Bubsky
still feels
boots.
CT
Yeah,
side.
there are
Should
like there are
lean
a
in that
lot of ways
direction,
to
but, I mean,
go.
I think the X factor is you just don't know
He
what
could
the
have
evolution of pro meta
asked
is on it. And
stage
if someone has a
designers to
jump on
like
it, 'cause this is gonna
put the other
evolve
people a
over
little
months.
bit
What
lower
works
down, you
now,
know.
what works a week ago is
There are
gonna
so
work
many.
Could have
2
had
weeks
Vu
from
on
now,
his
3
knees.
weeks from now, 4 weeks
Yeah.
from now.
Yep.
So what are the
Stilts.
changes? Obviously, the Ivy portion is going to be interesting. VP more than any other team has showed early on. They like to kind of attack into Ivy. The pop dog of teams want to get aggressive there. There's a
Pretty
lot
sure
of questions,
tall
but they
people
should
die
win
earlier on
CT side.
average.
One thing I do know is the
I think that
Spirit have been,
only,
you know, testing
I
a
don't
lot
know
of
the
different grenades.
stats
They've been
on it, but I
testing
think
a
that's
lot of
only
our
really a
strong
concern
grenades
once
as
you
well.
get
They
to
wanna
a
take
very
teammate
tall
control from the
extent.
get-go.
Like once
It's
you're, basically,
relatively easy for
it's
the
because of
CT
hard
side to
health,
go
right?
and dominate
It's the
that
same
area
reason that
than
like
that,
really
which
big
then opens
dogs
up
tend to not have
where
super
VP
long
have been very aggressive
lifespans,
and where they wanna
is
focus their
you need to
attention.
keep
So it
that
is a bit of
ticker
a
in good
mismatch in that
shape
regard.
And VP
to keep
love
consistently
getting
pumping
aggressive
blood
on
around
They
there.
enjoy it on
And so
their
it's just
CT
more
side. They were
natural
pushing
physical
towards
strain on
teammate
your body
timings and trying to
when
be
you're at a larger
disruptive and try
scale.
and change the timing of your attack and try and eliminate
But I think
players
that's,
and control that
to my
position.
knowledge, that's
So
only
that
an
should
issue
be a
once you
pretty
get
big
like,
clash. If Spirit
you
can
know,
sustain some of that early aggression, they should be fine.
NBA
If
size
VP can't
kind
find
of thing.
success with those opening moves
Yeah,
and keep
probably.
losing too many players into the late round,
Yeah, probably
they're
a
gonna be in a lot of
lot
trouble.
of other
So
factors
Flamus
in
is a
there
big
too,
topic
right?
of conversation
Yeah,
anytime.
yeah,
We've
yeah.
seen
So,
Virtus Pro
hard
playing
to
Train,
isolate
so
any one of them.
Where's Mir gonna have to fill in and hope that he can, you know, send the bleed?
I mean, people forget that Mir. I know when he was MVP the first time, his stats didn't look great, his performance wasn't great. There was a reason he was cut. But I also heard you guys talk in your podcast about the fact that he's a bit of a puck hero. You know,
Yeah,
and
Chad
he's-
brought it up. Yeah, apparently he gets in like the old pug games, and FPL, and apparently he's like a little bit of like a donk destroyer. And
That's what I've heard as well. You know, a bit of a podcast. So you just want to slot him in. You just want to give him free reins and let him do whatever he wants to, and maybe he can
Andre
find
the
some of that
Giant.
confidence. One thing is doing it at
R.I.P.
home
That might also have
in
had to
your
do with the fact that he
comfort
drank
zone,
like
another thing
40
is doing
beers
it
in a
as
day.
stand-in for a team in a big stage.
Yeah, although he's got experience, I wouldn't
That
put it on
could
him
have
to
an
like
effect.
collapse under
Yeah,
the pressure.
we
I
piqued
understand,
Fluffy's
I think
interest.
he's going to be able to step up, but I
Blew
mean,
on his knees.
he is going to have to recognize Flamus on this team on train. He is kind of one of those guys on the CT side leading the way.
Someone
into
out there
the
for everybody
aggression.
on this
He'll
broadcast,
fall
you
back
know?
towards Ivy, switch positions,
Vu on
and
his
then
knees
grab
is
an
probably
icy,
still
kind of
average
transfer
height.
that. And
Let's
then on
be
the T
real.
side, he is kind of the guy who takes space out team mid when they want to be aggressive. So yeah, if you're Mir, you're about to get thrown into the shit right now, and you got to be ready for it.
Yeah, he's not afraid to, you know, be getting down in the dirt, getting things a bit chaotic, a little bit
I'm
crazy.
convinced if I was above
Interestingly
6'1",
enough,
I would be in the NBA, but at like 12, I realized I was short forever.
Kato last year, it was actually
I don't think 6'1" would have done it for you, buddy.
From even making
Yeah,
it
that's
beyond
probably not
the
gonna.
play-in stage. So I'm kind
Probably
of
not gonna
curious,
work.
even how Electronic's going to be calling on this particular map as well, and how much of a change-up that's gonna have.
VP is still in an early process of integrating the new players into the lineup. IC is still relatively new. Obviously, Electronic as an in-game leader again, relatively new. I think he's willing to, as we saw by the video as well, gamble a little bit right here. I think we're going to see some unorthodox calls, some fast play
But maybe.
pass, right? Apply some of that pressure. As you said, if Spirit can withstand the first layer
I'm
of pressure,
wet
I
from
think it's going to be an
3.
incredible tough game.
Still,
for VP,
I'm
but if
so
they can
wet.
rattle them out in the beginning
Maybe you
and
would have
play a
had
little
it.
bit more
I mean, there's like
unorthodox,
there's
a little bit
apparently
more
a
freed up, then
5'8"
I
point
think
guard.
VP have a chance of at the very least making it competitive.
Well, gentlemen, it's almost time to be diving
Yui
into our second
Kawamura
quarterfinal, but not before we get a
on the
quick
Memphis
vibe check courtesy
Grizzlies
of Dre
at
Station.
5'8".
Team Spirit take the arena.
The next
Anything you can
closest
tell me about playing in front
is
of this
6
audience?
foot.
So what?
Anything you can tell me about playing in front of the Spodek today?
I'm feeling good. We can try to win today, and we're going.
We can try to
tomorrow
win,
with,
yeah.
We can try.
You got VP up. Tell me about playing against VP in a server. Spirit versus VP.
I think we don't playing with full lineup. Today Virtus Pro playing with Mir. I think we try to win.
Co-streaming with Maui
Dog, anything you
tomorrow.
wanna
Well,
say
I'm
before you
doing
get up there, big guy?
some. I'm casting some of the games, and then
Outstanding.
there's like
Well,
a family birthday thing for Nana tomorrow. So when I'm done casting, I'm probably gonna go join the family.
Virtus Pro
Because
takes on
otherwise,
Spirit,
you know, I
and
feel
look
like
who
an
they found. Virtus
idiot.
Pro, what's up, Electronic? How you feeling today?
I'm feeling all right. I mean, like, ready for battle, you know.
Yeah. You go into the server, you got Spirit ahead of you. What are the vibes like when you guys play up against Spirit?
The usual vibes, you know, nothing special. Like always top teams, you know, the same vibe. I mean, like, they're top team, so yeah.
And so if we bring this back just a little bit to you personally, you've seen the Spodek a few times. What makes it different
Electronic
this
has so
time
much
for you?
aura.
Always fans make a difference, you know. The stage here is fucking crazy. It's sick, you know, so yeah, I like it a lot. The vibe.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. Good luck.
That was a really good interview.
Yeah, that was
Electronic's felt
fun.
a lot more comfortable in English recently.
That's good. Yeah, keep making them. You know, keep doing them.
I'm on laptop battery power and tethered internet watching Darth Mike. Split screen with a terminal building a Rust binary. Rust binary? Like for the game Rust? Or is there a language Rust? Or is a Rust binary a thing I don't understand?
It is a language too, yeah.
I appreciate the Deddy. Language Rust, I assume.
All of the best coders I know love Rust for some reason, so.
Interesting. I appreciate the dedication, Joe. Hopefully your power gets back on soon.
How badly do you want it? Enough to become obsessive.
Упрямый.
Хитрость. Consumed.
Painstakingly pursuing perfection.
We have a couple of people in Skybox who are
Look left and right and trust.
mental when it comes to the coding stuff.
life. No doubts.
Без вопросов.
It's like there's something that I realized building with Skybox is that like you can have,
Do you want it enough to be devious?
you know, you can have people that can kind of code a project for you. Like if you said something to them like, hey, can you code this for me? They'd be like, a bunch of coders might say yes,
Enough to
but
sacrifice it all again.
that yes almost means nothing, as in like,
And always.
there's like a
come back for
category
more.
of people who are like what they see when you explain the project to them
Leave
is
your
so
home,
far beyond
your
what
family,
like the rest
but
of the
not your
coding
country.
population sees, and those people are
Enough to be
insane. Like
constantly
it's crazy
fatigued,
what you get when you work with those people.
Destroyed.
but not defeated. Enough to have
no mercy.
No mercy.
Никакой пощады. No mercy.
no mercy.
Pas de pitié.
So let me ask you again.
Kinda
How
hype.
badly do you want it?
I like it.
I like it.
Spodek, who's ready for more Counter-Strike? Let's bring out your next 2 quarterfinalists. First up, they've been led by a former Katowice champion Electronic. Please welcome, here right now, it's Virtus Pro!
The fucking massive middle door opening is always so hype.
Yeah, I think the stage in general looks pretty sick. Like,
yeah.
It's a team taking on
I have such a sick like thing for an event that I want to pull off.
Okay.
And I've tried to get people to do this for years, and I just can't do it, you know. And I get why. Like, the problem is for like a tournament organizer, it's like, you know, like, one, they don't have time to plan long into the future for a lot of these things anyway. And also, why the fuck would they listen to me, I guess. But like, I wish if I knew somebody who was like, who could code it in, like, who could like do a graphical representation for me in like, I don't know, Blender or something like that. I would want to do like a sequence of like just show what my idea is. Because I think it could be so fucking sick.
I'm intrigued. The other problem with that, Joe, is getting the rights. SGC Loyal. Thank you for the primer. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 2 months, man. W, Mike. So Croaks for you and for Spirit. Croaks for Spirit.
Absolutely.
Big W.
These are the best team in the world. And this time,
Half my body got keyed, yeah, I know. The NVIDIA thing is tweaking out.
Their job this weekend is
Up to 39 subs. If we hit 40, nothing will happen, but round numbers feel good to my brain.
True. True.
Here we go then with our second quarterfinal here in the Spodek. Best of 3 are placed in the semi-finals up for grabs. Katowice, who's winning this? Is it Virtus Pro?
If I win the lottery, I wouldn't tell anyone, but there'd be signs. The signs organizing an insanely elaborate CS2 tournament. Bro, I was thinking about this. If I win the lottery, and we're talking like mega millions, like let's say it's a like I don't know, 500 million, you walk away with half of it, right? After taxes and all that shit. Let's say I'm getting $250 million.
Yeah.
Bigger impact to start my own org in the North American space, or to organize an NA Pro League.
Damn.
An NA like league with a big prize pool.
I mean, presumably the league thing. None of those things you can do. Like, you mean you could do an NA Pro League, but you would still need to get the teams like to partner up, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's so hard.
I think you'd have to do it on a if we build it, they will come perspective, because you're not going to compete at this point as a new TO in the space without that kind of support. So I think what you do is you put up a nasty, beautiful Floofies gifted a tier 1 sub to round number 1 in Darth Mike's channel.
Nice.
Thank you, Floofies, for getting us to a round number. And thank you for the gifted sub. Perfect person to gift it to. Some Croaks for you, Floofies. Thank you for that one.
They're going into this game with absolutely nothing to lose. If they trust in their individual skill, if they can activate.
Because I think VRS points in the Americas is so tough to come by right now, right? In terms of just the events that we actually have, that if you slapped a fucking $1 million league down, or even like $500,000 league, or $250,000, frank, fuck it. Like, you don't even need that big number. It would make such a dramatic difference on the Americas leaderboard.
Yeah.
That I don't think any of the teams that are trying to be ranked on the Americas leaderboard could skip it. Like a Complexity couldn't skip it, and a Amity couldn't skip it. Maybe Liquid, if they want to be an Asia team, could skip it.
Yeah.
But like that thing we were talking about of like you do the 8 best Americas teams and the 8 best South America, or 8 best North and the 8 best South America teams, and you run a full league. It'd be so cool.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I would be super down for it. Like, fuck it. Like I said, like I'll fucking move there and cast any SA Counter-Strike. Like, I'm ready.
Alright, so I gotta start buying lottery tickets here.
Yeah, what's up, Dougie? Good to see you.
Tomorrow, I want to see someone else than just Donk showing up. I want to see Shiro show up. I want to see Suntic show up. Magix, a player that has been playing absolutely phenomenal the past 3 months, hasn't had the
Rug
best
pull
time in here
esports
so
with the
far, but we
CS2
know he
core.
has it in him. We've seen that the past couple of months.
That
So
would get it
you could
going.
pretty much say any given
Just do a
player
Saudi
has
and
been
underwrite all the NA teams in your pro league with rev shares. You can't do that anymore, right? You could do a revenue sharing, but it still need to be based on qualification. And let's be honest, I don't know how much revenue you'd actually be generating off these things. There's always Canada or Mexico. True. Monterrey League.
I think that'd be sick. Do Pro League in Mexico. Let's go.
It's a damn good day for a quarterfinal. On the left side of this stage, we have Virtus Pro. They beat G2 and Eternal Fire to make it here, starting their journey all the way back in the play-in. But then disaster struck. For the playoffs, VP don't have their full roster. They're starting 5. They must do more with less. They must take on Team Spirit.
Awaiting them, the reigning major
How will Mir play train now? He can't beat everyone from heaven. We'll have to find out. I'm curious to see what they're doing with Mir.
Let's find out, motherfuckers. Let's go.
Destiny awaits them after breaking a bounty of records. They want to be the first org in nearly a decade to win consecutive Katowice trophies.
Guys, click the playlist in the chat and watch some of the videos at some point. Leave a comment or whatever. We leave a like, you know.
This stage demands a victim.
Joe, they know. They know that Icy's taken over. Oh, yes. Give me a train game.
The first train played in an arena. That's something worth getting excited about. Team Spirit versus Virtus Pro. Quarterfinal. It's all to play for. Katowice, let me hear you.
You haven't seen the new train yet? Oh, damn. Well,
They're going to come out
You're in for a
swinging.
treat,
That's what the
Reaper.
desk said. Virtus Pro on the T side, picking into this
It's
map.
raining.
It has been a bit topsy-turvy.
yeah, that's
The
actually
new
kind of a sick
train.
little
A lot
detail.
of teams struggling with this one, especially
You
on
can
that
see the
T side.
raindrops on
VP,
people's
no
guns.
strangers to
And
that.
insta-tech pause.
They picked them
Fuck.
against Vitality back in the groups. It didn't
Again,
go
just
well.
to
A slow start
just say,
to
as
the
again as a
first half.
caster,
They almost came back.
it's one of the worst feelings. Like you build up
But
a
here in the
hype and then
playoffs,
you're like,
almost
oh,
does not cut
tech
it.
pause. You're like,
Team
okay.
Spirit, you said it
So
yourself,
like, oh,
Harry,
cool.
looking for back-to-back. Through a very threatening
I
playoff
get more
bracket,
vodka for the tech
Natus
pause?
Vincia in the semi-final, always an exciting head-to-head.
That is a good question.
But to count out any opponent who made it this far already
Damn,
would
dog.
be a
Are you
mistake.
ready for a tech pause?
Donk looking locked in.
Oh.
The young phenom,
Hide and seek.
18 years of age, just a year ago, broke every record imaginable. Not just
He's ready
at
for the
his
map where they
first
killed all the saturation on it. I mean, I think New Train
Tier
looks
1
sick.
LAN event.
Yeah, but the problem is Lossy's not wrong. Like,
But in a
you
grand
shouldn't have said anything,
final,
Lossy. You're
3-0
ruining it for more
phase,
people.
dropping a
Like once you
1.7
realize it is
rating,
true, like it does look like all the
destroying
color
every
is just
single
faded
team
out
in
of the
his
map.
path.
Like I didn't think about it before, but like
And on
once you
the
see it, you're
other
like, oh,
side,
that is true.
a guy who's lifted this very trophy in Electronic 5 years ago in that Na'Vi jersey. He knows what it takes to win.
But Lossy is a statistician, so he's already used to ruining things for people.
In both of these
That
squads.
doesn't make sense. I didn't hear what you said. I said it's just a very different aesthetic. It's very different from any other map on the pool in terms of look. And so I don't mind variety. Passionoi looking like he needs glasses. Squinting through the lights.
You'll have to wait for tomorrow for that one.
Streamlined out.
I mean, I think
He's
either of these in
also a
matchup versus
femboy.
Na'Vi in that semi is going to be hot.
Who's a
But
femboy?
Team Spirit,
Lossy.
certainly a fun rivalry that's developed
So,
between these two squads.
ESL killed all the saturation.
Touched a little bit
Yeah.
on the captain of Virtus Pro Electronic, as you say. I've been lifting
Did they?
the trophy
Is
for
it a
Chopper.
broadcasting Lossy?
He's
More
someone
than like
who,
anything else?
for the better part of a decade, was having to constantly build teams and punch above his weight. But
was here in Katowice.
It's listen.
Learned the name Donk. Well, we saw him on the big stage for the
He's
first time.
Lossie's from the rich port, okay? There are there's a sizable femboy population going on there.
Understandable. I mean, from the CEO of Gay.
From the CEO of Gay, yeah. What more could you ask for, really?
Just want consistency.
VP fast and loose on the T side. They're going straight in towards that inner sight, so it looks like.
Maybe they brought it back a little bit, the saturation. I feel like it's better, isn't it?
Fearless on this attack.
Body shot merchants on 6 unable to help, but here's Donk moving over.
Okay, let's go. Keep it easy, rush B. Oh no, guys.
That stops
why?
That's not where you plant the bomb. That's not where you plant the bomb.
Why?
Dude, I love watching maps where pros don't actually know the marching calls on things.
Yeah,
they don't know the meta yet.
Jabbo, I won't comment on the match. No, we're not going to do like play-by-play commentary on top because we only have the feed here where we can hear Hugo and Harry. Yeah, I almost did like a whole Japanese thing, didn't I?
Spirit come in
so yeah, we're not doing that.
with a pistol round. It's VP full eco.
We're watching it, we're enjoying it. We're here to just enjoy Counter-Strike, good Counter-Strike, you know?
I mean,
it is very interesting to swap your brain. I'm doing it now too. To swap your brain in between caster mode and watch party mode.
Oh yeah. Exemplified matters here for Virtus Pro.
Some of the audio problems on my
now,
caster a bit. Could happen, you know. It could happen.
Big questions on Mir. Haven't seen him play an official match in 10 months since he was benched on this team for Electronic.
There's one guy in the audience chanting Virtus Pro.
Sure, he might have to get out of here, but he's a little stuck in this long hallway. They come running his
that
way.
one guy.
Gun dropped, maybe a second one, but Zontics holds on. And he's got support from Donk, so it's going to be nice and easy here for Team Spirit to put this eco down and start the gun rounds for VP.
If you're VP, you need to strike early here. You want to catch Spirit off balance.
Richard Jewish.
So as they buy up into this first
There's a lot going on.
This is their first proper chance.
You know, Richard's got a dark beard. We'll adopt him.
Good util, a flash, a molly, a nade can stop
Welsh,
a quick
Welsh.
exec outside. It's not, you know, Atlanta 2017 anymore. It's a
Throw
lot
him in
harder
there.
to do so. So VP, don't expect them to be storming the board straight out of main. Spirit take this control
Chopper aggro
instead.
T-con space.
Chopper pushed in. We got smokes, we got mollies, we got Spirit with real estate in this round. Double
Yeah,
smoke.
I think everyone's going to like. You might as
Bit
well.
of a wastage, but not the end of the world. Meanwhile, look at the rotate. Spirit moving 3 players to that inner bomb site. They've got a feeling.
It's wild. They started 5 out
Be
in
a
the
top
yard.
fragging, stop the count.
And when they don't get given that early contact, they heavy rotate back into this B side of the map. But Spirit is still going to keep feeling pressure to make moves here. Flash into upper. This is heard. Fame
That's
knows
a
about that
super
play.
unusual setup.
And so he's going to hang around here for a
3B2A.
moment longer. It's ended in a bit of
They
an
started
awkward
5 out.
stalemate for Team Spirit. They didn't
Yeah, I
get
mean,
that
that's
info
normal,
they were
but
looking for. They're still 3 strong over
I guess it's
towards
the
B, so for now,
weapons
you're
that are
only
just like
looking
they,
at Donk and
you know,
Magic's left to
they feel like they
withstand
need to take a bit of a
Virtus
risk.
Pro. On
Where's the
extreme,
op?
he's
I'm
gonna
surprised
try
at
and
the
come
ops
in
with the
through bot.
stack.
They've got support in main, and it's Donk the one to get
Yeah,
past.
I might. It might be that it's one of those like, hey, you know, we're gonna keep the orb alive no matter what. Like, even if we lose everything else, like, who cares? You know, it's a bit of a bonus round.
And deny it. Fame with a trade.
But yeah, in general, yeah, I mean,
Magic's
I would
creeping in.
almost
They
save
don't
at this
know about
point, like,
plays. Yet again found
you'd have
another
a kit
gap,
on
but given
Sontics,
up
but
as VP
no
put that
smokes.
bomb down. Spirit in a very sticky situation. Nice control of the new FAMAS. Magic's holds on here on IV. Only good for 1.
Oh, this is the bonus round for Team Spirit. If they manage to pull this one back, that is a huge blow to Virtus Pro.
My brain keeps wanting there to be a gap from icons to slip out the camera. Like, the mini-map feels like there should be a gap there, right?
Yeah, it does. I know what you mean.
Don't wait long. before they get that first round on the board.
Got a feel for Shiro there. Feels like that wallbang's meant to do something. I thought it would, but twice over, looked on, did nothing.
You can wallbang the E-box, but the problem is he is doing it at an angle. And remember, guys, what determines if you can wallbang something? The weapon, the material, and the thickness and angle. Although angle is just another dimension of thickness, I guess. But
puts a first on the board. Donk and Shiro,
and I don't actually know if that box is made of.
Picking for scraps.
Is certain gaps in the middle. That might be one thing, but I think either way, like doing it at that angle is going to be tough.
Hoping that Shiro can be a real difference maker on this orb.
Yeah, you can shoot the panels off.
Even though there's less trains, it feels like there's less positions as a result, and so AWPing is a lot harder. You have to be very static. We see Woxic play the same position back behind the red train.
But I'm guessing it's also made of metal, which is going to be one of the harder materials to shoot through. So glass best, then wood, then metal, then concrete or something, I think.
Spirit, inclination to again stack this site. Donk mobile as ever. You can never pin him down. You never know where he is. And this Shadow doing a lot for Shiro.
He knows any second now. First man round the corner. Shiro gets aggressive, but a missed shot can cost him dearly. That's the AWP away from Team Spirit. Donk still remains concealed at the back of the site for now, but getting wrapped on. First kill found for Donk. Electronic continues besting him in this head-to-head. That opens up a route into the site now for Virtus Pro, but they're being pinned in. They've lost the pop dog. They don't have back six. Pressure is on. Slowly but surely, this site is shrinking down for Virtus Pro.
You presumably could write a function to figure out like how many degrees off from like a wall, like.
The veteran player,
from shooting at a dead-on, like,
was hoping to open it up there,
90-degree angle, like how every time you fall off like 5 degrees, how much thicker does the material become? That's got to be a function we can write.
First for Fame, but there isn't time to win this. He might go down after
getting clocked.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
And that AK just
That's
gets
surprising.
out. Still, it's Spirit on a low buy, causing more problems for Virtus Pro.
VP actually looked good in that position despite it being a 2-on-3.
Pretty basic, yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, it's too much for me, you know.
Flash blinded Magics, but it also catches Electronic. If he can get that kill, there's an open
yapping in the microphone.
The round is back on.
It's okay, you're an ideas guy. You're an ideas guy.
More of an ideas guy, yeah.
Fame puts Spirit out there in control of this matchup. It's one saved AK against the world. Spirit again taking real estate.
VP's experience that's saving.
They'll do it again.
Could be.
They get a lot of information here that VP are constricted to only 2 positions in the map. Ivy and main, so smokes come down. Magic's here to spam.
They are really good at
so this AK can get ever
winning
closer,
those.
ever more dangerous. Magic puts it down immediately, and now it's all just going to fall into place. 3 kills, Shiro support, and Magic's one shy of the ace keeps Spirit.
Like get 3 kills with an MP9, then pick up the AK. It's like winning the Counter-Strike lottery.
Just your money making money for you. He put these in a high-yield interest account. And inside of 1 round, Magic's turned an MP9 into an AK-47. Now he makes TikToks about waking up at 5 a.m. and eating 6 raw eggs while he lets his money make money. He's so rich, he drops the AK to a teammate and plays with the farmers, because he knows where the value is.
What a gangster move, by the way. Like, take this donk. That is actually a thing that people bring up all the time, right? People say, like, if like the worst player on the team, is saving an AK, people are like, why didn't he drop it to like the best player on the team the next round? And the short answer is, yeah, like Magix does it, which is insanely based, but the reason why most people don't do it is because you really don't want to have that team dynamic where it's like we have best and worst players, and the best player has to be told over and over again that he's shit compared to like everybody else, And like, hey, bro, give up this gun, like it psychologically is not a good move, but like in a way, if you're like trying to win the game, you should do it,
Yeah, I mean, it's like as soon as you make that acknowledgement that, hey, I shouldn't have this gun, well, you're cooked. But
Yeah.
When you have Donk on your team.
Also,
I think Magix is a very humble guy.
Yeah.
Like, you hear him in interviews, and he's regularly down on himself for his individual gameplay, so I think he's pretty selfless. And then, yeah, it's fucking Donk, right? Like,
yeah.
I think everyone can put their own ego aside to be like, yeah, this kid's pretty good.
Yeah, and again, like, depending on your personality, you could also just be a person who says, I just don't care about my own, like, it's not about me, it's about the team, right? Hard for most people to do, but, like, you could. What's your personal opinion on Train compared to other maps in the pool? Blinky Sky. I like Train. Like, I think it's still got some adjustments to be gone through, but I think Train is a very unique map layout that allows some really funny things to happen, so I'm excited.
Spirit seemingly never caught off guard.
No main molly. They're cut with caffeine. It's not even pure these days. Yeah. Real problems.
I mean, it feels like all game long they've been waiting for this B here, right? Their tendency to leave.
What if you could make a wall smoke from Pop Dog to the plant spot?
You can. I put out a theory craft in like 2014 about this problem on the old train in CSGO. It's actually one of my ideas was to basically walk all the way to C connector and then attack the B-bomb side through the long tubular smoke.
That'd be crazy. I mean, now with smoke pops, that'd be so dangerous. One nade goes into the middle of it, and you're like, ah, well, fuck.
Yeah, definitely, but it would be funny as fuck, you know.
In a terrifying form, already one hell of a
lead.
It's Train,
let's go, extra.
Whoever pick Trains loses it. That seems to be the case so far, and this is VP's pick. But you can also appreciate them going for the curveball play when they know that they are massive underdogs here. I think Spirit only have one Train on record, or have they played a second one yet?
And I think one of the
I don't
things
know. I think HSV said first time for Spirit on Train, didn't they?
No, they played one in the Blast Bounty. I remember checking this. But that might have been online. Let me see.
Oh yeah, I guess that's
for Spirit, when you think about their 2024, it was the mind of Carrigan that looked to try and pick apart and exploit their slightly weaker Vertigo.
Yeah, they had one
Train
at
Bounty. Copenhagen last year.
13-10 versus Fnatic.
They know heading into 2025
should let you drop armor too. Could you imagine in the middle of a game?
Drop your armor, bro! Drop your armor! Just takes his fucking shirt off.
I mean, I always thought, you know, we should be able to just drop like all the armors on one player who has like 500 armor.
Like the operation missions.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that was a thing, was it?
Yeah, they had like, you could get the big suit.
A cheeky pocket pick for VP.
There we go.
Trying to catch Spirit off guard,
the
as you
Juggernaut
say.
suit.
Drop knives to get throwing knives.
We caught now, boys.
Clear insta-ban. You can't get away with just 5 maps. So while VP have shown tape,
new Spirit strat, just drop 5 sets of armor onto Dawn.
Has in store.
Drop scopes, drop the AWP scope onto the AK.
Spirit mobile as ever.
Weak Tarkov now.
VP can't find the gap yet. Shira's got a great line with the AWP as well. Feels like this is bound to be a late contact Ivy.
Do you think anybody apart from Astralis knows how to, and the people watching the stream know how to Molotov Sontek's position?
The angle. Timing could not be worse, but
surely they know.
layers to this. Magic's
the Anders Molly?
Yeah.
And the first kill of the
I don't think
round.
it's spread yet. No one wants to watch Astralis games right now.
Trap this site.
But there's so few games to train that if you're actually intending to play train, you should be watching every game of train out there.
Yeah. I feel like it must have made its way into like even just like FPL type games. Like once somebody does it, like people are gonna know.
This is the only problem. We haven't really seen. We've seen like a couple of coordinated intertakes, but the outer plays felt very distinct. It doesn't really feel like we have cohesive plans. It kind of feels like VP's like, oh, we're gonna plug this out, and train is just not the fucking map for that, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time what's happening in the yard right now is just that it's still pretty viable for the T's to just kind of get out by that red train and just try to fight around it, you know? And like that's a good enough plan for the minute, you know? Eventually that'll change, but I think, you know.
I mean, right now it ain't working.
So now the pressure is
I hear more and more such opinions, people, there should be more pistols in CS, but why? I don't know why people want that. I don't think that's necessary.
Who wants that? I've never seen that
very
conversation.
impressive game for Spirit right now.
Where are you hearing this?
The issue is, like, in a way, I understand. I understand part of the point in the sense that, like, would it be fun to, like, you know, obviously there are a lot of weapons that exist in the world that you could put into this game, but the problem is it's not really about what the weapon looks like, right? It's about how does it function mechanically in the game, and, like, how do you find space for something? Like, could you put another gun in between the AK and the Galil? Like, probably not. Like, either way, one of the other two is probably going to be more beneficial, you know?
Yeah. It feels like we got a pretty good balance in the ecosystem right now, especially with the tweaks to the A4 and the farmhouse.
Still time to play.
Who's making the Velociraptor streams in the arena?
Whoever they are, they're annoying as fuck.
What a bizarre skill to have.
It sounds like they're right next to one of the crowd mics too, because it just goes in on the right here.
Got to be that entry guy.
Shiro's up. 11-3 on Shiro. Not shy of the impact. Icy finally gets something done on his AWP, but there's got to be more than that. It can't just be the trade. Magic's even dons a second AWP now, and together they will tear through the VP ranks. I mean, this is what it's like up against Team Spirit in 2025. This is VP.
Oh, this is a fucking shit show.
Feeling the burn as
Semi-automatic rifle. Wouldn't that just be like? I mean, the auto is a semi-automatic rifle, right? But
let's talk about that, right? Map pool in this game is actually quite of an interesting one because Spirit have first picked Dust 2 every single series, every single chance they've had, except for when Game of Legion first banned it. They've actually got.
I think the problem is,
they
like,
tried to switch it up. They don't want to be
a semi-automatic rifle in a way
by VP, who love a Dust
would
2
be like a
sort
of one-tap machine gun, right? Like, isn't like not machine gun, but like a one-tap machine, right? Like, it means you would just click to try and shoot, and like in a way it's like, I think that's probably the kind of mechanic in a game like this that would either be useless or way overpowered. Like there are some game mechanics that I think like you shouldn't put them in games because they either do nothing or they're insane. I think for most games, invisibility is one of these things. Either invisibility is like nerfed in a way so that like your player makes a lot of sound, or you're not fully invisible or whatever, but like full invisibility with no sound or whatever is like, once you go down that route, it's like it's gonna be the thing the whole game is gonna be about, you know? Even if there are other abilities or whatever, it's just messed up, you know? Or you try and nerf it and then it becomes functionally useless, you know?
Mir won't choose to challenge.
But there are some mechanics I think where there is no in between, you know?
I guess my thing as well with the introduction of new
so
weapons,
on paper, what you could say,
Counter-Strike is in this
maybe have a
beautiful
shot at this
place
outside
where
sight. Every round that has been
the conversations
played
aren't
proves
about the
otherwise.
mechanics, it's about the implementation of the mechanics, right?
Yeah.
So it's about the individual play and decisions that lead to the things. Whereas if you start introducing new variables, like shoutouts to the R8, which is what the last gen we added, there's such a risk to
dealing with this back six
just distracting from
sometimes
the
it's
game
Magic,
and the
sometimes
gameplay
it's
and making a conversation
Since
about the
he pulled
gun,
out this double up,
which is
Magic's
just
tried to
not
be a bit more mobile, but
not
this
what you
time
want.
It's a crazy opening out of Icy. That is going to get the ball rolling. VP at 5v4.
I mean, Astartes, it's been a minute since I've played TF2, but I did play it a lot back in the day. And my problem is that, like...
These AWPs that are
hang on.
living rent-free in the heads of Virtus Pro. They can't seem to get past them. Electronic now.
Not to make myself sound like I was better at TF2 than I was, but I feel like if I was playing with full focus, I feel like I could never get like killed by a spy with invisibility in that sense. I feel like I'm always going to hear when they show up. Always.
Team Spirit flash in, but no kill given, nothing gained yet. Eventually someone's got to get on this ball.
Oh my god. Well, that's a rough loss here.
Oh man.
And they get away with it.
I can't believe he's fighting from E-Box. I just love to see
Bro.
him tucked in there. There's so little time on
They're
the
just
clock.
so cooked.
It's VP's best position all game to win
They're
a
so
rifle
cooked.
round. And
They
they're
are
both
a little
fighting.
bit cooked.
Electronic stuck. He's committed. But I just love to see his
I was
teammate
hoping for
baiting him
more
there.
like,
Give Spirit
let's run
the
and
last
fight and do some cool
second
shit, guys, you
sneak.
know?
And despite a beautiful one tap for Icy to open the round, it is closed.
Even when
Almost
shit
same
hits the
as
fan and
rest.
everything, still, yeah. Yeah, I think so.
This double AWP feeling threatening right now. That's
I'll
for
tell you
sure.
that slicing about
Electronic
pizza, I know.
frustrated, sends it
Bad
out into the
pizza is
side.
pretty clutch.
Dude, it's
He's got a lot of space.
I mean, it could be more interesting on Ancient, but damn, Spirit's so good on Ancient, you know?
Yeah.
I think this is the classic thing if you tried to come into train to see if you could catch them off guard and you did not actually have the game plan. You certainly didn't have the time with Mir, but I don't even know if they've had the time in general on train to have a complete game plan against Spirit.
8 kills on the 3.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I appreciate that they tried because, like, I don't know. What are you going to do, right?
Both outperforming them.
Like, the alternative was probably playing Dust 2.
And so for Fame and Icy, what are you even meant to do here? 2v5, they're split up. They've now been spotted over in Pop. That is a convincing fight for Fame to win out. Felt like Donk had his number there. But here's the problem. Spirit aren't respecting you anymore. They're getting aggressive all across the map. They came into this game feeling like favorites, and now they're playing like it. Chopper
I have the impression that Spirit has entered its era. The Navi game is going to be super interesting.
Yeah.
I'm still taking Navi.
As Team Spirit
I probably will too. Although it kind of sucks because we can't tell from this game, which is kind of, you know, like, you know.
We have no indicator if Spirit's actually leveled up in Arena or
well, this is one way
VP are just fucked
to
with us
start
standing.
off your run through the playoffs for Team Spirit. 10-1 lead in the opening map of their quarterfinal.
Yo, Buster's co-streaming this. Shoutouts to Buster.
Who's?
Buster. Remember Buster on this VP team?
I don't even know if Flammers could have saved this game.
Didn't know he was a streamer now.
More power to him, you know.
Apparently on 1 win until the end of last year.
Okay.
Team
that mid-T-smoke that Shiro blew up in last time, and I guess he's blowing up again now, actually.
Gets mollied in his position.
That is such a...
For the first time all map, he has
like, there's so much meta evolving around that smoke right now.
So quick on that AWP.
It's really, like, Vitality, they run flames through that smoke, and he gets, like, flashed in, and it's like... I think that's like, in the next couple of weeks or months or whatever, that's going to be where, like, a lot of people start to, like, grind out, like, how can we win that fight more and more and more, you know? Because the teasers for that smoke, the teasers will either blow it open or try and run through, but then the question is, like, are there even more ways to fuck with people out there? You know, probably are.
At this point, Team Spirit, a devilish first half. Every read landing correctly. Here come the rotates. Here come Virtus Pro.
They're already rotating a third man over a Team Spirit. They've had the info on A for a long time that no one's coming.
Yeah, good luck.
They're about to walk into this stack, and with predictable results getting chewed up.
Do you want to do it, Icy? You feeling brave?
Icy won't be able to get out through the heavens. He's going to have to reroute, trying to
link
up Ramside. That's not a bad
okay. Hold on.
He managed to get past on
Hold on.
Something's happening here as Donk is cut down.
Hey, they got 2 rounds.
Something to cheer about at the end, you know?
And finally, VP
that's so rough. Like, it's also so rough because, again, like, it's such a, like, nothing story kind of thing with Flammers not being there, you know?
Yeah.
Like, if Flammers...
His visa ran out. Fuck.
What, sorry?
It just sucks.
Yeah, like, I mean, like think about it from, like, a story perspective. Like, if Flammers was here, and they could have got crushed the same way in theory, right? But then at least we'd have them on top of it, like, okay, like, you know, we found the limit for VP, you know, we'll take that into consideration in the future. But now it's like, we don't know anything. We just have to say, oh, fuck it, you know?
Yeah. Dear Andrew Starfmike, what part of CS was your first, and under what circumstances you need CS? I'm a relative newcomer in terms of I started CS in Go. I mean, I played a tiny bit of 1.6 in, like, LAN cafes in Vietnam, weirdly enough.
Nice.
But not in any degree of seriousness. Like, I started playing consistently in Go, and then, yeah, out esports from there.
I played Counter-Strike in 1999 when...
Oh, damn.
I think I don't know exactly what version I played, to be honest. But it was so early that a bunch of the keys you'd need to bind, you had to bind from the console. There was no like options menu to bind some of the things. So you had to do that basically. And then it was like in a LAN center in Copenhagen. And then yeah, we just kept playing it forever basically. I don't know, it was wild. I'm trying to think of what the first, I think was it called Jail or something, the first map? CSJ.
I remember the one I remember playing at 1.6 was shit. What is it called? You know the one where you have it's a hostage map. It's like the big warehouse. The CT start in a van outside, and then there's like the big vent through the middle of it.
Oh, Assault. Sorry. Yeah.
Assault. Yeah. And I remember buying the riot shield and sitting in the vent in Assault so that they couldn't shoot at me.
I think yeah, Assault's a fucking classic map. I think Jail, the other map that we played a lot of that was later. That was in like, I can't remember what beta version was. We played a map called Arab Streets a lot. Classic map.
Did you see that No-Clip documentary about the creation of Dust 2?
No.
That's a good one. Did No-Clip documentary about the creation of Dust and then Dust 2.
Worth watching. The thing that people like truly don't appreciate, which is just like, if you didn't see it, like, you won't know, but like when Counter-Strike 1.0 came out, like the difference between 1.0 and the previous like versions of Counter-Strike is that the movement, if you go back and look at like beta like 5.3 or whatever it was, like 5.2 or something, you're gonna see like the models when they move, it looks like every time they take a step, their knees go like super high. It looks super funky. Now, we didn't think about it at the time because we just, you know, for us it was just how the game looked. But in 1.6 the movement, or like, but in 1.0 the movement was like fixed essentially, and it was so crazy, like the difference. I wonder if you'd find like movement. You probably can. Like CS Beta 5.2.
Slow starts from almost everyone with the exception of Fade.
Yeah.
Currently the only man in double digits.
Yeah, people running in 5.2 was insane.
It is an assortment of plays being made. Everyone in the right place. Some great calls out of Chopper. They have exerted full control.
I think I
over
remember
that
that
entire first half.
I know I liked playing with the bullpup. That's the gun I
they
distinctly
still held
remember.
their own.
Bullpup and Deagle.
It also wasn't the M4, it was the Colt, but yeah.
Magics, we saw
Yeah, it was
that
called
he's
the
a big
Colt,
game
that's
player in the
right.
major
But
as
it
well
did have
in
a
that
scope.
grand final. He does it again on the stage.
Okay, I'm gonna link this in the chat with a time code if you guys are interested.
What is this?
See people running in
Have
this.
struggles dealing
It's
with
crazy.
pressure. Right now, Spirit do not feel it. VP have not pushed them in any regard in this game.
I mean, Spirit know deep down that if they win this round, they have won the map. That's the stakes they're playing for.
Early on,
It's crazy looking back at old maps how big they were, like how wide they were.
Yeah, super wide. It was sick. So it's because you have to remember, a lot of the Counter-Strike that was played on community servers where you had like 12v12 in like, you know, people just join a server and you just play like 12 people on either side. So like, you couldn't have small maps really. Also on some of those early versions, you could plant the bomb anywhere.
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't win the Brown, but you could plant a bomb and just, you know, just like a giant explosion that killed like people, and then you keep fighting, you know. The literal instantiation of Chopper just watching Donk do the work.
Yeah. He said, "Come on, bud, get your ace."
Back to back. That's what he's here for.
Chopper just likes to watch. He's just in the closet, all looped up.
He's in the cuck chair playing CS.
It hasn't been done in nearly a decade.
Oh
Donk wants to set a record.
Come on, Donk. I want to see you fuck VP.
I'm almost there. Like,
you're 18 now. It's okay.
Jesus Christ.
Well, in the round
Oh no, Mike. What have you done?
Donk aces.
Why have you done it?
And it's VP left holding all the jokers here.
Old bearded man. It gets young guy.
This one
fuck someone while
spirals
he
away
watches.
from them. There was never a moment in this game where it was even close. They force bought up now, but that's out of necessity for VP.
Keep getting the kills, Donk, or this nose tape will turn into mouth tape real soon.
Oh God! Oh
Magic's
no!
keeping the pressure on.
No,
I blame you,
no.
Mike. You did this.
Yeah, I know. I led you down this road.
Whiffing hard with the USP. And Team Spirit, everything connects.
Yeah, the old gun
It's a good timing
sounds.
push for me, but it's
Back then, like,
it's nothing more.
in like,
No kill, bomb spotted,
okay.
rotates coming out of
Hello.
that B bomb site as VP may
If they don't
know
hit this
where
fast,
it's
it could get
going.
weird,
I
but
don't know if they can stop it.
promise you
These
can't get
smokes push
footsteps if
every
you're the
single
IV
player
out.
back as VP wait for the
charges
flank.
only. It's kind of a wicked idea, but like I don't think
The flank timing is good, but
could be fun to do a
eventually
tournament now.
Spirit surely
But
gets suspicious. They've just been
yeah,
having
it is.
sites for
People have
free,
thought about it a lot.
firing off early as Mir, and Magic's now calls down the line.
I don't think
Guys,
it's.
they're in main, they're behind us.
It
And
solves
very,
one
very
problem
quickly,
and
the
introduces
first
other
part of
problems,
that
basically.
flank is mopped up. Are they ready for Flit? Second man in a little bit later.
He whiffed it.
It's an awkward miss. It does force Shiro wide. These MP9s trying to whittle down Team Spirit, but it's gotten real ugly real fast. Icy's charged out by the Mac 10s,
okay.
and Flit about to get finished
Back,
off. It's Spirit
back in
on
like
map
5.2 or something, I think the AWP I think could shoot through like, no joke, like 7 people or something.
I mean, this is just a soul-crushing
Yeah, like the
defeat for Virtus Pro.
penetration force of the AWP was so insane. Like, might have been more than 7.
To feel like you went through all 15 rounds of play, and it wasn't even close.
Oh yeah, AWP had no black pass. That's true. Yeah, you could see the entire screen. Like, what a fucking, what an upgrade! Could you imagine?
Fastest in a dream,
dude. Yeah.
Against a Team Spirit who just want to get back out of this stage and in it
Basically
tomorrow.
the whole map on Ice World.
Yeah, it could. Yeah.
Got VP trying to force some moves, but even this being contained by Donk.
And also, I mean, just in case
Doesn't
people
let 'em
forget,
in.
like HEs did damage through walls.
Doesn't give them any reason to believe in this game.
That's just part of the game. Like, so there's like plenty of maps where strategy is involved, grenading a wall and killing someone on the other side. You know. Say hello to Aztec, for instance. You go in the rear, you throw grenades up in the CT house.
On the boost, 2 tap
Classic
to Flit.
strategies, really.
So after faking
I
B
played like
control,
official games on like in
and then no
tournaments on
electronics here as a
Aztec, which
result.
is kind of insane to think about now.
Step by
That's
step,
a concept.
Spirit surround VP.
Oh boy.
Now spotted.
Yeah, there's not.
Contact taken at us on Tix.
Well,
They know
talk
the
about it, you
Donkeys
know.
here in main as well. They
No,
could have
it really
pinned in, but,
sucks.
oh, that's fast.
Because just dry fighting shit and dry fighting against Spirit is it's just not a winning formula. Like you're just gonna die. You're gonna die everywhere.
Yeah, he's
they
just
have no ideas.
Like he's not even in his crosshair placement in that first fight wasn't even that great, but it doesn't even matter.
No.
It's only
Just
5
winning-
years ago,
winning
Electronic
anyway.
was lifting
Yeah.
the trophy down on this stage.
Oh,
Now he's
okay,
gonna
you got
be
one
dealt
kill. Ah, come on,
one of the most
T-Con. Shiro
crushing
will kill
defeats he's
you.
ever
I mean, Don
faced
could
at the
flash them in for a
hands
fight
of
right now
this
if he wanted to.
Spirit
Like they
squad.
could win by him
And now
flashing,
he's
but they're
just
just
gotta come
not
to
even.
terms with it.
They're not
First
even that
couple for
interested.
Electronic, but
That's such an
goes
ego peak
no
to swing there,
further.
even.
Spirit
Yep,
running
domination.
from Virtus Pro.
Wow, that was
They
a.
wanna blaze their
Look,
trail
I
all
get
the
trying to
way
go in with a
into
Joker map to
those
catch your opponent
finals,
off guard,
and do that
but like
to get
maybe have a
past
game
VP
plan for that
with
map
nothing
though.
but another obstacle to this
Yeah.
Spirit squad.
What's at the dock? I don't know. Like it is what it is. Fuck it. Like I said, the thing that sucks is that we can't even really use this to talk about much of anything, right? Like it's just
No, there's no extrapolation.
Yeah, it's over already, kind of. Yeah. Wonder what it feels like for
Alright.
Lee to get up and watch the game you want. Yeah, I don't know.
It was sick to meet him at the HLTV Awards. This is very cool. He gave a great speech, stuck around to take a photo. Like, he was the one guy there that everyone wanted to take a photo with, you know?
Yeah.
Like, Zai was getting a photo with him. Like, everyone's getting a photo with him. It was really cool to see. I think he was, I think he's pretty proud of the scene that's been created. And it was just nice. He wanted to talk to everybody. Like, you know, I went up for my little photo, and then we had a nice chat, talked about things. Just nice guy. Very nice guy.
Sick. That's nice.
Well, what do you think? Will Ancient be any better, or is this just gonna be a Spirit shits on them fest?
I think it's I think what it's hard to make an argument why it would be different, you know.
Yeah.
That is your wheelhouse. I feel like you must have mastered the art of bringing up a topic and just shoot the shit with your co-host when the game is sort of yeah. Yeah, I mean that's like especially back in the day, like when Semler and I started casting, you have any idea how many games were delayed for hours on end because of DDoSing? Like,
yeah.
Like in the beginning, players, everybody used Skype to communicate with, and Skype had some massive security issues that nobody could figure out. Even if we told people, we kept telling people how to stop the Skype like IP leaks, but people kept doing it anyway. Like they kept fucking it up, and then you know that, and then they got DDoSed, and then we all had to wait, and then they had to like you know try and go offline, like call their ISP to get a new IP or whatever, and blah 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 blah. And it's like it's just you know. So yeah, you had to spend a lot of time just talking because like that's all there was really, like a lot of the time. It's crazy.
Skype is an all-time example of a company that had all the market share fumbling when they actually had opportunity.
It's mental, isn't it?
Domination would be an understatement.
How did they lose
itself.
to
Virtus
Zoom?
Pro bring in the curveball pick, but it's Spirit to absolutely hit this one straight out.
Thanks for being the
card.
voice. Just when I started
Jason,
watching.
being honest, this was
Yeah.
not competitive at any point on this first map of train.
No, not even close, and pretty much exactly.
Yeah,
how
same.
we
But I
kind
mean,
of
I'm kind of.
outlined.
I think.
Coming in was going to be massive favorites, and I mean, no.
I feel like
no
I
issues whatsoever.
thought I already still have the same love for the game.
Do nothing to make them move.
But I would say that
Didn't really
it's
find a whole lot of
probably.
success, and honestly, there's really not much to talk about. This was
I think I
just
spent
nothing
like a
and the
couple of
victory start to
years
finish.
Yeah, we were hoping,
putting a lot of my energy into building Skybox as a company and some other things too. And so I think without me noticing it, like I kind of like, you know, I kind of forgot about like focusing on the love for the game part of things.
Yeah, and especially when you're standing as your entry.
But yeah, I mean, in a weird kind of way, the streaming stuff has kind of brought it back a lot because like I'm watching a lot more games than I would have been doing last year by this time. Last year by this time, a lot of these results, I wouldn't have been like watching all of it. I would have been like checking in with the, you know, results and the stats and said like, oh, okay. Oh, okay, I see, like, you know, interesting result. Mongols beat Eternal Fire, you know, but it's like, it's different seeing it, you know.
Super consistent throughout the tournament, but Shiro,
and now I started doing a lot more of the analysis stuff with Skybox, and I want to create some content around that too. That's made me think about a bunch of things, so, you know, it's good times. No, I know what you mean, Sim. I know what you're saying. I'm just saying that, like, I think on some level, you know, it's good for me to rediscover some of those, you know, feelings of feeling like, oh shit, here we go, you know.
No, but it's understandable, right? If you're constantly on the grind at arena levels, once you're like constantly in that arena or like in that moment, you need to also have time away from the game to like refresh your own brain and come back in. And so then when you're constantly on the grind of events, like it's hard to take a step back and be like, I want to watch Counter-Strike when I'm not there.
Yeah.
And so then you stop focusing on the lower tiers and the tier 2 and the tier 3, and it's totally understandable. But like, yeah, then you lose some of that attachment, some of that knowledge from people coming up in younger teams and whatnot. And it is hard until you actually get that pause to be like, well, I'm home, but I do want to watch this and I want to focus on it. Like, I notice it, like, I have a very tight connection with the North American scene, right? Because I cast a million games of ECL and all that shit. But I even notice it with the NA guys who then spend all their time casting European CS. Is you lose focus a little bit. You don't know the same guys. You don't know the guys coming up until you go back and go to a LAN or watch an event or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's super normal, right? And maybe to some extent it's okay, but suddenly you can kind of drift too far away from everything, and then you're like, oh, what the fuck's happening, you know?
Yeah.
And like you can't really stay an informed Counter-Strike person by looking at HLTV results. Like, that's not going to do it for you, right? Like, yeah, if I was on a podcast tomorrow and I didn't watch the Mongols in Eternal Fire game, and somebody said, what do you think about that game? And I said, well, Mongols just obviously, you know, they are just a step ahead of Eternal Fire right now, and they beat them 2-0. You know, it was, you know, like I can see from the stats that, you know, Blitz played pretty well and Techno played pretty well. You know, it's like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, I mean, like that's like a I'm out of touch with things kind of answer, and I'm just throwing something at you, you know?
It's just
There's
such an
like,
unfortunate situation.
you know, I don't want to be that person. Like, I'd rather be the guy who can sort of sit down and say, no, let me I'll tell you exactly what I think happened, you know? Like I tweeted earlier, like, obviously one of these two teams was way more hungry to get into the game from the very start. From the very first second, you could just tell. Like, the Mongols were here to fucking play, and the Eternal Fire were, like, half asleep for the first three, like, parts of the game, like, the first three halves, you know?
Is it a top 5 team? By no means. Is it a team that can knock on the door to top 10? Sure thing, but we don't get to see.
I'm gonna go make a cup of tea, I think.
They could have top 5 potential. We
Tea
just don't
time,
know
let's
yet,
go.
because we haven't
Well, you
seen
got some
this
time,
lineup
so.
really play online, and that's the other
Yeah,
bummer
right.
is like we know with new lineups there's always going to be that time where it's like we have
Yeah,
to
like I
get
started
more
watching
officials, some events
CS
under
when
our belts,
CS:GO
it's
came
gonna
out.
feel better.
My first
On top of
experience
all that
was
is,
with Legends
now
like
we
Get
get
Right
stage
Forest,
experience,
Neo, yeah.
and this is valuable stage
A bit of
experience
time
being
between
missed
those
by
players
Flamus.
leaving
Well,
and
for
sort of
Team
new guard
Spirit
coming on.
stars
Yeah.
shining bright on the stage, but I also hear we have some stars in the crowd. We've got Trace with Donna.
We're out here in the concourse. I'm looking for familiar faces. I'm also looking for someone who's seen Virtus Pro because they're not in the server right now. But I did find a familiar face. What's going on, Donna?
Hi, guys. How are you?
Yeah, I'm sure they're all doing just fine. Donna, how are you doing in Katowice? Is it cold for your liking or what?
It is a bit too cold. Like, I'm literally freezing. Oh, my God.
But are you freezing up like VP right now?
Well, maybe not as much.
Donna, who do you got taking this whole thing?
The whole thing, I
Damn,
don't know,
she
I
actually
think
looks like she's
Spirit has a very
legitimately
good chance. They're
freezing to
looking very
death.
strong. I mean, VP is playing with a stand-in, but yeah, it is Spirit, and I think if Donk is activated, it's going to be tough for everyone.
Donk is a menace. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think you can say
Super
that.
windy in Poland, all right.
Well, where can we see you next, Donna?
I cannot say that, but I'm going to be at some ESL event, maybe. Who knows?
Well, hold on now. Spoiler alert. Thank you very much, Donna. Go enjoy the show. Maybe we'll find some more people around here in the concourse at Katowice. Who knows?
I think that is a very fair assessment, Donna, after what the display was from Spirit on map number 1. Wasn't even their map pick, and this gets really curious when we look at the map they've
She also
chosen.
does some
We see
work
on
with
screen,
other
first
people,
time
right?
Team
I
Spirit
think.
picked Ancient in 2025 because they've had an
If I'm
affinity
not wrong.
towards other two maps, depending on maybe how they view the caliber of the opponent, right?
Yeah, the whole conversation when we've been speaking, Vito and Team Spirit has been between Dust 2 and Nuke. They've been trying to integrate Nuke into becoming a perma pick for them, you know, against some of the lower tier opposition in Copenhagen, and even at this tournament they were going with Nuke. Then we saw against Na'Vi they were going back to the Dust 2 route, but they never have picked Ancient, you know, as one of their first picks. And I'm curious, Jason, is that because they are aware you're playing VP now, you're playing against the stand-in, so if we want to test it in a bit of a stage experience and get some map practice on it, maybe even preparing for Na'Vi on that specific map, is that why they want to play it a bit here?
Yeah, I would assume it'd be to avoid anti-stratting.
Go get a ticket and you could be interviewed at
like,
the
what's
crowds.
point?
That's a good
It's
idea.
like the only other map that VP is going to be comfortable
fly
on. It's
down
like
there.
their best win rate in their pool. So just take that away. One of the other advantages Spirit has in the map pool, thought maybe it could go to Anubis if VP felt like there was some weakness there. We know Donk doesn't like the map. If you really want to hang your hat on that little nugget, maybe you go for it. Train was fine as well, but Ancient is only because there's no reason to give this team their preferred
And about the
map pick
people
of what's
you called,
remaining.
yes,
That is probably going to be
will
starting
show
on
up.
the CT side of things. So what
Do
should
like the
they
Anders
be
cult
doing to
corner.
quell that Team Spirit
Just a bunch of
offense, which
people in
obviously we
robes.
didn't really get to see all too much of on that first map of
I
Train.
mean, without sounding like a broken record, again, come out and try to be disruptive, try to be a little bit aggressive. Again, the mid area of Ancient is always a part of the conversation. We know Donk loves to go out there, peek and poke from the beginning of the round. Maybe you face him head on, and maybe
Just
you
jump
win
on
the
the
first couple of
broadcast.
duels that makes sure
Hey
that Donk will
guys,
fall back, and then
what's
Spirit
up?
has to go into a bit more execute-heavy style, which they can probably figure out as well. So it's hard for me to imagine a world where VP can make this game competitive, but I would like to see them take the fight in the middle and maybe force Spirit to be a little bit more execute-heavy in that regard.
Yeah, and it's an interesting idea of how you want to go about that, because Flamus, the guy who's not here, was the T mid player on the T side. He was the guy that's going to be attempting to contain Donk and Zontix in middle, which is impossible in the best of circumstances, very difficult in the best of circumstances, certainly feels impossible now. And it's like, yeah, let's bring the fight towards middle, but like, how exactly do you want to do that? Because I agree with you. You want to be disruptive. If you let Donk roam the middle of the map on either side, he's going to ruin everything. So you have to be able to contain that, but like, what's the best way to do it? That's where your protocols are missing with the stand-in and the lack of experience together to begin with. This is just another one of those situations we're coming into. It's like, I'd love to paint a picture that VP can
There's
win
only
this,
so many ways you
but
could say
Spirit's gonna
it
steamroll.
ain't happening, you know?
Yeah, I don't think there's really too much of a point in trying to be
It
an
ain't
optimist about this.
happening.
Maybe if we just take a little bit of a zoom out, I think your point about, you know, how you
In
counter
spite
Donk
of the
is,
happening,
just
it
a
ain't
really,
happening.
it's a tricky one to analyze because we've basically only seen one
Oh,
player
shit.
able to do that. That was
Internet
Vivo
went,
at the
you're on
tail
your
end
phone
of
instead?
2024.
Oh,
We
no.
always had the better of him in terms of just
spite
those
of the
raw
happening,
head-to-heads.
it ain't
Do you think that's
happening.
something that
I like
any
that
other
line.
player, like aside from VP,
Listen,
anybody
that's,
else,
you
do
know,
think they can
that's what
replicate?
we're paid to do, you
I mean,
know?
it's tough because Donk is
Come
just
up
on
with
another
weird
level right
phrases
now.
like
Even
that.
Nico today would struggle. We saw Santeras as well do do it in Copenhagen. Had a great game where he could go toe-to-toe with Dunk on Anubis,
Internet
but I
went
think
out.
overall
You
it
on phone?
depends on
Rip.
what kind of Dunk is coming out.
Apparently
It's a player
Trump-
that if you want to find one
Trump is
critique of
bringing
Dunk, I'm
back
not sure it's a
plastic
critique,
straws.
it's that he's always willing to repeat. He's always willing to go
What?
for the
They
duel,
never fucking
even
left.
if he's having a bad game. So maybe if you get it off to a bad
Well,
start,
What does that even mean?
I would also
How
argue
they're
if we
coming
get to
back.
see Ancient tomorrow between
What?
Spirit and Navi.
This
I'm
is
looking
a
towards
this is a
Ena, and Nigel is
fictional
very good
fight
at
that they've
so
been having.
maybe that
I
could
know.
be a
What are they
player that can
issuing
take
an
the fight,
executive
but in
order that
reality,
requires
there's no
people
counter
have
to
plastic
Dunk
straws?
as long as he's
I did
playing
notice
the
though,
game.
in the meantime, there were like people who made it their whole personality for years. It's like, I don't care if you
I want to have a
opinion.
gas stove and plastic straws. It's like, please have real problems. Get real
I know,
problems.
it's
Like I unironically like lose your job and have a real issue to complain about.
So like it's fine, I guess, if we're like if it comes up in a conversation that you have an opinion on, that's not a problem. But it's like if you find yourself talking about it like more than once a month, like you might be in trouble, you know.
I don't know if VP has that in
It might
their
be
yet.
you might be fucked.
2 rounds for VP on their own.
The number of
map.
people
How
who
many
just
do they get
use
on
like
Spirits?
Oh, this is my favorite game.
who just
Yeah,
replace
I
their
think, I
personality
think
with
this game will
fanatical
be more
devotion to a
competitive in
cause.
the
It's
sense
like,
that
please, I
VP
beg
will get
you, I
between 4
beg
and
you,
5
develop
rounds.
interests. Become a more interesting person. Read something, anything.
Okay. Ooh, that's
Yeah.
pretty generous from you, Jason. Should we find out exactly
Kind of
how
over
it is
Stephen
gonna
A.
go
Smith,
down?
the
We're
real
gonna
American
head
hero.
to a quick break,
No,
but when we are back,
Donald.
it's time to see if
The thing
Spirit
that you
can
don't understand,
speed run
Donald,
their
is
way
that
to semifinals.
the
It's a
LeBron
great
James
month for 2025.
his rating, the points that he scores. We're gonna make America great.
Listen, going off of Kanye's Twitter earlier, he's about ready to run again.
Jesus.
Didn't he say last time that it was God's plan that he was going to win anyway? So
Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part
I
of
don't
the
know.
best crowd
I try to, for my own mental health, I try to pay as little attention to that man as possible.
well, you're missing out.
I don't think I am, to be honest with you. Now, Anders, what you don't understand is that Kanye's tweets are deranged. Now I'm just going to be doing a Stephen A. Smith impression for the rest of the co-stream.
Listen,
I don't think I have a very good Stephen A. Smith, but we can get there.
Practice, you know, just practice it more. We need something, right? Because the game isn't doing it for us.
Yeah. Now, Anders, the way Virtus Pro, if it is called Virtus Pro, have you seen the video of Stephen A. Smith responding to whether he thinks Mewtwo would be good at basketball?
No.
This is incredible. He's been doing this thing where he has people tweet at him with random questions, and he answers them. And this is a Mewtwo versus LeBron question. I'll send you. I'm posting it in the chat. I feel like we can get away with just watching this. It's only a minute long.
Click.
Опа.
Ебать.
Ой.
О, да. И кура. О, да. 0-3 вуз, охуенно. Так хорошо.
Не, это очень жестко
Так
было.
хорошо с ВХ играть вообще легко очень. Это
И
заграешь.
побежал.
Easy.
I just stay in ladder room and I just look in left side monitor and I saw 4 headshot and easy. It's blast premium, unstoppable.
Да, вообще.
Короче, там был момент такой, что Боря говорит, Б-дом занял,
Ridiculous
Б-дом занял.
content.
Мы пошли с ним, убили его, и я
Truly
Боре
incredible.
отпускаю
Truly
мышку, даю
incredible
пятюню,
content.
и шифтом иду в яму,
Just
и все. А
elite
тут просто
content.
было понятно, что Воксик
Stephen A.
пойдет
Smith,
зиги, и я решил
LeBron,
прыгнуть и
1v1
ну, мы в счете вели,
on
ну, в принципе,
Mewtwo.
не знаю. Тут я, короче, говорил инфу, что
Is
это
that
чисто
how you
просто.
pronounce it?
А оказалось, что под коврами чел. Ну, легкий клатч, не знаю тоже. Просто решил прыгнуть.
Симпл выиграл против тебя так клатч 21?
Я не помню.
Richard Lewis said he's writing a letter to Ted Cruz informing him the Riot Vanguard is national security threat. I can't believe Ted Cruz still
Easy
has
moment
any
because I
office.
have good position, but it's
Homie is just one of the most unlikable humans in
Хорош, Диман.
existence.
Nice one.
Mom.
Oh, it was my
Scream.
birthday. It was gift from.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Как сказать? Короче, срался с
Like,
ними,
how
я
is he
думаю,
not
если
even
бы
just been
Black.
primaried?
Keep
I
out,
get
keep
that
out
that like Texas isn't gonna elect a Democrat on a state,
But
but
the
like,
last kill is.
how is that guy not been primaried? Fleeing to Cancun during a national disaster, just one of the least likable human beings, standing there while Trump called his wife ugly and then immediately licking Trump boots. Like,
I don't know why.
Yeah, that was funny.
And we know
I think
also
the
time of a
for
human.
the
truth is, like,
one
most people
Polish
politically,
kid,
like, one, most people just vote for their party, right? Like, no matter what, like, people just will vote for the thing that they're normally voting for, in spite of, like, pretty much no matter what's going on, right? And then also, like, most people won't, especially in America, like, just don't even vote at all, right? So, like, maybe not most, but a lot of people don't even vote, so it's like,
Yeah, I remember this.
you know,
There is juicy one tap on.
yeah, it's
sniper
tough.
on side.
It's tough.
Oh yeah.
politician can feel no shame. Yeah, I mean, that's a powerful
It's
powerful thing, you know?
It's easy moment. Chopper tell me info 2 behind, and I know info 1 low
As the
HP and
Zodiac
1
killer,
full
he
HP.
simply killed all
It's
the
not
other
by, it's forced by.
candidates.
And I have
Yeah, classic meme.
Full
but
blind.
it's so lucky. But I hurt him.
Imagine
it's
Donald says your
unstoppable
dad
clutch.
killed JFK,
It's
and you're like, no, this is
semi-final,
fine.
да?
Нет, это 2-1 счет.
It's all
Это
good.
группа?
Hold on, I'm gonna do something. I'll be right back.
Oops.
Alright.
Okay. It's inhuman clutch.
Lucky.
It's super.
Lucky.
Alright, here's the headline from Cecilia D'Anastasio. The SEC confirmed Roblox is part of an active investigation in a FOIA response I received this morning. I could not confirm the subject of the investigation. They're coming for Roblox.
One of the biggest questions in
They're coming for
competition
Roblox.
is what makes a champion. As fans and viewers, we may want to watch the close games, the overtimes. You may want to believe that anyone could win this very match, but as Spirit are to prove that they are truly a twisted affront to Counter-Strike, a team that stands out above the rest, this game couldn't be
Investigated for
close.
forced child labor.
Spirit
Yeah,
look
no,
to
there's.
make that
If you want to
solid
watch an
in a
interesting one about the dark side of
one-sided
I think I've recommended these guys before, but there's a YouTube channel called People Make Games. They do some really interesting investigative journalism in the gaming space. And they did a very good one about Roblox.
I'm back.
The semi-finals await them. All they need is one more.
Alright, here it is. Investigation, how Roblox is exploiting young game developers. And then they did a follow-up where Roblox pressured us to delete our videos, so we dug deeper. Both
yeah,
very good.
that's a very interesting rabbit hole, actually.
Yeah. Shout out to People Make Games.
Like, one of the problems is that people are getting paid in Robux, which is
Map
probably
2
not
and a
legal.
new leaf, a new chance, but it's ancient for Team Spirit, where they do some of their best work, where they broke onto Katowice with a 13-0 last year.
Here we go, guys. Let's go.
They look to
Let's get right
finish
into
VP quick and easy.
Another
Donk
potentially
barely
shocking
required to the
matchup.
end of the T side. Well, now that's exactly where he starts. Chopper calling the shots. No new man to the scene.
13.
For years, Chopper has built these young, up-and-coming, undervalued rosters and done more with less.
5.5 rounds for VP.
Now he's got a world beater by his side.
Is that the
What can
over-under?
VP do?
Yeah.
Starting with
5.5
success
rounds.
would be fantastic if you're
I think I'm going over. Oh, never mind. I'm going under.
Double
Too late.
main push. Electronic smoked off back at the spawn, and Spirit a chance to plant as they wrestle for control over this A site. Smoke still haven't cleared, and so retake on for VP, but they've got to be patient here. Time no longer on their side.
Hughes is burning. Flick can't flank. He has to go back.
He's waiting for the right moment to strike.
Kind of
here.
sad. sad affair, you know? Did I understand it correctly as well that, like, the visa that Flammers has was just always going to expire like this? So they just, like, they just played in the tournament basically, like, saying, like, in a way, if I'm a tournament and I knew that, I'd be like, fuck you guys. Like,
I'm sure ESL was less than pleased, but presumably they also needed to submit the visa ahead of time. I don't actually know.
If I knew that, like, if a team said, hey, we're gonna like play in your tournament, and let's say they submitted all the work, and I knew that beforehand, I would presumably just tell them you can't play then. Like, why would we risk it? Like, we're trying to sell tickets to the fucking arena, guys. Like, if you make it,
I don't know if the VRS invitation has a stipulation for that, for being able to deny for that reason.
Yeah, it's a good point. But that's like, in a way, that I think probably shouldn't be allowed, right? Like,
I would think so. But yeah, no, I think he basically was running on his visa from playing in Gamer Legion, right? And they hadn't done any renewal under the new org. And so he has to go back to get it renewed.
Yeah, so like...
Which, crazy.
Magic setting up this fake.
I feel like that might actually be worth putting in as like a thing, you know?
They're playing a flash in the middle. They've got the nade to even break a smoke open if they needed
mayonnaise all over the room.
And wherever they go, they can look to use these flashes here, but it's only
yeah, we're gonna need a. We're gonna need some
context,
some more information here.
This will be dealt with clean. No sweat broken from Team Spirit and running into those pistols.
Hey, come on, VP, do something.
VP game
I feel like I
plan
just
for
need
the buy round here, and now
guy
they want to
poking a
try and
stick.
make a difference early. This was the big problem on Train. The game was so far away from them. When they finally put rounds on the board, there was no coming back.
Yeah, the desk wanted them to come in confident, come in swinging, and they certainly didn't do that on T-side Train, but at least CT Ancient is a place where you can take a lot of space early. It's going to cost you resources. Do you want to go for the triple mid? Is it a triple B? VP, get the nades in middle, but give it up quickly as Spirit goes storming into that empty A site. Chopper burning alive, still takes a kill somehow before he burns himself. Bomb is super late as a result. Spirit is still in the site. What's it going to cost them? Icy picks one out. There's another trade back in Temple. Spirit have got their feet in the ground, but VP are up a man.
They're going to try and pressure Mir.
No comeback.
Shiro waiting for this smoke fade. It looks like they want to try and get rid of him in the back of Donut. They've isolated this one.
You made salad, added mayonnaise, smelled the mayonnaise, ate the mayonnaise.
Doesn't have this angle. Electronic is also flanked around. He has to get
so why
something
can
from
you
this.
smell it all over the room? Like,
for Shiro. Gets a move on, tries to put distance between himself and these last two players. Shiro had a hell of a
mayo in a
start to this
salad
series.
does kind of sound
This guy felt like
slightly
he couldn't
deranged.
set a foot wrong on the opening map.
And I like
No
mayonnaise.
stranger to being alive in these clutches either.
You can make like an IOE with it, right?
Yeah,
Time to play with yet.
that's fair. But
A moment to collect himself.
salad?
This backstab does not seem to be at the forefront of Shiro's mind.
Tuna salad, that's different.
Right now,
Stop.
and there it is. Well
Stop defending this guy.
Positioned. VP, get on the board early.
Tuna salad also isn't
ranch?
real
What
salad.
about ranch as a salad dressing?
They won that
Caesar
very
salad?
same round back on Train, though, so I'm not holding my
Most
breath.
salad dressing is very close to mayo.
But at
Damn.
least the first gun round,
You guys are crazy.
with the players surviving, to give VP a fighting chance in this matchup.
Potato salad? Oil plus eggs, yeah. True. Some vinegar. What are they shouting?
Navi?
I think so.
They're shouting Navi. Guys, they play tomorrow.
VP opt against middle.
I know these guys are going to be rooting for tomorrow.
Been waiting for your pizza for over an hour. Oh.
Mid-fight early, Mir and Electronic find success. Virtus Pro come in swinging to open up
Okay,
map
hold
2.
on. Hang on.
Only Magix and Chopper left standing. The round only just started for Team Spirit, and nothing
Navi
has
fans
worked
do
out.
travel hard in
Now
Kato.
split up.
Understandably.
Bomb dropped over towards Chopper in middle, but right now Magix is waiting for a reply, hoping that someone gets a little bit curious about what the lane has in store.
These rounds are still
Maybe
interesting.
Navi in the
Spirit
arena?
often have a way of
Possible.
making them so. The key for VP is just to make sure you're maximizing trades. That's why they're giving away so much space. They're playing at the back line, playing together, side by side. Mia and Fame, triple B. No one can get spammed. No one in an awkward spot. So VP, just about minimizing damage. Magix awaits Chopper. Molly's not really going to bail him out here. They just kind of have to go contact. Look for these entry kills. Magix gets spotted.
The strength in this for VP is meant to be in these crossfires. And already the
What is
spot
that,
from
Molotov?
Magix has certainly put the fear in Team Spirit. They don't like what they see, and so this might just be the save.
Whoa.
They made it look
Wait,
like they wanted to go for this.
That was
they were
a
certainly
chopper
considering
Molotov,
it.
but it showed up as a CT Molotov on the HUD.
But in the end, they decide so little time
That's
left.
kinda
3
weird.
players tucked in over
Did
at that B
it-
site. It's just not worth it for Team
I guess he
Spirit.
wouldn't have
I
picked
like
it up
that
off
call.
of
You know,
the
they still
CT.
test it. They still see
Oh yeah, I
if
don't
you're gonna give
think
them a
even if
way
it
into
was an
the round,
incendiary,
triple
surely
bangs, some nades landing, but
it makes no
when
sense
no
it showed
shot
up
is
as
gifted,
blue.
There's no reason to
Yeah.
risk your guns when you can play them in the next.
I know sometimes teams, especially on these big arena games, when they have the straight to the second day thing, they like to just sit in for a game on the first day, just
I like
to
the
take in the
setup for VP.
atmosphere
They
and
play
kind of
double
get
red
rid of
behind the
some of
smoke.
the
They know
nerves of
Spirit
being out
will
on that
just
stage for
swing
the
out
first
mid
time.
with a nice exec and
That
they
makes
break the
sense.
smoke. They get a double kill in middle. Fame holds
Just remove
his
that
own.
like immediate shock.
So immediately off to a 5v2
This game
in
finisher
that
is
round.
fast. We can all go watch Cole in the IEM Dallas Open
Spirit
qualifier.
give these guns
Are there games
over
open
Doc,
IP?
armed by Chopper. Let's see if he can put it to use. Push down the ramp is great. Doc's full blind, and it's up to Magix to trade this kill.
Yes.
Does Split want to live and die on this fight as a smoke phase?
Yeah, I'll
he
probably do
pulls
that,
back.
depending on how long this takes. But yeah, it's looking like a pretty quick stream.
Meanwhile-
Yeah, do
How many
keep your
rounds do
eye
they
on
have to go
Chopper
today?
here. He's got a lot of
Based
room
open
up
quads
through
are all
middle.
open IP. Yeah, they typically
Things
are.
could
Yeah.
get weird. How long is Spirit able
Man,
to
it
bog
feels
down
like-
VP in this ramp push?
Oh, Chopper.
Chopper with a chance at this
Oh.
double kill.
Oh,
That's
The captain of Spirit.
ice
Oh,
cold,
it's hot.
isn't it?
Chopper hungry for even more. Challenged on that swing. Zontix now knows his time to strike. Is quickly getting away from him. Tries to play out through the door. It's going to be Chopper.
Oh,
3
that's
kills
bad.
deep and only Icy left to beat. It starts with a double D. Chopper can't get his hand on that last man. Took a long time.
Are you ahead of me again?
For Icy to find his voice on train. But
I
that
don't
is
know
a
your question. Hold
pivotal
on.
early
Right now we're
1v1
assuming in on
for the young
Chopper.
gun to win.
Yeah, 4v2 for VP gets a very costly
Replay
round,
timer
but
here
you'll
is
take it
11,
every day of the
10,
week just to stop
9
Chopper
seconds.
from coming up
Yeah,
with a
you're a couple
clutch.
seconds ahead of me. Hold on. I'll 2x it.
Nothing worse than getting shot in the back of the head. Team Spirit back to pistols themselves.
I feel like the term salad is being
VP
thrown
trying to
around
warm
really
in.
liberally right now.
Yeah, I'm a little
Far more
curious.
even map.
It's,
I
co-
mean,
it's
we wanted
covering a
VP to
really
play with
broad
a bit more
range. Makes me
confidence. It was
uncomfortable.
always going to be a big
Sarah's
ask
family
after
makes
how
this
that
thing called
first map
apple
went.
salad.
But they've been far
Again,
more
in terms of
direct
liberal
here on this
interpretations of the
CT
word
side. They're
salad,
looking
it's
for
a
fights.
chopped apple,
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot more
marshmallows,
familiar map, right? It's one where there's also
mayonnaise.
a lot of options. They were stuck on
and I think
T-side
maybe
trade for
walnuts.
crying out loud, where you know, most
Mayonnaise.
teams who have picked that map
Oh.
in Tier 1 have
Or like,
lost it
sorry, I think
off
it's
the
even
back
Cool
of
Whip. I don't think it's
really
mayo.
weak
I don't think it's
T-sides.
legit
There's
mayo.
rare exceptions to that rule.
Okay.
This is a
It's,
map where we're already seeing VP
Well,
take
not a
snipes
fan.
every single
Not a
round.
fan. I
Another
tried it.
door smoke, another
Decided it
ramp
wasn't for
push.
me.
They're up in the face of Spirit.
The
Sounds
concept
horrible. Go on.
of like
Oh,
It's
Marshmallows.
a Midwestern,
explosion out middle.
Midwestern
pistols
coated salad.
let off the leash.
why the fuck
Is it bark or is it bite?
would
for Team
anyone do
Spirit?
that?
Playing on Fame's contact.
It's
This
the delicacies
is really
of
well
Middle
handled
America.
from VP as they look to keep this middle area closed. Magic's finished off.
How the
This
fuck,
is a
like-
far more exciting look out of Virtus Pro.
Why were people getting so
don't
worried
Spirit
about the
know it?
fucking lead in Flint when you guys have this stuff
Runaway
going around?
success on train.
What
Look,
is it
I ain't
even?
saying
there
it's
was
for
any
me.
stopping
I ain't
them.
saying it's for me.
Now they burn their first
Would love to
time
try it
out.
just out of curiosity.
VP.
Yeah, I don't know. Sarah apparently loved it when she was young. Dabmaster Daniel is always right. Oh no. On a sign. Are you familiar with Dabmaster Daniel, Anders?
Yeah, I think he's actually one of the few people I had to mute, which is weird because I feel like there used to be a time when he was, like I remember him from like way back in the day,
This
and he used
talk
to
better
be, but
change
then
things
he
up
kind of
for
like
Team
kept
Spirit.
saying really crazy shit, and I was like, I can't do it anymore.
Chance for Halley to weigh in, try and course correct this
Yeah.
T-side early. corrections you didn't ever envision you were going to have to make in this series. From full control.
But I feel like it kind of like progressively got worse. Like, is there, what's the law?
Have to pick up for Team Spirit, or else VP might manage to make
Like,
this
I know him from
three-map quarterfinal after all.
Just the most unhinged, insane
They go for these late explosive mid plays.
conspiracy theories.
VP after they've burned all their utility. This time Zontix comes up with a kill.
I feel like it wasn't always the case, but then like I don't know.
I don't know. My full awareness of him has just been him responding insane things about Ponzi schemes and conspiracy theories and
Magic's left to lurk.
I feel like type of person's better left alone.
VP in the dark.
Yeah,
they
maybe.
hear these nades land over the A site. They hear the steps. Fame's making the call. VP are starting to shift.
Oh, that's a huge catch for Magic's.
Right.
Extends this lead even further. They can't even
He gets that
extra
kill
bodies
as they're
around.
pushing
Now
into the
A
A-bomb
site is being
site.
taken as this goes on. Mir has been spammed, locked out from this mid lurk on Chopper, and so no further for Virtus Pro. Fame left as the last man standing, and he's
Come around to thinking hot dogs on ketchup on hot dogs is a crime. Here's what I'll say. I think the quality of the dog determines whether ketchup is viable. I think on a really nice hot dog or sausage of any variety, mustard is a much better complement to the existing flavor of the dog. But if you're just having like a generic ass, like, you know, shitty ballpark Frank from a concession stand at a theme park or something, throw some ketchup on that bitch. Who cares?
Some sharp shots.
It's not a high cuisine thing. Whatever makes you happy, put it on it.
Individually, Spirit on there.
I like ketchup plus mustard. Yeah, like, you know, it's like if you're having a really good dog, sure. Dress it up with things that complement the dog itself. But if you're just having like a nasty ass pulled out of the water hot dog, put whatever you want on it, man.
Donk trying to open things up.
Oh, yeah.
Hunts down Electronic back in the
He's
cave.
just
And already
hunting Electronic into that corner. He's like, I know, I
This
did
is
already.
over.
Like,
What a clean chase.
No.
I think, you know, they get really lucky on that timing.
You want to see
where
my
the
dogs?
CT player
You can see my
pulls
knees.
back
My
and
dogs must
stops
stay
looking
hidden.
it long. But that flashing cave is a work of art. Donk just
My doggies? I can
perfect
get noodle.
route to hunt
There's a
down the
reward.
corner
There's a channel
player.
points reward for that.
And quick
Otherwise,
as
my
you like
doggies.
it,
Maybe I need to
Team
make an
Spirit
even higher
back
channel
in.
point. 500k feet
I
picks.
mean, this is kind of an insane blow to take after you were sitting pretty 4-2 up in the lead, and then it feels like in the last 60 seconds, it's so quickly turned
Dogs
against
and
you.
fries
Spirit
on
with a bit of
pizza?
a pace
What?
change here, playing far more grouped
What?
Counter-Strike. Going for these quick hits,
Nah.
and VP were not prepared for that sort of change. Pressure's going to be on Electronic now to try and come up with solutions to this
Damn, they're not
problem.
gonna let him save.
And pieces got removed from that toolkit in the hunt from Team Spirit.
I mean, talk about VP, talk about pieces getting removed. Right?
Definitely
They
sounds
have,
like he will
you know, one
wants
of
to
their
get Polish
best players,
citizenship.
one of the, you know,
Dude,
most
I'd be
exciting
down, bro.
young
Give me a
prospects
fucking
that isn't Donk in
EU
Flammers.
passport right now, and life is
True.
good. I would
Here's
love
something
an
around
EU
the block.
passport. I would be there
I think
immediately.
we should consider going through this
But
trying
it's
to get
very
married,
hard to
Mike. Like, I
replicate
think
the
it could be
success
sick.
do it.
VP had in those group stages. Those wins over Eternal Fire, one of the few teams to do it.
No longer have to
Over
think about
G2 as
Schengen
well,
days,
cleanly.
free
They
mobility
were
within
impressive
Europe.
wins. Right now, they're all
Yeah,
being forgotten.
I can
Fuck
go.
off wherever
I
I
can
wanna
come
live in
make
the
America
EU.
great again.
A Spirit trying to
gonna
make
be
it
sick.
We
work
need you,
of the
Anders. We
series
need you.
still.
I see with the hero AWP is interesting though, right? They're going to try and use gimmicks.
Give
to
me a
get
best
them
kurva.
involved with that
Kurva!
They want the
Ober
first
kurva!
time to
Gotta
shoot
roll those on. Kurva, you know? It's gotta be really...
for it to be successful.
Ober
Because then
kurva.
they
Yeah.
lose the element of surprise
Declined.
on that AWP, and the first shot sails past. Spirit don't have to commit anymore, but the
Hold
kills
on,
start
TK.
to come to
Hold
them.
on.
It gets a bit wild in the cave. Here comes Donk to alleviate that pressure.
Gotta hit him with
As
the
he's
janky.
been waiting with the nade break.
Janky.
There was certainly a chance there.
I once
but
got
nothing
nearly
found.
wrecked in
Just
Poland
dodged it,
at
did Zontix.
an event.
And so now the
Okay.
operation
Why?
becomes save this
What'd you do?
AWP again.
It wasn't really... I can't even tell the whole story
Spirit
because the
braved the
problem is,
V-stack.
like...
Oh no.
I just can't,
And
but
they now
like, it doesn't
find
matter. We
themselves
were
back
coming
in
on like an
pole
after party
position.
thing, and
Nothing but success since
one of the
that
guys who were
first
in had
timeout
like
came
a
through
very,
from
very
Team
strong
Spirit.
British accent. And
Okay.
some... Oh, he's
Ooh,
gonna
he's
run for
running
it.
in,
That's a
trying to be
sick idea, but he's
cheeky,
gonna
but
die.
that's not
I
gonna work,
appreciate
is
it anyway.
Shiro?
You might as well, right?
There was like a Polish
Ready and waiting.
I'm gonna say like hooligan football fan type person.
Okay.
Well, I'm pretty sure we're just looking for a fight, but he heard like, one of us speaking. It was like, and he said like, he basically came up to like start something, and unfortunately it was like more successful than I had hoped for. And he said like his girlfriend had broke up with him to like for like a for like a British dude, so he hated all British people, and we were like, oh. And anyway, the whole thing ended with we're trying to like throw this other third person in like a taxi, and me and somebody else were like holding this guy back from like trying to pull our friend out of the taxi. And I remember like I put my arm in between this guy's arm and like the taxi, and I remember like he was wearing like a pretty big jacket, but I remember like when my arm interlocked with his arm, I was like, this guy's all muscle, we're gonna die. Like
oh no,
if he fights us, we're gonna die. Like it's just like like the moment of realization, like, oh, okay, like
de-escalate.
Yeah, we were the whole time. We were like saying like, listen, we know he's an asshole. Yeah, fuck the British. You're right. You are. Fuck the British. And eventually it was all good.
Dude, I had a kind of similar, kind of different experience. The first time I went to Kato, it wasn't for a Kato, it was for like a random ESL studio event, right? It was the first EU event they did. We had 2 weeks. It was one of the online RMRs. And I was there with Hawka and Dinko and who else was this? Laz, the Canadian guy, if you know Laz. And we were working the RMR, and we were doing the NA RMR in Katowice, which meant that we wrapped up at like 4 or 5 a.m. those days.
Oh, yeah.
So the only thing that's open in Katowice at those hours, it may have changed, but the only thing that was open is this bar called Ambasada. Which, most importantly, it's not just open as a bar, their kitchen stays open until 5 a.m. So when we were hungry as fuck after a long day of work, we would go to the Ambasada. And the only people who are in a bar, like, we wrapped on a Sunday. We went out with us and our producer Bartosz, or his nickname is Pogo, for the Polish crowd.
And ironically, on the other side,
and so we're at this bar. It's 5 in the morning. We're having a beer. We just got done with work. We're ordering like a schnitzel and soup and like hanging out and having a good time, celebrating, wrapping the event. And there's this guy who's like this big motherfucker.
Yeah.
Bald head, glasses, Polish dude, hears us speaking English to each other, and comes over, and he's like obsessed with the Brits. I guess he lived in the UK for a while.
Yeah.
He's telling our one friend that London is shit and Brighton is better. He's clearly doing cocaine, and then starts inviting Hawka to go into the men's room with him to do cocaine. Pretty sure he wants to fuck Hawka. Also, is talking our Polish producer, Bartosz, for being Polish, which he is also Polish, so it makes no sense. And he just will not leave us alone. And the whole time we're just trying to de-escalate and trying to get out of the conversations. Like, at the beginning it was funny, but then eventually it's just like, please just leave.
Yeah.
Please. Hawka is not going to go into the bathroom to do cocaine with you. Please. And he just keeps trying to yoink Hawka in there to do cocaine with him. He won't leave. He won't leave us alone. And this goes on, and it's 5 a.m. on a Sunday. So it's like, we just got done with work, and then a guy who's just doing cocaine alone in a bar on a Sunday.
Listen, Hawka needs to live a little. He should have taken it, like, he's young. He's young, like, leave a little Hawka, get out there.
They'll be scared of the ramp, but they'll have open runway to win this round.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? They're like, these people exist in every country. The people who want to fight or want to, like, do it's not a country-specific thing, I think. But
reliable as ever. Gives that control.
Take one line for the team, man. Come on.
Getting stuck. Plenty of time for this. VP may have swift timing re-entering the bomb site, but they're split apart.
Yeah, what Joe said.
Magix and Shiro against Mir and Fame, and they are putting it together. Just Mir locked out alongside. Shiro should have the gun for the job. Magix 3 kills deep, and there's the spot. There might be the round. There is no chance here for Mir. Shiro shuts it down. And
this is going to fight here from VP.
For Team Spirit.
What harm did one line do to anyone? More about what harm the guy could do.
Magix plays all the right cards. steals that round right in front of our eyes.
And that's just heartbreaking for Virtus Pro, right?
I might have skipped that on that too, to be honest.
This round started off with the double mollies mid to find this
too much for me,
kill.
Can't believe, it's great call for VP. Like, they prepped really well there.
Yeah, it was the over-under. We did like 5.5 rounds, you know.
Getting behind that box very often. Donk the whole time is just thinking one of them is going to fade. He's going to get through the molly. But I just can't believe he takes a kill with him. Only Donk could do that.
Lithy Pie. I don't know where you make Valve pause the match. I mean, there was a point in the past where they would push updates in the middle of tournaments. That was fun.
Good timing here, but Magix has been tricky
I enjoyed that. I remember that. Like, oh, they updated the game.
For a long time on NAECL, we could just set our watch to the Tuesday night maintenance that would inevitably delay the stream by an hour or two.
Yeah, it's like, oh.
Spirit looking to regroup. Fame attempts to make plays one by one. VP feed the beast of Spirit. Piece by piece, this half gets away from them. That's a big pickup for Mir on the backstab. Donk iced out.
Mira, I think means
icy eyes front.
peace, doesn't it?
Gonna try and deal with Chopper in the cave. Now timing's everything here. Chopper just gets back on that line.
Am I on NAECL this season? Sparingly. I'm on bits and pieces, and then I think I'm doing the playoffs. But like, I think I have like one night in February, and then I'm not on till like March or April or something. I don't know. It's kind of random.
They are but a handful of rounds away from those semi-finals.
My ECL dates are very random, but that's fine because I think maybe I'll do some of the games on this.
You know what's worth, I think, noticing? This is
okay.
This is a hard game for Hugo and Harry to cast because everybody knows this is kind of like it's meaningless, right? And it's like you have a crowd that, for obvious reasons, they understand what's happening too. Like you can't even really expect the crowd to be, I guess, super fired up, you know? It's like it is what it is, like. But I think they're actually doing a great job at like keeping things flowing and like, you know, they're doing whatever they can, you know. There's nothing, you know. In a way, like this is. Sometimes this can be the absolute hardest part of the job, is like taking a 3 out of 10 game and trying to make it like a 6 out of 10 or 5 out of 10 or so, like, you know, trying to like up the level, because like a fucking 8 out of 10 game is like, you know, not to say that everyone could cast it or whatever, but like, man, you get a lot for free in the big games as a caster, just because like the energy is insane and the like, you know, like your, you know, everything is great. The crowd is giving you a lot, right? Like everything is just kind of like there, and it's a crazy feeling, right? But like taking a 8 out of 10 game and making it like a 9 or a 10 out of 10 is so much easier than it is trying to up the lower games to a little bit of a higher quality. It's like it's so, it's a different skill set.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I think one of the coolest things in the last few years has been seeing Harry and Hugo get consistent arena opportunities and how much they elevate in those moments. Because like for a while, I think they were unfairly sort of typecast by the audience as being like the funny haha, you know, group stage guys. Yeah. But then once they got into the arenas, they've crushed their opportunities, and I think they're, I think I'm with you. Like they do a good job of appreciating the moment, even when it's like a dumpstering.
Mir means world. Oh, oh, I thought it was peace. Maybe I'm wrong.
Wait, what does Mir mean peace in? What language is it? In Czech. Peace.
Really?
Interesting.
Strange.
FaZe vs Spirit cast in Antwerp still live in my head? Hell yeah. Mir means lose to Spirit in Russian. Check HLTV.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, accurate.
Sources that I made it the fuck up.
You see, Trump is apparently sanctioning the ICC now?
Why? Like, what are the...
Because they called for an investigation into Netanyahu for war crimes.
Oh, okay.
So he issued sanctions on the ICC and everyone who works for them.
That's exciting.
That
yeah, well, I mean, we're going somewhere interesting, you know.
Yeah, well.
The Titans of Team Spirit.
At least we're not bored, you know.
In this
That is true.
The very roster that won Katowice a year ago
Right,
is
I'll
looking
stop
to make
bringing
a
up US
clean
politics.
run
I just
all
have
the
to share
way
my
through.
spare
There are still
occasionally.
bigger opponents, harder opponents waiting
I think
for
it's,
them tomorrow.
you know, I don't mind.
But Team Spirit
Little microbursts of my
look
anguish.
right for the taking.
Yeah, you know,
right for the
sometimes it's alright to
semi-finals and look right to
take a
the
look and
second
laugh
half.
a little bit and say, oh shit, this is crazy.
Yeah. Ooh,
You know?
look at the stack.
And it's been Magic's at the forefront of that. I mean,
They
the last
even have
time
the
he saw
HE.
this guy
Players
playing
in
this
A.
well,
Look at the Sontics
they
HE.
went on to lift a major
Do you think they know
trophy.
which site they're hitting?
This guy doesn't get scared on the stage.
Do you think
I believe
they have a pretty good read on
He's in
where
the right
VP's
place.
coming or
Yeah.
something?
They might know. This HE is going to be fun.
Magic's
Come on.
thriving on the stage
Yeah.
thus far, but finally quelled.
It
It's
lands
Mir
right on
midair to
top.
find it.
And now Donk just gets to farm.
Been waiting for the big Donk moment.
He didn't even. He only got
Two
two.
kills in the
Come
pistol.
on, Donk.
Ooh,
What are you doing?
A little
Wash.
shy of his efforts
Tired.
to open up
Wash.
train
Super
shot.
wash.
But it's done enough to repel this A-play. VP have
Boom
lost
blah.
that
Polish like
bomb.
Ruby in Polish means
It's
fat.
under
Yes, he's
full
fat.
spirit control.
Russian player Boomich. In Russian means Boomich. And yes, he's
Split is
Boomich.
wounded, and so the burden of this pistol round might fall on the shoulders of Electronic. Is that weight too
The only
much
problem
to
with
bear?
names that are relate to
Just
specific
have to
physical
recommit,
states
at
or
least get
times
a bit
is
more
what
split
happens
up,
when you
but
keep
that
getting
won't last for long.
out of that. Like, what if Heavygate gets skinny?
Sontics playing
What
with
if
his food.
you know, one day if Youngster's
Waiting for the
career
info
continues,
on
he won't be a
both.
youngster and he'll still be named
It
Youngster.
comes through.
Yeah, that is true. You're kind of.
These shots just don't connect. Glocks may be good,
Yeah.
not at this range.
23 will eventually be
Picked them
24.
apart. One by one, they come crumbling down, and this is a
Yeah,
team
that is a bit of.
spirit
That is, it's an
right
issue,
there
you know.
with the pistol round.
Problem. Although to be fair, 23 was also 23
That's
when
now
she was
every
22.
single
So
pistol in this series
Yeah, that's
falling
fair.
in Spirit's favor. As though they needed any extra
Heavy
edge
god.
in this matchup. That's certainly going to go a long way.
What if 9-10 becomes 9-11? Jesus.
let's not go down that road. A second
I mean,
Mongolian
unlike on
has
train
hit
where
the
VP had
server.
no choice but to force till the end of the game. At least they get to play this T side a little bit. They can show us what they're capable of on the T half of Ancient.
Got quad nades for Heaven. Can't deny that VP
That's
have come
actually
in
so
prepared
based
for this
for,
game. They've
uh,
had some
for
cool
VP.
ideas. They
It doesn't
had
work,
those
but like
middle
all the
in middle.
grenades, I love it.
They know what they're up against.
It's kind of neat.
But what can you do when it just slams you in the face in the way that Spirit have today? Mist or smoke not proving to be a problem as Magix just fights forward. Shiro by his side. And Team Spirit onto 9. Shiro looking to make that AWP money.
Wish I could say
when
this
all
was
is
a
said and
surprise.
But it's not. I mean, I didn't like what it's not. I mean, like I said, the thing that sucks is like I don't even know if I can say anything exciting. Like there's nothing. You just have to say, oh, okay, that happened. On to the next.
Yeah.
There's not even anything we can draw from this.
Electronic
First game
very
tomorrow
vocal heading into
is
this round.
when?
I mean, this one
Oh, same
decides
time.
just how much more
Mongols
competitive
versus Vitality.
this series gets to be. Right now, it's not
That's
even
gonna
a
be
mission on
fun, though.
stopping Donk. He's barely been a part of the conversation in this second map.
That'd be fun.
They've got to deal with some unexpected candidates in Chopper. And Magic's up there alongside him.
Missed red smoke, man. Mist just spotted it. This round's already cooked. It's off to a pretty rough start. Are seeing Mir take up Flammus' positions as the first guy out mid. It just seems like he's slotted into his roles. Not a lot of lead-in time. It's a pack play for Virtus Pro out middle. They get that control.
Yeah, I feel like the Molotovs keep showing up blue on the HUD. Like, is that am I
Red
misunderstanding something?
conceded.
Doesn't that make
Donk
it really
looks to
confusing?
fill that void. VP go back
I've not been paying
for a
attention. I'll
B
pay
hit
attention.
and leave
I'll lock in
a
now.
man in the middle.
My eyes are going a little glassy on this one. I'm not
Look
gonna lie.
who they're running
I
into.
mean,
It's the two
I-
guys
I get
topping
it.
the charts for Team Spirit. 30 kills between Magix and Chopper. And they're the ones that are going to get tested on this B-hold. Smoke in at the top of ramp. Magix
Wait.
wanted to try play through this,
Come on,
but he's
Flit.
lost his teammate. Chopper bested. Magix has
Vibes.
to set himself up for a retake now, and this is where Mir has a big part to play. Let loose in the
Oops,
red room.
spotted.
Looks like he's been spotted. Spirit coming back to fight him. They flush him out of the back
that's a
line.
bit sad.
Those rotates open
Mir,
up.
you had one job.
I know.
You had one job.
Looking to move on in. Flit with a play out
Which is
towards
to
the
stay
long
alive,
side.
really.
Doesn't want to
Yeah,
get caught
just
out
be
on an
annoying
island
for the
here, so
rotate.
tries to
Oh,
pull
no.
back, tries to play it safe, but it's it's just more danger. Fame holding on.
Oh, hold on. Donked. Bonus round, though, and they only survive with one is not bad for Spirit.
They landed on more than 5.5. Let's go.
Enough to repel Spirit.
Let's go. I told you it was the over.
And that's after Mir gets spotted dropping the ball on his red flank.
Yeah, we got there.
Multiple kills available, but Shadow gave it away to the CT player. Fame has been really the only guy to rely on for multi-kills in this series. He had a couple on the T side of Train as well. The one guy holding on, trying to make a difference for VP, and maybe that can still. 3 rounds that behind Spirit. Donk makes the run boost through the oh my god, through the molly, through the smoke. He's right behind them. He saw them go into cave. Surely this is insane. Reloads out. He has no idea. Flitz somehow sneaks in through.
It's a wild way to get your opener. If you're VP, Flit now flung very far forward. Ahead of these timings over towards the B side, so it's no wonder that Chopper and Magix feel very claustrophobic.
Remains to be seen.
They start to give up control. They're playing retake over towards B, and that's his VP group with this bomb.
I mean, the point that Zeus was making on the podcast was kind of got overshadowed by all the spectacular information that he was dropping. What's this idea that like some of the Donk like frustration reactions? It's like it might be that if he gets a little bit of help adjusting that, he could actually be even better. You know, which is kind of an insane thing to think about, right?
Yeah, I mean, the question is, right, if you're this high right now off of debut, first year of play,
yeah,
how high can you fly? What's the ceiling?
Yeah, and it's like there is obviously like a certain kind of like I'm already fucking sick and I have no worries and I don't even like you might not feel like, you know, like it's like if you put, you know, a kid on a skateboard or something like that, they don't have the fear of falling, right? They just don't. They're like, oh, it's fine, you know. Like adults are afraid of falling on a skateboard, right? Because they're like, oh shit, I might fall and break my hip, you know. So it could be something similar where it's like you haven't really had the real like moments where you're like, oh fuck, like I actually am mortal. But at the same time, like the frustration kind of side of it is like, you know, you get rid of that, like, it's, why not just use, probably will be better, you know?
There's a great line from a Guy Clark song. Oh, what is it? It's, he did not know he couldn't fly, and so he did.
Yeah. Yeah, there is there's a certain truth in that, you know?
But they keep losing a player on the site hits.
And the cape.
They're stuck in between. Last time it was Chopper on default. This time it's Magix flashed off on long as they push through his smoke.
Guy Clark.
Spirit getting a little bit caught off guard.
On this B site, it's been simple, stripped back stuff from Electronic. He wants to keep bullying B. Donk now here as the third man.
Magix? Oh god, yeah, okay.
Oh no.
Alright.
He hit that 5-second shot in mid-air, I think. That was pretty nutty.
A full B rush.
Even if he plateaus, he should be an all-timer. I mean, if he plateaus at this level and maintains here, it is the strongest individual form of all time, right?
Yeah.
Like, yes, if this is your plateau and you maintain this, that in and of itself is insane because everyone will constantly be trying to counter you.
18 and 9 on this guy.
Oh, look at how quick the
For the tried and true method of falling and missing the ground. I mean, shout out to Douglas Adams.
That was a way in. That's a momentum call for
Have you read the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Anders?
Get away with rounds like that, but
no, but I know what it is. But I haven't read it.
I think you would probably enjoy that book and series very much.
The whole meaning of Life is 42 and all the rest of it, right? It's all those memes.
Yeah.
So
I would recommend reading the book itself.
Yeah,
the memes do not do the book justice.
And where this starts to get awkward is they are going to permanently be in this position where they feel like they are
2025 reading is kind of
losing this game, and it won't be down to.
If it can't be done in 5 seconds, is it even worth doing?
That's a pretty sick opening.
I'd say it's worth.
Isn't there like a TikTok version of the book that I can watch?
Can the players not hear the casters? I'm new to CS and seen them. No, the players have massive noise cancelling headphones on.
Yeah.
And especially with how blown out audio is in the arena, and they're behind the speakers, even if they didn't have those headphones, it would be almost impossible to discern what's happening. But with the crazy headphones they have, yeah, no, they cannot hear the casters at all.
That strikes fear from
I feel like a lot of people have, even like way long time ago, like people have always said like, oh, you should read this.
He's got the veterancy, sure.
So I feel like
I think you would enjoy its particular brand of Douglas Adams' particular brand of humor.
Knows what he's up against here, knows he needs to thin the herd a little before he embarks on this clutch, because this room is too good to be true.
Yeah.
Commits to the plant.
I might. Maybe it's like, maybe next time I have something that looks like a vacation. Maybe it's like a good thing to bring a book.
Yep.
Read a little bit. Silver and Escobar, what did you miss? Well, you missed an interesting but also kind of a sad game with Eternal Fire.
It is so safe
earlier,
for
losing
you have
to the Mongols. Mongols look super hungry, very sharp. Eternal Fire not so much. And then this somehow is even worse.
As uncomfortable, as unreadable
as in
possible
VP don't have their full lineup. They're just
and
losing.
Splattered here.
Yeah.
In this quarterfinal.
What was an American thing that I read once? Who the fuck? Oh, Kurt Vonnegut.
Oh yeah,
if that's how
sure.
His Cat's Cradle, I think I read once.
Cat's Cradle is great.
Whether or not you're getting to those
interesting book.
Yes.
If you win this,
yeah,
but I didn't read any of the
Tyrants of Tight pretty recently.
Oh, they want mid so bad.
Vonnegut's excellent.
Donk swings in, but it's just the one mere quick trade.
But yeah, a lot of the stuff I read. Oh, go ahead. I was gonna say a lot of the stuff I read in the past. Like I've read much less fiction and much more like non-fiction. I was about to say like whatever the other genre is, but I used to read a bunch of Richard Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens and stuff along those lines. So that was my big venture into reading things.
Bomb taking its time. Cautious RVP. They could get caught off guard with this one. Nate goes a bit deeper.
And then some obscure poetry stuff that nobody cares about.
Back through. Return to sender from VP as they survive again. It's Mia with a triple.
Yeah. Do you know something called The Rubaiyat by Omar Khayyam?
I'm not familiar.
Persian
I mean, that's been the wildest part. It doesn't
and
feel like
mathematician and astronomer.
Has been at all a problem for this VP squad, right? Coming in as the stand-in.
I'll send you
modern or ancient?
In this second map.
Okay.
Leading the charge and by quite a margin. It's the starting four for VP that have struggled to get going on map 2.
So
hunting down these kills at the close, they will at least get.
I'll link you the.
If you get a chance here.
Out of the picture, making that a very expensive round indeed.
I'll link you the thing
this game's
on
impossible to call right now.
Discord too.
As soon as a swing round is won, they immediately drop the next and lose their economy with trading back and forth. Spirit use their final timeout. They burned 2 in just the first 10 rounds of first half. VP were managing to hold on to that B side really well. And now VP pose another question to Spirit. Do we want to go all in and risk our economy?
Obviously, based on length, not going to be a good read right this minute.
No, it's a little bit long.
Thanks for the friend. All right, I'm trusting me. You're not making me say something foul here. Zviki
Spirit says it's worth the risk.
Tajski Bucks.
Last time
VP
VP were in this position.
Tajski Bucks.
That was the round where
how much did I
stacked
massacre
heavy
that?
over towards B
A lot.
with the pistols.
I'm gonna send a lot.
This time VP have to break through.
Hookers, coke, Thai boxing.
This round.
That's what
you know their money's
Google
weak,
Translate
burn
thinks
their
that
util,
translates to.
play a
Okay.
proper default,
It's
considering how
hookers,
slow
coke,
they were
and
trade.
Thai
I wanna
boxing.
see that here
Classic
from
evening.
VP. Let that AWP work. I see on the line, but it's a
No,
flick and a
I see.
miss. Flick
Get the
sends
flick.
it into the front of the site.
How old
Magix
did that
on his
do?
last legs holds on strong, and that's another player through the smoke as Spirit appear. VP
Stop losing to the broken buys.
3v5 in an instant.
Please.
That is a good recommendation.
Where did they come from?
For VP, this round's felt like deja
Try and win the
vu.
easy rounds.
They are
you know.
reliving the nightmare. Last time they had this chance to break through, they went B, they got chewed up. This time, Fame and Flit fed to that B hold. VP at least still have options. 3v5. They're going to look to regroup.
Would very strongly recommend it.
Working the extremities, trying to open
Pitch
up a
Scared of the Galaxy, Restaurant at the End of the Universe,
for Virtus Pro. But now he's been spotted.
Life, the Universe, and everything.
That bomb is no longer
Great
coming
books.
back around
So long, thanks for all the fish. Gets a little
Mia's
weirder.
trying to keep team
Meaning of life
at
gets a
this
little weirder.
side of the map.
Okay.
Right now, he has secured 3 players, bogged down on A, but for how much longer?
Well,
Near falls.
Now it's obvious.
I might.
Now it is absolutely blatant. With the smoke in the way, they can't even go. This might just be a
I kind of wanted
full
to,
save
at some
for
point
VP.
when
to keep their money alive.
Waltz's English is a little bit better. I kind of wanted to try and read like some of the Lord of the Rings books with
As
him. That
Mia
could be fun.
needed so much more.
Those are a slow read.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Hobbit is very consumable. The Lord of the Rings books.
I mean, I've read it myself, but like,
I can't believe they
you
won't
know,
be again. That's wild.
he's just so into the universe. You know, I've actually never read The Hobbit, so maybe it's like could even be like a cool thing to.
The Hobbit is like very good for kids, frankly.
Yeah,
right. It is a kid's book in a lot of ways. But yeah, I mean, fuck the Fellowship. When you're on like page 3 of Hymn to the Dead, it's like, all right, Tolkien. All right, brother, move on a little bit.
Yeah, it could be a lot. Like even the start of it, where you're like, how long are we gonna talk about the Shire? Like,
yeah, I mean, I love them.
Go on
but
forever. Like, you
I
know,
don't.
I was
I
going
don't
to,
know if
And
I
so
could
for
get
VP,
through
the question
the
is
3
this,
Lord of the
look,
Rings books anymore.
Mir is
My
not being
attention
a
span
problem
might
in
be
this
too
game.
short.
He's trying to open up these rounds. Do they have what it takes to pull this back?
the fact that it's 8-12
For
is.
Spirit, is this just
Again, like I don't know if I care. Like, it might not even mean anything at all. Like, that's the problem. Like, I almost want to say like, ooh, it's kind of interesting. It's like maybe it's not though, because could also just be that Spirit I just haven't, you know.
It feels like VP have been able to punish some of Spirit's more aggressive moves. So this one, like, I think Spirit were kind of still in that mentality of train where they were just shitting on them.
Yeah, it's like
I think there's a little bit of a punish in this, but it's also not meaningful enough to like, really be like, is there weakness in Spirit's ancient?
But it's Icy breaking the silence first. Shiro finally gets his reward. Now the rotates on. A little ways away is Magic's. Shiro keeping the pressure on.
What is that? Oh, I guess that Molly covers the cave. The plan for cave. I think it's even a little too. I think it would have left it. Oh no, maybe not.
Yeah. I don't know. Oh, okay.
Come on, Electronic.
Warp out in the 1v2. This
Oh, he's not ready to
reposition.
donut.
He's so fucked.
Yep.
Both players spawn side. Might just get shot
Shiro. Oh, Magic's actually died too soon.
Well, also Shiro seemed to be like hugging the wall maybe a little bit too much, you know.
Too much offer brain. All right, they're not done. Damn, they actually fucked that. They actually really fucked that timing. I don't know whether Magix thought Shiro was further along or whether Shiro thought Magix was waiting longer.
Yeah.
But that is a straight like miscom misplay.
This semi-final felt inescapable,
my favorite,
unpreventable for Team Spirit. Every single time you're ready
but
to
one of my
write
favorite
this
like
map
non-fiction,
off,
fiction type universe stories is a short story called Who Goes There, which became the basis for the movie The Thing.
Another just robbed.
But Who Goes There is a really short like story, and it's really sick. And the movie is sick. But
I do love short stories. Have you read any Bradbury?
No.
If you want a delightful short story, There Will Come Soft Rains.
Yeah.
But they're still
I think you can
here.
find the entirety of it online.
I mean, it's these rounds that have been the problem for Virtus Pro. Every time they've had the chance to break through, they have been unable to do it. They have been bogged down in B hit after B hit on these crunch rounds. It looks like they want to move away from that. They learned the hard way that this B site is off limits. Once again, Spirit start there strong. 3 players over towards
Bradbury, I love his sci-fi. It's really fucked up, depressing stuff. But I think his short stories are really strong.
Alright. I like that. I like that.
Yeah, he's Fahrenheit 451 and like the Martian Chronicles and whatnot. And I sometimes found his full books to be like at times almost too depressing to read all of. But the short stories are great doses. All right, come on, Electronic. 1v5.
To end it there, but it's only Electronic left, and he's on borrowed time. Team Spirit secure semi-finals.
You know, it was a banging game when we were discussing our favorite short stories.
Yeah. I mean, again, like, what can you do, you know? It is what it is, guys.
Yeah.
A marvel in this series. And if they keep playing like that,
This Spirit is not making it versus Na'Vi. I mean, I don't know, man. That second map, like, yes, you're right. It's still a stage game. They should be absolutely clicked on. But after how much they shit on them on train, I think there was probably a certain amount of like easing of tension.
Yeah. I mean, I would definitely also say like, never make the mistake of saying like, you know, like how a team played the day before against another team. It's not always like a straight one-to-one kind of like, oh, so that means they're going to play the next day against another team in this way. Like, that can be so hard to do, in my opinion. But I mean, like, it's like,
Here we go. They march on to a semi-final.
obviously, I think Spirit hopefully have a lot more to do against Navi.
Trophy
Hopefully.
here. And I just said to you as we were walking, I was like, hey, that was good. And you said what?
That was bad.
Tell me why. Why do you feel that was bad?
We have played pretty bad on Ancient. Well, we started great on Train. It was fine overall, but going into the Ancient, it was bad.
What makes it bad? Because you've been so dominant on this stage the past couple of years. You've been
Classic
so dominant.
Magic
We saw
answer.
in that first map.
Hey, you won
it
2-0.
was easy. It was
Yeah,
a
we were shit.
cakewalk. Hardly any resistance. What made it so bad?
Well, the communication was bad, and the decision-making was bad.
Dude, the
and,
funniest moment to me was
overall, it was like
this
kind
last
of
Blast
off game on
Copenhagen.
Ancient
Yeah.
overall. We had
Snacks
some
came off
great
stage
rounds,
after they won the
but
trophy. They were all coming off stage. I was
closer
waiting
the
for
game was
Malls
to
because
the
it was,
ending.
you know, tier 1
There
trophy
was
list.
more of a bad rounds, bad
Snacks comes
decisions,
off and I'm
bad
like, yo,
ideas,
bro,
bad
like, great job. And he's like,
realization,
I'm so pissed
just
off
we
about
need
how
to
he
fix
played that
ASAP.
Mirage. We fucked up so many
What do you
moments.
do then? 'Cause
I'm
obviously
so
Virtus
annoyed.
spoke
It's like, bro, you just won a
tomorrow,
trophy.
semi-final. What do
You
you
just
do
lifted a
tonight, tomorrow
trophy.
morning?
What do you mean you're pissed off about the Mirage? Worry about Mirage tomorrow.
Preparing for Navi.
All
He was
right.
legitimately
It's
just
gonna be
so
a great game
annoyed
tomorrow
that,
after
man.
winning
against
a
Na'Vi.
fucking trophy.
What would it mean to you?
Listen,
and
that's
the
the right
rest of Team
mentality, you know?
Spirit to actually win, to take a second title here, to make it to the final, go back to back, the second team ever to do it?
No idea.
No idea. What a way to end it. Lovely. Thank you very much. We'll see him tomorrow in the semi-final. Put your hands together for Magisk and Team Spirit.
Cooking his team? Yeah, maybe a little bit, you know? Alright then. That's,
Well, as
yeah,
bad
maybe
as
not the
Magic's
best
may
day
have
of Counter-Strike,
scored
but
that second round of Ancient,
what can you
where
do,
a
you
win
know?
is still a win, and a semi-final spot is still a bloody well-earned spot in that semi-final rematch versus Na'Vi. That is going to be a very tasty treat indeed.
I know, it's so juicy. We're all happy it gets there just because we want that matchup. Look, I feel like I can actually answer that question better than Magic's because I feel like I know exactly what happened is you get a 13-2 win on the map.
Inside
first map, it's
info.
nice and easy, it's
Snacks
breezy,
is
you have
heartbroken
no
after
problem, no
falling
qualms.
out with
You laugh a little
G2.
bit,
He
you get
comes
with
from
the boys in
Krakow.
between the maps and you come back for map 2 and no one's
He's
focused
heartbroken
on
at
the
being
game.
out of the event.
Everyone's thinking about how easy
I'd believe
first
that,
map
yeah.
was, how calm
Yeah, I
it
mean,
was,
it's a
how you had
hugely
no
important one
issues.
for the
Everyone comes in, plays a little bit loose,
for the
plays a
Polish
little bit
guys.
out
I
of
mean, for
themselves
Snacks
because,
and,
you know, it
and
was
Taz,
easy. I
right?
get to flex a
Hugely
little bit, I
important.
got to make some cool plays, and
Yeah,
they
for
get
sure.
surprised early on, they got to fight and have a comeback.
Yeah, I think you're right. I also
Koi
do
just
take
posted the
Spirit in
strangest
defense.
video
You
on
know, I
Twitter.
think it can
Koi
be
the
very
org
rough
or
as a
Koi
team to
the
motivate
fish
yourself for a
analyst
game
man
like this.
coach?
Again, we talk about a team that is arguably the best
Fish
in the world.
analyst?
They're
Which
probably
Koi?
already in the back of their mind thinking about
He's
Navi,
a
you know, the
NA
game and
guy.
the semifinal tomorrow. They know they were going to win today. It was just a question
I mean, you
of
might
how
know
they
him
were
because he
going
was
to win.
assistant
So,
coach for
in
Mouse
order
for
for
like
you
a
to set
second.
yourself up for this
He
second map after
was
winning train in that
like in
fashion,
charge of
it can be
the
a bit of a tough task for Team Spirit.
We'll have no issues with that tomorrow.
Movistar Koi.
No, I'll have no
Oh.
issues with that against Navi.
No,
He doesn't really do
I'm
CS stuff
interested to see
anymore.
that
He
rematch happening
works on
the
race
stage,
cars.
because obviously in the group stage
Oh,
we
okay.
finally saw
Plays a
Navi
little
pulling
bit
off
of
the
CS.
W versus Team Spirit, who have basically haunted them throughout the entire duration of 2024.
Dun, dun,
Do you
dun.
think it's going to be a different beast of Team Spirit on the stage tomorrow
Movistar
versus
Koi.
groups?
Looking at their
Than
English
what we
account.
saw, other than groups? No, I mean, I
Nothing
think that
posted
group
there.
stage match was very hard fought, and I mean that was for a place in the playoffs
Wait, it
as
was
well.
8
so high
hours ago.
stakes. I think
Lol.
we're going to see much of the same. We're going to see two teams going toe to toe, where all 5 players from top to bottom. It makes sense the kind of positions and roles they're playing, and there's no confusion in that regard. Both strong in-game leaders who have a good sense of how they want to play and a really good understanding of how to
This is
shift
just
and move
an
around the map
AI
to control
photo?
what the other team is doing. So I think that
This is
game
a
between
literal
Spirit and
AI
Navi
video.
tomorrow, that's essentially in my mind a
It's
grand
very
final. This
bizarre.
is like one of those brackets where it's like, cool, we get
Yeah, I
two
don't know
grand
what's going
finals.
on there.
Yeah, that's very true. You know, we also know Navi to be a team that when they're on this stage, always willing to fight back, can dig themselves out of deep holes and make great comebacks before
Finding
even
Nemo,
if Dunk were
team.
to assert dominance tomorrow. I have a feeling Navi is going to find a way to make the game competitive. So I agree with you,
It
Jason.
cracks me
Two
up
of the
because
best teams
Jacob
in
is
the world
saying
facing off in the
Navi are a
semifinal.
team that
We're
can
lucky
dig
we get two
themselves
grand
out of deep
finals.
Isn't
holes,
it
but like
wild
it
to
sounds
think
like he's
JL,
saying
Aimee,
they can
and
dick
Wonderful
themselves out of a
never
deep hole.
stepped
I'm like,
foot
what the fuck?
inside the booths in Spodek. I know they had the welcoming ceremony
look,
today with
Jacob,
the
what are
team
you
Spirit.
doing?
Despite
Smile.
them being the best
You know
team
JL
to
can
come
dick
out of
himself out of a
2024,
deep hole.
they didn't make it to
Yeah,
the
but
playoffs last
like,
year. It's kind of mad.
Don't be outing
Yeah,
somebody's
it is kind
game
of
like
nuts.
that, you
Well, I mean,
know?
what were we saying when they went into
Yeah.
the Copenhagen
Yeah.
playoffs of the major? We're like, they've never been in the playoffs.
That's
You know,
an
like
inside
some of them
analyst
at least. But,
information.
Yeah, you
this
know,
whole-
now
since
we-
this lineup came together,
taking
some of us were
analyst
saying
very
fluke.
serious.
Some of you
Yeah,
were saying
it's
fluke.
too much, you know?
But no, I mean, it is a
They've
matter
got that
of, like,
strong
this team
dick
came together
game
with so
to
little
get out
experience,
of
and
any
they
hole.
just got
All
so
right.
good together
Jesus.
so quickly, and which is very cool to see.
Calm
Both
down,
these
all right.
teams have a
How
pretty
about
similar
Snacks?
time
Yes, it
frame
was a
in
very
terms of
important
them
event for him
becoming one of the
personally. He
best
wanted
teams
to
in
come
the
back
world
after
last
many
year.
polls
Yeah,
have written
I
him
guess
off.
that's the
You
cool
have to
thing
admit, it
about
sounds like
that
a good
matchup
story.
specifically.
Absolutely, yeah,
I'm
man.
sure we'll talk more about it tomorrow, but obviously on one side you have
Yeah.
Dunk, the best player in the world, who
It
is,
would've been
I wouldn't
sick.
say single-handedly carrying Spirit, but he is the spearhead of that lineup, especially on the T
Unfortunately,
side. And then for Navi, as you described right here, they're the,
things aren't so
they're
good
only
in
as
that
good
part
as
of the
sum
world right
parts in
now.
a sense. All 5 players can theoretically be the star, maybe minus LXB, but you have 4 candidates for being the MVP of pretty much every single tournament Navi is playing when they're
Damn.
winning. Whereas within the Spirit camp, it's always about Dunk and Shiro. So it's 2 very different approaches to Counter-Strike and 2 very different strengths, so to speak.
Well, before we put a bow on this quarterfinal, it's time to check in with our DHL MVP.
All right. It always kind of kills me when people say, oh, wouldn't it be sick if the Counter-Strike maps look like this? I'm like, no. I mean, I get what people mean when they're like, oh, it looks like so cool, but it's like, at the same time, it'd be hell to play, you know?
You want frames?
Even if
what are frames?
Even if we were somehow playing on an engine that where the frames weren't a problem, the problem is like
visual clutter.
Yeah, like you want to, you don't want to see rounds decided by someone who's just hiding in the right corner against like some weird backdrop, you know.
100%.
So like, yeah, cool, I get it, but
My
like,
ghillie suit agent skin, and now I win every round by hiding here.
yeah, exactly.
I am become the bush. I don't know why I'm doing a Kermit the Frog voice for this, but I am.
I think it's probably for the sort of person who would do that, you know. That is probably how they talk, hiding in a
It's
corner.
not easy. Being green on my agent skin.
Can you imagine how mad you'd be, like, getting wrecked in Premiere because you're like, oh.
I'm gonna put him on Shiro. You know, I think he had a fantastic.
I mean, I think we all remember that like month of really shit agent skin visibility.
Yeah.
If anyone was standing on the right background, you could barely see them.
My MVP of this game.
Yeah, well, obviously, with all of those votes, they will be counting towards the MVP at the end of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025. Obviously, Magix, you know, he gave us some solid words, some typical Magix words.
Any
I guess,
Durf
up
Mike
on that
reading
stage.
RL
How
video
do you
transcripts and a
take
Kermit
away
voice
from
ASAP.
that performance?
I can do
He
that for you,
obviously
Joe.
wasn't super content with that
I
match.
need Durf Mike reading Richard Lewis video transcripts in a Kermit voice ASAP.
It's not bad.
I've got a pretty good Kermit voice on deck, guys. Just Kermit the Frog here, streaming some Counter-Strike.
You need to learn how to do this, but do it with like Jordan Peterson instead, alright?
No, thank you. No, thank you. Pass. Hard pass.
I think that'd be sick, Mike. I think you could do it.
I don't think I've consumed enough Jordan Peterson content to imitate him.
Well,
A fact for which I am grateful.
Now is the time, you know.
Because we saw them have some communication issues
Very
at the end of the
topical,
group
you know.
stage. They had to play those 2 best-of-3s in the last day, and
I
the
can
first one
weep
especially
when
was a
I
lot of
talk about
frustration for the
how
team.
Western
And it
men
happens
jerk
from
off
time
too
to
much
time,
or
and I think the
something.
good
I don't know
news
what
that
he's
would
doing
make
these
it, you know,
days.
what's the opposite of green flag, I guess?
Yeah, I don't know.
What about today, Kermit?
In a game where they felt like they were
I
playing
stopped paying
as
attention
the
to it,
Magic
I'll
said
be
on
honest,
stage,
but
bad number of times, and all the best teams can do that, and Spirit obviously has that ability.
Well, with Spirit securing a place in that
Freya
semi-final,
Spears
unfortunately,
here.
does mean
Spirit
Vegas
have
is
secured a
eliminated
place in
in
the
Katowice. So
semi-final.
let's get a few departing words, courtesy of Trace and Electronic.
Electronic, did you
Say
play good?
Electronic versus Pro, not the result they were looking for, but obviously some things against the team today, right? So tell me about Virtus Pro on the
He's
stage
just-
here in the Spodek today.
I mean, we got a lot of news, I guess. So it's this is the first LAN for example, for IC, you know, first big stage. I mean, but I won't say like that's the reason that we didn't have like all players with experience. No, it's not about this. I mean, too many mistakes, you know. Stand-in. I mean, we are a new team, and when we got stand-in as a new team, you know, we just discuss as a new team the things, you know, and there is a new player actually, so it's kind of hard.
E-League
for me,
Major
especially
2017.
personally for me.
Rip.
Yeah, and you know that
True.
that does make sense, 1000%.
Good old
So
train
I'm wondering
comebacks.
for you, for Virtus Pro, where do you take this?
I do feel like I want to
you know,
go back
this
and just
loss
watch
here
some
in
old
Katowice? Where do you
iconic
take
train
it from here?
games
What do you
because
do
I
now?
don't
Obviously, you
like.
wanna
I'm
play
enjoying
for
watching the
Monaco,
map
that's
develop right
probably
now.
step one.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course, we
But I
wanna
do
play
remember it being
in
just the
our
most
original
hype
lineup, you
fucking
know, I
map
mean,
in so many
we gonna-
events.
work a lot. You know,
Yeah,
we
it's
have
good.
we have
It has some
many things to
insane
work
potential.
on,
I think
you
it still
know,
does,
I
but
mean,
like,
those losses can show that there is a lot of things that you need to fix, you know, in the future. So
I
we're gonna
think
fix
it's a
our
shame that Valve are
mistakes,
trying,
and I hope in the next
or it looks to me like
tournament
they're trying very hard to
we
make
will
all the
show our best,
maps
you know.
like
Not
pretty much
our best, but our
50-50.
maximum, at least for this
And I understand the logic behind that because they're not looking at the competitive scene. They're basically saying like,
However you want to do it, bud.
in matchmaking,
Thanks everyone
maps
for
What's
staying
more
with us,
fun
you
to
know, for
play?
supporting
yeah,
us.
like
Today was a big day,
matchmaking
you know,
crowd is not really
probably
going to
that's why I
appreciate that
highlighted it
you
was a
have to
bad
win all
day
your rounds on the CT
as well,
side,
you know,
right?
but,
That's going to feel
But it
like,
was so fun to see a 13-2 half and be like, well,
yeah,
this is still even. And people being like, what? Excuse me?
yeah, I agree. Like, it's sick. I mean, like, obviously,
Like, if they win the pistol, game on.
if every map was like that, it would suck. But like having 1 out of the 7 maps, I'm like, yeah, let's go. You know, could be fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I said it at the start. Like,
Oh, they still did the team photo with Flamus in there. This is mirror erasure. This is mirror erasure.
Yeah, it is.
See what you've got on the stage, as you mentioned, the experience of Icy getting is great, but I mean, the big thing
got
about
fucked
this VP
up.
project was clearly towards the end of it.
He got
last year,
visa
it
to
was just
death.
broken, and clearly in different parts of it, even in the way till the end of last year, it was broken. So getting them
They
on the
stalled
right
him
path,
to
I
mirror.
think, was probably the first step, and I think
Took him out of
bringing in a
history.
young, talented offer, and Icy who's looking good, bringing in Flamus as an entry guy, and then Electronic getting complete reins of the team and having one, you know, certain IGL who's going to put the plan for you forward. I think it looked exponentially better, and they should be leaving this saying we made the right decisions in the offseason.
They showed signs of life, you know. I think you're right when you're saying the first step in the right direction. Now for VP, obviously it's about confirming that at the next tournament. We got to see that one more time. We got to see them progress. I will say that they are leaving with a bit of a mixed bag of feelings in the sense that the Vitality game wasn't really inspiring either. You know, maybe we saw a cap to where VP is at right now, but
Okay,
winning against
well.
T2, the way they progressed in the group stage, the way they significantly got better by game by game by game.
We learned something. I don't know what it
There's
is,
more
but
potential in VP. So I agree with you overall. A big
What
win
did
for
you learn
VP
today,
tonight.
Anders?
Forget about it, move on, you know.
I mean, there's no shame, I think, when you don't want to talk about a Vitality
Navi have
team
strong
on the
dick
stage, you just
game,
lost, like, two of the top
and
3 teams in the world, top 4 or 5 teams in the, like, there's no
Techno's
shame in that
pretty good.
whatsoever. Outside of, I think it was Pain who
Techno
beat them
is
to
pretty
open up.
good.
They
I
got
did learn that.
trounced.
Techno,
That
kind
was
of a
the
fucking
red
madman.
flag that then got corrected moving forward.
I'm with
and
you.
gave us a better
I'm with you on
indication,
that.
But the losses that they've taken is like no surprise.
Can you remember a mirror game? I can't. I actually can't remember a mirror game. There's a mirror game that is seared into my brain, and it's why I still have doubts about Chopper as an IGL. This was from, I think, an IEM Fall RMR. It was right before that Spirit died. It's the game where Sumdai Young didn't get a kill. It was a meme for a while, because Sumdai Young went, I think, 0-16.
Oh, yeah.
But it was a nuke game where they just, every single round, Mir tried to get down secret. He would just run secret. It honestly looks similar to the way they play Donk nowadays, but Donk's a lot better at it than Mir was. And it wasn't working, and it never worked, and they were getting shit on, and they just kept running the same round over and over and over and over and over again for an entire T half, and it like worked once maybe. So I can't remember a mirror game, but it's not a good mirror game. That game lives in my head rent free.
So if you're the Mongols, I think you're smelling a potential upset.
I mean, you absolutely should be, especially considering their style
Ooh.
of play and how relentless it can feel.
We actually can find the round in Skybox where they threw the Molotov that I found out. Astralis.
Obviously, too, is that Katowice
Makes you wonder if there are anybody else who's
right?
played it that's throwing it.
You made it deep, but like, are you still going to struggle on the stage?
Not Spirits.
Very excited to see exactly
Who
what
else is
gonna
playing
be
this
going
map?
down
Vitality
tomorrow.
are...
Quarterfinals wrapped here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025. We'll
Nope,
see. Same place,
Vitality
same
aren't
time
throwing it
tomorrow for
either.
those semi-finals.
Who else is playing it? Virtus Pro? Nope, nobody's throwing it. Damn, guys, what's going on?
It's fucked up.
Yeah, that's really interesting to me.
I think I found it. No. Starladder CIS RMR? No, that wasn't it.
Damn. Alright. Mike, I don't know about you tomorrow, but I am casting a bit of Counter-Strike, and then, like I said, there's a family birthday thing happening in my house while I'm doing the casting, so...
Understandable.
So I'm probably
Enjoy
gonna be... I probably will be watching the game, but probably not on stream, I'm imagining, so... But I'll try and be back on Sunday. I have another game on Sunday, but then hopefully after that I'll be around. So yeah, it's good times. Yeah, Shout out.
I'll be live.
Nice.
Doing the watch party. Holding down the fort.
There we go, Mike.
We'll be watching. Come hang out. Come hang out tomorrow morning.
All right. Take care, Mike.
Fuck off too. See ya.
See ya.
Peace.
Nice. Shout out to you guys for hanging out all day once again. It's been super real. Yeah, just appreciate the company. It's always a good time. Hold on. This is a bit weird. Let's do this instead. Yeah. Hope you guys have had a good time and have been enjoying yourselves. Again, appreciate the support. I've got some more, big plans in terms of content and other things. So, we're working all the time to try and build things up. Yeah, join the Discord if you haven't already. And let's see what happens. I will send you guys over to somebody who's actually going to stream a little while longer is usually the issue. It's like a lot of people are kind of dropping their streams right now, so kind of sucks if I send people, away for too much longer. But who's gonna be streaming still? Dun, dun. Send me to hell, Jesus. That's rough. Who could we send you guys over to? Trav is still going? Fuck it, let's send you guys over to Trav then. Trav CS, yeah. Yeah, go hang out with Trav. Tell him hi. And I'll catch you guys. Maybe not quite tomorrow, but the next day. I'll be casting a bit tomorrow, so, if you want to follow that, you can. It should be fun. And we'll see you soon. Pizza arrived. Nice, let's go. But yeah, go say hi to Trav, and we'll see you soon.